Welcome, everybody, to the Kadena Championship Series 2024. My name is Seymour. With me is Chad. We got a long day of Call of Duty. I guess a long night for myself, but a long day of Call of Duty for you, Chad. How you feeling?
Dude, I'm feeling good. We're loving it over here in Okinawa. It is a long morning. We're all about it, though. We got Kadena Championship Series all day, so it's going to be a blast.
Yeah, and I mean, kind of before we jump into everything else, I just want to pick your brain a little bit about Kadena Esports, what's going on for the Championship Series, how everything's looking. What's the tournament like over there for Kadena?
Yeah, it's an annual tournament, Kadena Championship Series. It's a month of preliminary rounds followed by today, which is the Championship Series. Everyone's going to come in. They've qualified. They've earned their spot to be here. So it starts off with 10 games all in 1 month, and we're going to have 6 in-person games to conclude what the tournament's all about.
Awesome. 4 teams to look to play today for the tournament as well. I'm excited to see them play for Modern Warfare 3. They're going to be playing for top 3 today as well. First place getting $500 Amazon gift card plus a custom jersey alongside a Kadena Esports duffel bag and a booty hat. I'm not really sure what a booty hat is, but what's a booty hat?
It's like a bucket hat. You know, we got a lot of sun out here, so they got to protect themselves when they go touch grass a little bit.
not happening very much for the gamers, but I guess, you know, it's a little bit different when it's quite literally your job. But second place, $300 Amazon gift card, and third place, a $150 Amazon gift card. So quite a bit to play for that first place spot. But let's take a look at the bracket, Chad, and let's go over what the format's going to be looking like today.
Yeah, it's going to be a best of 5 all day until our grand finals. So these teams will be competing, rotating maps. We have a pick and a ban system that they have all went through, and they're pretty used to this format. It's a CDL, typical standard professional rule set. So they'll be just playing it out. There is no losers bracket right now. So you're looking at both are going to start in the winners bracket, best of 5s, and then they can drop down to losers, and we'll be deciding who's going to be our top 3.
Yeah, I mean, you can see right on your screen, the format's going to be quite typical for the double elimination 4-team bracket style. Best of 7 for that grand finals as well.
Oh, yeah.
No bracket reset when we do get there. Do miss the old bracket resets, but best of 7's kind of slowly making its way into my heart. What you folks at home will be seeing on stream is going to be one of the upper semifinals matches alongside the upper final. After that, we're going to be going into the lower finals and then our grand finals. So there is 6 matches total being played. 4 that's going to be on stream, and you and I, we can introduce the first teams that we're going to be looking at for this best of 5 in the lower or the upper semifinal. Is going to be Sensational versus Prestige Worldwide. Give me a little bit of that insider information that we're going to be looking at for these 2 teams, starting with Sensational.
Sensational was a team that had 3 players that they didn't have a 4th because of TDYs and PCSs. They dropped off. So the actual event coordinator for all of Kadena Esports stepped up. She's a Warzone guru, and she is the Scalamandaris is going to be playing on their team. So I hope she does well, and I hope that team does well. For Prestige Worldwide, we don't really know them too much. They came in as a full team. It looks like they are some kind of co-workers here, but I have no big insight on them.
I love that. The underdog, the unknown, the X. Who's going to be the X factor to really step up for this team? Well, you and I, we got a chance to kind of go over our predictions. I know Enigma and I were talking about that last time for the Canon Air Force Base, the Canon Clash, and Enigma smoked me, and I'm hoping I can get it back today, but I'm going for the underdogs for this one. Last week, Enigma, he went for all the underdogs. He got them right. He beat me in that style, so I'm going to kind of take that fashion out. I said it's going to be a 3-1. Exactly. I said it's going to be a 3-1 for Prestige. You say 3-1 Sensational. Why is that?
Yeah, I'm picking Sensational because I've seen specifically the Warzone player. I see the way she shoots. She's not missing. It's not windy on her screen. So if she can kind of push that into her team, we talked about some strategies on Search and Destroy. So she's kind of my underdog here, and I hope that team takes it. I'm hoping 3-1. Maybe they drop a control.
I love it, and I usually kind of say 3-1 because search and destroy is usually a toss up. Usually, when teams come into pickup tournaments like this, the respawns are going to be a lock for some teams, and then the search and destroy just feels a little bit better for those teams that just kind of come together. It's very fluent, it's straightforward, it's not as chaotic as those respawns. So I think that the search and destroy might be stolen away by the team who loses that first map, but it's going to be exciting when we do look at the maps for this series as well, because it is going to be a best of 5 until that grand final. And we got those bands at the bottom of the screen. But first off, we're going to be starting with that Rio Hardpoint high-rise search and destroy map number 2 and a guaranteed Karachi control for the 3 maps. You and I predicted that it's going to be 4 maps long, and that Vista Hardpoint is kind of where we're eyeing up teams to win this series on. But if it doesn't finish at the Vista, Chad, that 6-star search and destroy is going to be a fun one to keep our eyes on. What are your thoughts looking at this series?
So I'm really hopeful for high rise. I think high rise is kind of where I'm looking at first. Rio, I think, is a total toss-up. That's going to be a coin flip. Which AR can hold the lines the longest? High rise is kind of our OG map, so any of the old heads will know the old spots they can look at for those crosses for search. So I don't know how that's going to go, but Karachi is going to be a blast. I don't know how the sub bases are on that map for them, because subs aren't going to have a lot of control in there. So I'm hoping the ARs can really step up and help out with Karachi. Vista, I really don't know much about these teams, so it's kind of hard to say what's going to happen on that map. It's a little bit bigger, but I don't know. I love Hardpoint for that rotation. And then 6-star, I hope we get a Shotzi. I hope we get a shark in the water there to, shoot some people in the back, hopefully work that flank. So I'm excited.
No, I love that breakdown too. I think I totally agree. When you're looking at the ARs to run the series, it's not going to be into that Karachi control when you're looking at that third.
Exactly.
And holding on to those really power positions for W's. High rise, you can get it, especially if teams really go off towards top heli.
100%. Yeah.
But look at look at a high rise, and that's really where your subs are going to control situations. Try to run those routes and break through those moments.
Yeah, and the high rise, I'm kind of looking at it the same way. Where's the shark? Are they going to run that bottom staircases and try to flank the team? It's a big variable there.
It is, and it seems like we're going to be getting these teams ready for this point for this map number 1 as we can. And when we do, I mean, I think that is probably one of my favorites. You look at MW3s out this year as we're closing in and getting ready for BO6 just around the corner. Each one of these DLC maps, Rio, Vista, and 6-star, are very my heart. I mean, they are so fun to watch. And for Rio, longest teams, if you watch the CDL, if you've played this game at least ranked, you should know Hardpoint. It's fantastic to watch. It's fantastic to play, and I think it is the exact way that I think would want to start this series. Just gloves off. It's going to be a brawl for map 1.
Oh yeah, and it's kind of a 50-50 for me right now because I don't know these teams. How long have they been teaming? Because on Rio Hardpoint, it's going to be who's rotating, who's communicating the best. It's not going to be who shoots the straightest, right? It's a little bit of a bigger map, so I want to see kind of how they work as a team, work the pushes together to get those hard points. So
I think that it seems like we're getting these players into the lobby as quick as we can, just to lay on our side. Chad, for the whole tournament at Kadena Esports, I don't really know much about Kadena. I'm personally kind of trying to learn about the organization, how it's come to be. What is going on over at Kadena Esports? How's it get there?
I would say right now it is the most thriving esports community I've ever seen. It's only getting bigger. It's only getting better because of the leadership here. So 3 years ago, we started by selling Sundays in units. Hey, you have $1, I will sell you a Sunday, and we're trying to get prizes together. Shortly after, the FSS group commander, Colonel Ramos, was like, hey, we love your initiative. My son is we'll call him the captain of the Valorant team here at the high school. So when she found that out, she became passionate about this program. We got taken over by the local community. The FSS, the Schilling Center, now hosts and runs all these events for us. So we really appreciate the Schilling Center and the FSS for stepping up just like the other bases are going to here shortly, and making this community huge. So shout out to them.
Yeah.
The base has been nothing but support for us.
Being big shout out to Kadena. I love personally everything about Air Force, to see a thriving community within Air Force Gaming with Kadena Esports. It's just such a great story that I'm very happy to now be a part of for a tournament. But while we're moving into it, I do want to take a second to look back at the bracket, talk about the other series that's going to be going on at the exact same time, Chad, because you were talking to me about teams in the series. Scrap time, and looking at scrap time as one of the teams, I guess, walk away with everything today.
Absolutely. Scrap time is some gentlemen that got together in our first ever championship series. They're all first-person shooter players. Call of Duty is their #1 team, but as friends, and kind of how they operate is they pick up each game that we're hosting these major tournaments for. So we announce that, hey, there's an Overwatch tournament in 3 months. They all quit Call of Duty, pick up Overwatch, start scrimming, because their #1 objective is, how do we get paid to play video games while being in the military? So it's a really cool concept they've always done. And here today, they picked up a new player because of PCS. So they're a little bit of a variable, but they've always been dominant.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it up top for scrap time. They're going to be starting with Potato. What, I guess, story for it literally dominates quite.
Yeah.
And tons that you guys throw on. I mean, you look at Potato Aimers team to try to take them down. Is there anything to be known about Potato?
Not too much. They have formulated a team. They all came in together, and we don't really know what's going on with them, to be honest. Who's their ARs, who's their subs, and what their backstories are. But we are going to be having some interviews in between games, so I'm looking forward to getting to know these players, learning a little bit about their team dynamics.
Yeah, no, you and I both. And a team like Potato Aimers who, coming together and looking at scrap time, one of the best, if not the best, at Air Force. It's just like, all right, we got the Kings first. Let's not miss. Let's take and prove ourselves.
That
There's
would
no
be
better
amazing.
proving grounds than the best team that we're looking at here inside of the Kadena Championship Series. So I think that it would be quite the upset to see a team show up, take them down right away. What a story that would be.
I know, that would be so awesome, especially with the new input to having a new player. How much have they scrimmed? Their previous team were dominating, but you introduce one new player and the dynamics change drastically. So if they can take advantage of this moment, it would be awesome, especially because they're cold. They haven't played a set here on land. So I think this is their best chance to do it, because once they get warm, those sticks aren't going to cool off.
So while we get ready for the match, it seems like we're having a little bit of a delay getting things together for this fight between Sensational and Prestige. Chad and I are going to take a second break, so we'll see more Kadena Championship Series. We're getting things first match of the day. Stay tuned for some Air Force Gaming.
Market 10.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Kadena Championship 2024 series. My name is Seymour. We're still here with Chad Ellis, getting ready for our first match. But Chad, it looks like we got somebody joining us here on stream, and we got an interview ready to go. Why don't you introduce our interviewee?
Yeah, we got a brand new guy here, Mr. Chris from Air Force Gaming himself. Chris, what are you doing here?
Hey, so yeah, I'm the chief of the program. Basically, we want to see what Kadena is actually doing.
Yeah.
What the world is actually.
Yeah. It's a long trip. Where are you guys out of?
Dude, so we're actually out of Headquarters Service Center out in San Antonio, Texas.
Okay.
This is actually my fourth back-to-back TDY.
That's what I heard. You haven't been home in a while.
No,
what's going on around the world?
Oh, a lot, man, a lot. So yeah, right before this, we were at Canon. Canon just did their Canon Clash, and man, now we're out in the Pacific and
how was Canon?
It was great.
Esports program out there.
Yeah, huge. They had about 200 participants in various games. Yeah.
That's awesome.
So,
and then you flew all the way here, got in a couple days ago.
Yeah.
How you settling in?
I don't even know what day it is, but I just know we're here for competition.
It's irrelevant. It's Kadena Championship Series Day.
Absolutely.
That's all we need to know.
Yeah.
It's first time in Japan?
Yeah. First time in Japan. I'm loving it, honestly. Like, I don't want to leave. I'm heading home on Monday. And same weather in San Antonio, but not the beach. So.
Yeah, I heard you've been going around to a lot of major tournaments. Is there any Air Force Gaming tournaments on the rise, or that just concluded?
Yeah, so we just finished our CONUS Championship down at Eglin.
Oh, really?
And we had
Florida. Must have been rough.
It was terrible, man. It was terrible. Again, the beaches don't look the same.
Yeah.
But no, we had 4 teams from our East region, 4 teams from our West region. Actually did 2 regionals out in the CONUS. And Buckley came out as the CONUS champion.
I heard that they were just dominating.
Yeah, they were.
So we're looking out at Buckley.
Yeah. We got
to keep an eye on them.
Yeah, so hopefully next year we do some big things.
Yeah, so CONUS got all the love.
Yeah.
They're over. They're good to go.
Yeah.
Now we're looking at what's going on in Pacific.
Right. So, I mean, we do want to see the competition level out here. So we're looking at a Pacific region, regional, probably next March timeframe.
Potentially.
Yeah. There's still some dates we have to figure out. But
we need another whiteboard to discuss.
You were there.
Through.
Yeah.
But it looks like we're going to have some major competitions up in all of PACAF.
Yeah.
Not just Kadena, not just Okinawa.
Right. So, like I talked about, we ran our CONUS championship this year. We want to show that love to the OCONUS side.
Absolutely.
So we're going to have a PACAF regional, a USAFE regional.
That's awesome.
And then bring it into a Worlds.
Yeah, and especially with the ping out here, giving us some love against ourselves.
Yeah, no.
Right, CONUS can kind of just play against each other pretty casually, but over here, we're talking 300-400 ping just to play against mainland.
Yeah, I mean, I think Seymour knows the issue right now. So.
Hence our tech issue right now.
So
it's really important for us to have like some kind of LAN environment, and I think we have some good plans coming around the corner, and potentially we're going to all meet up at one point.
Yeah, so like I said, we're looking at a Worlds aspect, but TDY and some folks out to mainland, and figuring out who the champion is.
10 years ago,
right?
A little airman myself, that I'll be able to do this and be a part of a video game aspect in the Air Force.
Yeah, and now you're the mayor. I mean, we went to Oktoberfest last night, and this guy knew everybody.
I love it here. Yeah. This is my true home. Yeah. I'm actually living in Guam right now, so I'm here TDY just to commentate Call of Duty.
Yeah, so I mean, Anderson's about to have a huge program.
Yes, so Anderson Esports on the ride. Kadena Esports is the tip of the spear right now.
So that's the thing. I mean, taking this position, again, I don't have that true esports background.
Yeah.
My whole career's been in fitness, and taking this position and seeing competition, fitness and sport has been everything.
Yeah, you're addicted to competition just like the rest of us.
Yeah, so actually seeing these competitions and seeing, I mean, everybody's excitement, everybody's drive, leadership, it gets me excited for where the program's going to go. And I'm trying to get FSSs on board, and having folks like you at programs like Anderson.
We're just driving it. Yeah. I mean, truly the passion's coming out from your end and my end. I think it's so fun to get together and coordinate and see what kind of events are around the corner, what we can build.
Exactly.
This community is only able to get bigger.
True.
Right? Esports will never go away in the history of me and you.
No. It's not going to happen. And leadership is seeing that, and leadership's buying in. And we definitely see it with, I mean, the emails we receive every day.
Yeah.
We were at AFA about a week and a half ago, and I mean, we had four-star general stopping by.
Loving it.
So yeah,
Having the time of their life. And I think that having this leadership push on the Air Force side is also really healthy,
Yeah.
right? Because our next generation of these gamers are coming in and they're no longer primarily interested in softball
Right.
and the other intramural sports. So for the Daffy to change
Yeah.
and include esports
Yeah.
is huge for the program.
yeah. I mean, we understand that we're not a traditional sport,
Yeah.
but at the same time, we do have our Armed Forces Championships, and I want our DAF teams to succeed. And the only way we're going to succeed is if we practice, if we play, and we compete.
100%.
Yeah.
And these tournaments like this, these 10-game, 6-game tournaments, is this common across the Air Force now, or is Kadena doing a little something?
So, I mean, Kadena's venue, Kadena support, that's the difference. But yeah, we've been at multiple cons this year.
Yeah.
Keesler Con, McConnell. I mean, they've been doing the exact same thing.
Yeah.
So that's it may have came from Kadena.
Yeah,
and everybody.
I think we're getting a new baseline.
Yeah, the
right?
gold standard.
People are looking over of like, how do we get these packages? Right, Air Force Gaming kind of provides packages, a little bit of help.
Yeah. So we do our base support packages. We'll probably be switching it up in fiscal year 25 with what we're offering. But we want to send merch. We want to send those supplies to get these programs to go.
Absolutely.
Right now, we're working on something where we can actually leave equipment at bases so that they can host these
That's
events. They
amazing.
can run their own intramural program.
Yes.
And keep it just like a traditional sport.
Yeah, because the gyms across all these bases can all run intramurals.
Yeah.
There's no difference between your code of conduct, your letter of intent, and get these intramural programs up and running.
Yeah, so esports is a fitness and sport program under the Daffy, and we just need to push it. So, and again, my background has been fitness. I was the fitness and sport director over at Ramstein for the last 2 years. I just took this position, and when I first heard about esports, I was at that old head. I was like, what are we doing?
Why is that relevant?
How do I run this?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then finding out about our base ambassadors, our base support members, and showing that they're the true SME, that they can help out. These fitness and sport directors don't need to be worried.
Yeah, and I think the FSS at your local levels is where they're going to thrive or they're going to die.
Yeah.
Right? So we can get these leaders on board, get this invested, because we need our FSS more than ever.
Right.
Right? We're really boosting them up and showcasing our FSS base to base.
That's the truth, and I mean, it scares the death out of me where all we have are base ambassadors, and they're not within FSS, and they're going to the FSS to ask for money and support, and they're like, well, we've already allocated it somewhere else.
Yeah.
So if we can get FSS involved, even one member on a base support or a base ambassador, that's going to go a long way.
Yeah, and I think that you guys run a great program to like be able to mentor us as base ambassadors of like, hey, this is kind of our guideline. Does this help you? Where can I help? You and Justin can work really well together.
I mean, like your story, having a base ambassador at Kadena and then going to Anderson.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what excites me when these guys do PCS or PCA somewhere and go to these other bases and other programs and build it from the ground up. Anderson is going to be that success story. I know
we're going to get there.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah, you know, they lit the fire in me here, right? We're in a full flame. And when I got to Anderson, it's not going out. Right? We're not going anywhere. We're only getting bigger and bigger. And it's because of my leadership there, too. I got the FSS commander on board. We got the wing commander support. You follow his Facebook?
Yeah.
He's a wild card.
Yeah.
But these leaders at the highest level are going to be able to help us as ambassadors push the program, make it bigger, get it all the airmen involved, all the spouses involved.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, we talked about it at AFA. My counterpart and I, Justin Lamarama, if anybody knows him on the street.
Shout out to Justin. Yeah. He's the main man.
This is a quality of life program.
Yeah.
And leadership is seeing the quality of life aspect.
Absolutely.
And it doesn't have to just be remote aspect where kids are in their barracks, in their rooms.
It doesn't have to be big money either.
No, not
we
at
have
all.
big money here, but it's not a mandatory part of it.
No, so I mean, you can do it remote. You can do it in person, just like this event, and get your qualifiers out of the way, whatever. But having that and leadership understanding that quality of life aspect is huge.
It's going to be a game changer, I think, not only for the Air Force, but for the DoD, right? Can the Air Force and Space Force pave the way, get the Army on board, get the Marines on board? And I think it's going to come from y'all, right? Because they're not going to reach out to a base ambassador, they're going to reach out to you. How do you operate Air Force gaming, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, if we pan to the cameras out here, you see everybody's here. I
They
mean,
love it.
This is a huge event, and it's a Saturday out in Japan. I know it's raining, but people are still here.
Yeah.
People are still finding their way to the event. Again, you can't push quality of life anymore of what we're doing. It's huge, man.
Yeah, and I think that events like this are so healthy for the community, right? Because what do we do? What's their why? How do we get them out of their apartment, their dorm room, their house, come in on base?
Yeah.
They're like, I don't want to go on base. But this is your why.
So, and that's the thing too. I mean, we're not so focused on that anymore. Where this is still a community. How many friends have you made just like online?
200.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Just being here, meeting these guys.
Yeah.
Hey, Chad, I didn't know you're back.
Yeah.
We don't even know each other's names.
Yeah. We know you as the mayor.
Gamer tag. Yeah. We know Discord buddies.
Yeah.
And I think it's so healthy for not only the base, but everybody, citizens worldwide.
Yeah, and it's huge with today's like environment of depression and, and everything focused. We're focused on that holistic mindset now. And,
Absolutely.
But we have that community. We're out in Japan, right? Okinawa, and I've met so many first-time airmen that are away from their homes.
Yes, and they have no family out here physically. So this is their way to develop in their community to become a family.
Yeah, and build that family.
Yeah, and for them, it's just finding one or two passionate guys, gals that just want to come out and game.
Right.
And, one last thing before you go is what's in our future? What's Air Force Gaming looking like? What's esports looking like for us overall?
Yeah, I think building competition is going to be the biggest drive in building a championship team, either if it's coming from Air Force or Space Force. And the only way we're going to do that is if we have these kind of competitions.
Absolutely.
So like we talked about with the PACAF, USAFE, I do want to build that world feel, even if it's not just one title. I want to build out a couple more titles so when we do take a team to the Armed Forces Championship, we dominate.
We're going to dominate.
Oh, yeah.
I think that it's almost irrelevant.
Yeah.
We know we're going to go in and step up the competition, but I think it's so nice that you guys are doing this. I think that these airmen, these Guardians deserve this.
Yeah.
Right? They're always asking, how do I get on the team? What do I do next? Don't get stuck in the rut of just going to work.
Yeah.
Right? Develop your family, develop your passion on the outside as well.
Yeah, it's the truth. And I know we got some guys out there that focus on like sports games as well. That's something I'm looking at as well. We run some showcase matches, so I reached out to Monumental Sports, and we're looking at doing a 2K match against the Washington Wizards esports
That's
team.
so cool.
Yeah.
So I think they're just going to get plugged in. Getting involved in Air Force Gaming, Space Force Gaming, I think it's going to be huge for the program.
Absolutely.
Thank you for flying out and supporting us. We couldn't do it without you.
Hey, can't do it without you.
I appreciate you, big dog.
Yeah, brother.
It was a pleasure.
Yeah.
That was Chris. He's the man around here. He does everything for us. He's here to support us from the bottom to the top, whether it's just one event, a one-off, or it's the whole thing. It's nice to have Air Force Gaming in our back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, Chad, that was an amazing interview. And I like towards the end what you guys were talking about for the Armed Forces Championship. I mean, we just saw Force gone back during the summertime, and, Army Esports walked away with the title on MW3. I know a couple years ago we saw Air Force walk away with it back in Halo. And
we're going to bring it back.
Something to kind of look forward to for something like this. And that's something that the Kadena Championship Series, or whether it's the Cannon Clash 6 that we saw last week, or any of the tournaments that nurtures competition and talent here in Air Force Gaming. It all comes together in such an important environment for that Armed Forces Championship at the end, where we're trying to look at those players to see who's going to elevate to take that championship home for Air Force Gaming.
100%. And I think that's our version of the Super Bowl.
Yeah. It's such a big and important thing around here, and I can't wait to see how everything does evolve forward. We're still looking to get these issues fixed, everybody, and we thank you for your patience while we're getting things ready. We are going to toss things over to another break after that interview. We hopefully will be back soon with that first match. Stay tuned for some more Kadena Championship Series. We'll see you on the other side.
Market 10.
Hey, welcome back, gamers. We're here live, Kadena Esports. We're back in our match with Sensational and Prestige Worldwide. Hardpoint, as you see. Looks like one team is really dominating, controlling the hardpoint, rotating pretty well. I would love to hear what these comms sound like a little bit.
Yeah, same here. I mean, honestly, Sensational takes the run for it. They have a phenomenal lead, and we were watching some of this gameplay earlier as, you know, we were getting into it, and one thing I've noticed is they have a really, really great chemistry breaking these hills. I mean, you just saw 3 kills come in, 2 of them from DC. They've got this hold. They know where to sit. These guys definitely have the experience. They've played this map a lot for sure, and that is why it was their first map pick.
Yeah.
And really excited to see more of them in this series.
And based off just this real brief synopsis of what's going on, their trophy systems are in the correct placement, right? They're not letting any nades, frags come in and get easy kills. So that's going to be crucial to hills like this because they're so open, right? There's not a lot to hide behind, so you need to rely on those trophies and your trophy player to put them in a correct position.
Yeah, and I think they're really playing around their player. Like, they have a 50 in series, 35-9 as we finish off the map here. They're playing around him. They know exactly where he needs to be, where they need to be relative to him, and how to make those breaks efficiently. So great job for them to take map 1 here on Rio.
Yeah, it seems like they got a good leadership on their team too. Obviously, we can't hear the comms right now, but I would love just to get a little insight. You know, in between maps, we'll see what's going on with them. But this is a phenomenal showing, right? Their ARs were holding those lanes. The subs are coming in and breaking. It's everything we want to see.
Probably one of the teams to look at, if not the team to look at in terms of this matchup between Prestige Worldwide, and they really kind of put it all out there on the Rio Hardpoint, 35-9 from their player.
That's
insane. Sensational.
Yeah, that is sensational. Like, between holding those lanes and still getting some hill time. I don't know if they got a minute or so, but that is insane. Well done by them. I want to kind of get their chemistry a little bit down. Were they running 2 ARs, 2 subs? I wasn't able to keep track of that.
It seemed like it from my point of view, watching from behind the scenes, that the setup there from Sensational was pretty standard for a map like Rio. Sometimes you see teams go triple sub, 1 AR. Sometimes you see teams, you know, rock the double ARs. And for Sensational, it just seemed like it didn't matter what they were working in that map. Everything was in their form. Breaks, like Evan said, their breaks were fantastic, really well coordinated. The whole team was firing on all cylinders. That has me a little bit shaky for my own predictions. I'm not going to lie.
I know. They went 1-0 pretty dramatically. I mean, Search and Destroy is going to be a big variable, though, because it doesn't matter if you're a hardpoint team. You know, just like Optic Gaming in the past. They were great at hardpoint, but they were awful at Search and Destroy. So it's a whole different game mode for that reason. So we'll see if they can bring it back and if they can work as a team.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And that's actually going to bring us into our second map, the Search and Destroy. And you talked about that teamwork. Chemistry obviously going to bring you a long way when it comes down to a game mode like Search and Destroy. You think about heading to high-rise Search and Destroy for map 2, just all things together. And I think for the Sensational team, there's no doubt in my mind the way that they played that map number 1 that they should have issues here in map number 2 either. Yeah,
and I really want to see what the FSS leader here is going to do, because she is a predominantly Warzone player. And in Warzone, you know, the meta changes so often, but snipers always stay true to their meta. So I wanted to ask her, is she going to be sniping for the team? Is she going to be watching their crosses? You know, how are they going to incorporate a Warzone player into their team dynamics?
Unfortunately, in CDL rule set, I don't know if they'd even be following it. You can, I guess, I'm pretty sure snipers are banned.
No, it's only G8.
Only G8. So, I mean, if you want to,
don't follow GAs. It's a 1 tournament.
Yeah, it's not fun at that point. It's not fun if you follow GAs. I think that for sure it'd be fun to see, especially on a map like High Rise, to see that sniper come out. I remember back before it got G8, back before it was banned in ranked play, you'd see players pull out the sniper to see if they can first blood from window to window, and it's definitely a possibility for sure to see on a map like High Rise, rather than other maps where your Rios, your 6 stars, you don't really have that opportunity to snipe with how fast paced it is. So
yeah,
I'd like to see that personally.
Go scope down the point of view all the way down to the cross lane into the other window, and you got a scope looking back at you. Like, those are moments I live for on High Rise. hope for the best that you have the little trigger dominance. You're able to get the first shot off and win it. But we'll kind of see what they have to do, because I haven't seen any search and destroy before this moment for the KCS tournament. So I really want to see how these dynamics are going to push out, and if our other team, the Prestige Worldwide, is going to have a comeback. Are they going to have some grit? What are they going to do?
It's going to be tough for sure. I mean, for Search and Destroy, you play off of the tradition of First Blood. Really gives you into that winning standard for a map like High Rise. You also need to take consideration into those power positions being top heli as well as top propane. You want to make sure that
going to be their master flanker too, because those bottom stairs they creep up on you if you're not watching it.
Or even the bottom doors, you can get into the spawn as quick as ever if that sub player is really kind of aiming for that position. So there's so many possibilities for a map like High Rise, and I think for Prestige Worldwide, you just gotta shake it off. You just took a mean right hook to the jaw,
total flush, get it out of here, come back with a little bit of fighting spirit.
And you know that you have that Karachi control. It's just around the corner. So, you know, if respawns aren't, or if a respawn like Hardpoint, where that objective is so fluid around the map, you're always trying to kind of rotate in and keep those spawns in your control. That sometimes is very troublesome for teams. You look at Search and Destroy, you look at Control, that objective is not dynamic. It is very stable, and you're just kind of looking down those lanes at that point from your spawns. It's very straightforward in playing these next two game modes, very controllable. So you look at Prestige Worldwide, and the objective just seems to get easier and easier when you look at maps 2 and maps 3. I mean, a lot of teams, especially this season and last season in the CDL or in Challengers, they were very used to winning on 2, 3s, and 5s, being that hard point isn't always easy to grasp the chaos of things.
Yeah, especially in Rio, because I feel like you can flip those spawns so easily if you're pushing from the back. But once you're in the hard point, they're so sticky that once these teams started rotating, there was no coming back from it. But Search and Destroy, every map you restart, right? It's kind of like football, where every play you get a whole new dynamic. You get to have a whole new game plan going into it. So you don't necessarily have to be a fluid team in Search and Destroy. You just got to be able to counter them efficiently. So we'll see what they're going to do with this.
No, we're going to have to see something. And I'd love to see this go map 4 or map 5 as well. Vista Hardpoint would be fun to watch. One of my favorites. But with the way that respawn went, I don't know if I have that faith in Prestige Worldwide right now. It's going to have to be a lot of players stepping up in all the right places, it seems, Chad. I think that, you know, you and I, we predicted it to go to a map 4. Myself, I was predicting Prestige Worldwide, the underdogs to really show up. It's tough when you join a tournament and you're playing against players who have that experience. I talked about it over at Cannon Air Force Base for the Cannon Clash. And a lot of teams who just pick up Call of Duty, that you don't really realize that 100%. There is a lot of depth to a game like this. And it's very overwhelming when you're in that environment, when you're in that kind of situation of like a hard point. Okay, now I have to think ahead, well slang out, play that objective, play your utilities, and then follow where the other team is going to be at the same time. And for teams who are just coming together, I love to see that competition here. But you can really see when a team has been working on this and practicing, and when a team hasn't been.
Yeah, in a game mode like Hardpoint, your communication is the most vital part of it, right? If you're not communicating when to rotate, how to rotate, where you spawned, and where you think they're spawning, right, kind of dictates how your map's going to go. So the other team, Prestige Worldwide, I wanted to hear them, right? These listen-ins are so crucial, like they do in the CDL, of like, what are their comms like? You know, what is their leadership, their in-game leader telling them? I would love to know. But Search and Destroy, they all kind of get to have their own input on that, right? Hey, let's run this, let's smoke this. So they get a whole reset, and I'm really looking forward to what they're going to do with it. In Control, I don't know, based off that hard point, I think I'm feeling really good about my pick.
And, you know, I love the conversation point. It's something that we've actually talked about on the desk in the past for Air Force gaming events, is that these are, you know, active service members. I mean, that communication is a big deal in the military, especially when you're playing with your comrades. So that communication is going to be key for sure in terms of kind of playing with on the same team. And you kind of expect that, especially when, you know, camaraderie is just, it's such an important situation.
Yeah, I mean, and most of these players are either best friends or coworkers. So you expect their communication levels to be pretty high. You expect the most out of what they can do. So we'll see. I thought Prestige Worldwide was coworkers. We'll see how close of friends they actually are. What's their comms looking like? What are they going to do with this down 0-1? I don't know. It kind of puts a burden on the vibes. So will they come back? We don't know. But I do know that their communication better be better than it was before.
A lot of things too, and I think it's for a map like Karachi, it's not going to be easy to flip the tempo for your own team, or sorry, for a map like High Rise, not Karachi. I think for High Rise, it's very difficult to draw those first bloods. You really have to work for that map control. You're not going to be able to take those early duels unless it's going to be for those long lines of sight. So you kind of look for either your sub player to work into bottom blue and towards the pits and maybe make that fast play, or your ARs to win some really crucial gunfights for those power positions on the map. And it's a lot more difficult on a map like High Rise to draw first blood than a 6-star or a Rio. Even a Karachi Search and Destroy, sometimes you can draw those first bloods pretty easily through the middle of the map, but you have to go searching for those first bloods on High Rise. And for a team like Sensational, with how much coordination they had and the strategy that they were putting into that Rio's high or hard point, I have a lot of expectations for them in this series. They look like a team that is well put together.
Yeah, I'm looking for some like really high IQ first bloods, right? High Rise, you're not going to get a lot of engagement immediately. Usually teams are a little standoff, try to get those high IQ, get a corner, maybe an off angle to get your blood and then play around it. Or you can utilize the subliner strategy of send Hydra down the middle and hope that he doesn't get caught and shoot him in the back, right? So I think our first bloods are going to come that way pretty often.
No doubt about it. And I even saw like some fun being thrown out there when it came down to the class setups for some of these players. I saw Bowls. I saw some Swarms. I think everybody's just, it's all gloves off, no GAs, no rules. So yeah, it's cool to see like that players out here are just trying new things. And I think, we're in September. Why not try new things? We're almost in October.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's no point in being, a little bit cautious here. Throw it to the wind. Just go for it. Wear your favorite camo. Play whatever rule set you want, because there's only one tournament, right? Your GAs are for those longevity, the league. So we'll see what they have to put up here.
Yes, we will. Well, I'm going to give it back to you and Evan to take us through this Search and Destroy that we're going to be looking at here versus Sensational and Prestige Worldwide.
Okay, it looks like we are going to actually be replaying map 1. I'm getting some insight now from Evan on what's going on here.
Yeah, so we just had a quick, kind of rule set issue where a player had used an attachment that they weren't supposed to. Teams agreed to restart the map, so we're back here at the start of map 1.
So we're starting 0-0.
Yeah.
So nobody has the advantage here, but do you think that weapon attachment really held weight to what happened there?
I don't. I'm going to be honest, guys. It was a suppressor. If we think a suppressor is the reason we lost a map 250 to 90, guys, I'm going to be honest, I don't think you're looking at the right things here. However, keeping it positive, let's see where this goes. Prestige off to a better start this time than they were the first time around.
They're warmed up.
So they got that mental energy now. They know what they're trying to do.
And who knows, this is probably most of their first time ever being on LAN.
Yeah,
right. So
absolutely.
Understand that chemistry of like looking over at your teammate versus just talking to them from your apartment is a lot different.
Yeah. No, I'm excited to see what happens here. I mean, again, close start here. It's early. Efficient's back on that same grind. I mean, he finished, 35-9 last map? He's already 5-1 on a 4 spree. He's trying to get right back to where he finished off last time, and honestly, not surprised to see that at him to start the game.
Unlike all the GAs, these players are having their kill streaks on.
Yeah.
Their score streaks on, where, in CDL it's kind of frowned upon, but it's not against the rules.
I think they're only going to be using the cruise missile. They were talking about it before, but they do have them all selected just in the habit there. So excited to see, though. I think, Fishian's on his 6th spree, has that cruise missile, and excited to see how they use it here on later in this map.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be perfect for them. They're rotating early, right? They're getting those bloods. That's a good trade there, right? We'll see what Young can do with this one.
Really interesting to see this rotation. So you guys can see point now, we have Sensational has control, doing a good job cleaning up these members, but I feel like Prestige is not on the same page of where they want to break this from. You can see number 7 coming in the front. Luwinder trying to, they get in the point, but just not a lot of coordination there. Almost
you see
with
him
the
so cracked so that he shoots his own teammate. Where is the G Fuel? Calm down, buddy.
Oh, man. They are stacked and cracked out of their minds. Again, I'm just a little confused at the coordination communication here. They do manage to break the point. They get 2.
Well, that was a good pinch.
It was.
Right? They were pushing ones the whole time, and I'm so firmly against that.
Yeah.
Communicate as a team. Just wait 3 seconds, and your buddy can put a pinch on them.
And you see the contrast here from Sensational. They have 3 stacking. They're pushing the same angle. They know where to look, and they just clean up.
3,
and
2,
they
1
get the
push.
point. Exactly. Like they're just on lock.
Yeah, I love the teamwork out of them. We were talking earlier about some comms. Like they got to be high in there. They got to be communicating efficiently, and they have a pickup. So what is it like having 3 people that came in together and having a random pickup and still thrive like this?
Yeah, and I think, you see it across the board here compared to that first game. They're really spreading this out among their team more. Like, Efficients, of course, 13-4, they're slaying like crazy, but you've got DC in the mix as well. 3 out of 4 of your teammates are triple positive nearly. You've got a really good understanding of how to work together as a team, how to make that chemistry hit, and really, break these points the way you need to as we approach into this nice point in the alley here.
Yeah, you got to just point out the kills, the deaths. They're almost all double negative on the other team, right?
Not looking good. Not a strong start.
It's going to be impossible to break our hard point being double negative, right? While the other teams get in their kill streaks. We have a triple positive and a 2.5 positive over there. I don't foresee this going any other way.
And listen, I've been in the venue earlier today. There hasn't been a lot of trash talk so far, but if you're going to force a map restart for one attachment and then get absolutely slammed in the next week,
oh, shooting
and
bodies.
here it goes. This is what I
Here
was
we
expecting.
go.
The body shooting is going to come out sooner rather than later.
And we love to see it. That's the whole reason why we do lands.
Exactly.
Right.
You
wanna
got to
get
show
them
some passion,
involved.
some energy. They call it the passion pit for a reason.
Yeah, we love it here. Not only in Call of Duty, but across the whole venue. It's just passionate gamers. But it looks like they're going to be rotating efficiently. Looks like they're locking down these points. They got their trophies up, and then they just send their Slayer out. They say, have fun, come back with a good KD.
Yeah, you start the map and it's Efficients, go kill. And this is you just let them do their thing. Hope for the best.
I got the hard point. I got trophies. Have a good day, brother.
But yeah, real quick, for anyone that's tuning into the stream that is actually here at Kadena on base and you're not in the venue, come check it out, man. You got obviously COD going on, you've got Mario Kart, you've got Smash, you've got Magic, you've got Street Fighter. So much stuff happening in the venue here. It's really awesome to get this event put on by the local FSS, base ambassadors, everyone working on the program here, and awesome to see these games coming out.
Yeah, the Kadena Shilling Center has stepped up like no other FSS, I believe.
No, they're number one for sure.
And this ambassador core here is so passionate about gaming in the community that it obviously shows that we can host events like this with ease.
We're starting to see Prestige make a bit of progress, but they're
they
still
had a good hill.
They're doubling their points. Like it's you gotta play better. Like you gotta get more points. We see a good break here. Emerson going off with a 3-piece, doesn't find the 4th, but just no help. Everyone is going in one at a time. It's like you're saying, you're trying to take one like that. You can't do that.
Why are you
You're
pushing
not going to win a
singles?
point that way.
No, and you never can. You're playing the 50-50 game every single time, and they know where you're spawning. They know where you're coming from. So you make it easy when you just run into their barrel.
Yeah.
You got to be able to develop some kind of pushes, some kind of off angles to be able to break on a team like this, right? Maybe in the first rotation, you kind of risk it. Are they good? Can they shoot straight? We
Yeah.
don't know. Oh, you know now.
Yeah, especially with the run through. I think there's just a bit of inexperience, maybe some nerves even coming in through from Prestige Worldwide. I don't think they really have a total grasp of their game plan. I think they're more just loading into the map saying, you know what, I'm going to do my best. I'm going to hope my team does my best. And again, if you see a cruise missile coming down from the sky, you guys got to step it up. Finds 2 on the point, and hey, it's helpful that
He's
you guys
trying.
have that, but again,
I like that right there. They double pushed one side, but one player here had an off angle. Who stands out in the open, right? They just weren't expecting it, so
yeah.
they gave their best effort there. I think that they are developing a good game plan. You can see the KDs are skyrocketing now on the
They're
right side.
definitely getting better for sure. You got Ism is making some progress there, trying to lead his team into more of these points, but as we see here on the mini map at the bottom left corner,
Wow.
Sensational has this control. DC finds 2 in the open, unbelievable shots there, and with 10 seconds left, you got to rotate. Prestige does have a better chance here, a little bit more control of that left side of the map, but I'm waiting for Epithians to make the route, and here he is trying to do it right now.
Yeah, I like Sensational strategy. Like, we're already up so much, we'll late rotate. Just leave 2 people on the point, guarantee your scrap time, because they broke every single hard point easily.
Yeah, and it works flawlessly right there. They find 4 down, and now they've just flipped the entire map. They've got that, they're full control at this point. This is a really great money hill for them to get some points on, and the kill feed is all blue.
Yeah, and if you're not pushing through the back, you're not breaking this point. I've never seen a team successfully break from stairs. It's just not going to happen. And here we go. Here's our single pushes. You see how spread out they are on the mini map. They're trying to comb each lane rather than buddying up.
Yeah, and I mean, again, it's 239. You've got 10 points left to win this map. You're focused entirely on one thing, and that's just rotating to the next to try and get that points. That being said, there's enough time on this hill. They are going to be able to close it out here is what it looks like. Prestige Worldwide not close enough to get that point, and they're not even going to need that rotation. They're going to hit 250, and we're going to close it out.
And that's easy GG's for them. That is map 1. Once again, we're replaying it because of some issues we had with some rules, right? They haven't played in LAN in a long time, so they're kind of getting their feet wet. But game 1 went back to Sensational, as predicted before. I think this is going to be a fun matchup. We'll see what they can do in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see the rest of this series. I mean, just, again, we're watching out for Epithians. He's popping off. So, great work there, and looking forward to map 2.
Heck yeah. I mean, what a phenomenal way to take over and reassert their dominance in map 1. I think this is just a recap. Let's just replay everything we said 20 minutes ago.
And do it all over again. No, I agree with you, Chad. We watched the replay. We watched the rematch between these two teams on Rio Hardpoint. I was a little bit surprised to see Rio loaded up just as much as I'm sure everybody else was. But
I was very confused.
Like Evan was saying, like I don't think the issues that they were saying were the issues that
was a suppressor
in the game. I obviously, you know what, I no trash talk from the desk and no bias here, but Sensational just looked like they were out of this world, like they were just in a different state of play, a different mindset of this matchup, and it kind of goes back to how prepared they look in comparison to their opponents here. It's just, you can look at the 250 to 50 match in the first go ahead and say, yeah, maybe that was a fluke, maybe that was a one-off, but when it happens twice in a row, lightning doesn't always strike twice. It's very rare, but when it does, it's on purpose.
Yeah, it is crazy. I mean, just watching that recap again, I didn't see it the first time around, but they're even team fragging. So you know they're not communicating of where the frags are going to go and how they're going to be played out. So I think it's the little details that they're missing here. Obviously, they're pretty good at shooting, right? They were able to break points sometimes, but when you're breaking points by yourself, you have to be a world-class shooter. And I don't know if that's the play here.
No, I don't know if that's going to be the play either. And I hope for Prestige Worldwide that things turn around for them heading into the second map. They get that Search and Destroy on High Rise coming up very soon. But before we get things ready for this map number 2, we are going to be throwing it to a break and getting things together. So we'll see you on the other side with some more matchups here on stream. Take care, everybody.
Welcome back, gamers. We are here. We lost somebody. Poor Seymour. He's having a lot of server issues. It's midnight where he's at, so we're having some technical difficulties, and it just didn't work out today, which is totally fine. But we're here. We're live in Kadena Esports in Okinawa, and we're back to the Kadena Championship Series. It'll be me and Mr. Evan will come in for some commentary once the games begin, but unfortunately we lost him. We're going to miss him, but he'll be back for the next event. I guarantee it. We're going to do a little bit of a recap here. What happened? We're on to map 2. It is going to be our search and destroy with the Sensationals and Prestige Worldwide. We're expecting to be in high rise here soon. I don't know when the game's going to start, but I think that everything is running pretty fluidly right now. We're expecting there to be kind of a push from Sensational towards Prestige Worldwide that hopefully they can piggyback off that hard point and go straight into search and destroy and being able to capitalize on the momentum that they have. So because we had to replay map 1, they kind of have the momentum, because on paper they only won 1 map, but realistically they won 2 in a row. So we're really hoping for them to steamroll into that search and destroy and keep the momentum going. Some quick clips here from what just happened is Sensational Gaming just absolutely capitalized on rotations and slaying. Their main slayer went about 35-9 again, right? It's just like the last game where Prestige Worldwide was almost double negative. And in a game of hardpoint, it is all about your kills. They call it the Slayers map. Who can outslay the other team and take control of those hardpoints. And with your whole team going almost double negative, it's going to be really difficult to maintain that hardpoint positions, stay in control of those hardpoints, and stick to your spawns. But Sensational Gaming was flawless almost, right? They're able to rotate. They're able to push as a team, right? If you're going to push 1 and 2, you have to win every gunfight. Versus if you push as a 2, maybe you can get them weak and your partner can clean them up. So that's what we're looking at here in the hardpoint. But on the horizon, our next map is going to be High Rise Search and Destroy. In Search and Destroy, it is just a 4v4. You only get 1 life per round, right? You're going to put that bomb down or you're going to defend the bomb site. What's going to happen there is that they have their own opportunity to win their ones, to win those gunfights that they were looking for. Hopefully Prestige can really clutch up, come up with some good game plans, maybe work those flanks a little more instead of hitting them straight on, and see what they can do with the next map. But that was some phenomenal gameplay by Sensational. Seems like they're going to be a really well-rounded team. We're not really sure what's up next, but today we have a best of 5. Today we're watching Sensational and Prestige Worldwide get into that best of 5 map set. They did their picks, they did their bans. I don't know what picks and bans they put up for this matchup myself, but I can assume that Sensational said, give me whatever you got. There's a lot of strategy in your picks and bans, right? Who's your main AR? Who's your main sub, right? If you have really dominant sub players, you want to be on a smaller map. If you have a dominant AR system, you'll want for a larger map. That way you can hold those lanes. Here's a depiction of what's going on for the rest of today. We're going to have picks and bans across all these teams. We're going to have 3 matchups on stream today. This is our first. We're going into map 2, High Rise Search and Destroy. You can see the bans that they chose below. You can see what they picked on the screen above. I'm predicting a 3-1 only because even though you're really good at hardpoint, you never know what a team is like in Search and Destroy. So that's our variable today. I really hope that Prestige Worldwide can put up a good fight, get themselves involved with a map like High Rise. It's going to be an AR dominant. In the CDL, I've seen teams run 3 ARs and 1 sub, but because we're not doing the gentleman agreements, we call them GAs, that snipers are available to use. Are these teams going to capitalize on it? Are they going to use their smokes efficiently to be able to snipe the other team? We're going to see, but it's a really big map overall. These first bloods are going to be crucial, right? So you're holding those off angles. You're going to see where they're going to push, and based off of that, you're going to make the decision. So if you get a first blood, you get the first kill of the map, now it's a 3v4. What are you going to do with the 3v4 situation? How are you going to control those lanes? How are you going to control the map to guarantee the win, right? One team starts with the bomb, rushes in, tries to plant it, or You're on the other side where you're just defending the point. We're going to be able to see here soon on map 2. It is like that for all day. We're going to do hard point followed by search and destroy. Then we're going to have a map called control. After this map, we'll get into those details of what that means. Then we go back to a hard point. And if it goes to map 5, we're going to finish on a search and destroy. So coming up next is going to be our search and destroy. Sensational Gaming. I don't know if they had any prelims. Was there preliminary rounds for this? So this is the first time they're playing as a team for everybody in the venue. So we have 4 teams that made it into the bracket play of Scrap Time, Potato Aimers, Sensational Gaming, and Prestige Worldwide. So they're in a 2v2. There is an upper and a lower bracket. It'll be best of 5s all day. And then the finale, the championship, will be a best of 7. So we got Evan back on the mic. Welcome back, big dog.
How's it going?
We lost somebody, but we gained you.
I mean, subbed out one Canadian for another. Yeah. So here's the thing, guys. Just a quick update for you. So we're adding GAs. GAs are now in.
Oh, they're back. Okay.
Yeah. There's a conversation that happened.
And that's up to the players.
And the players talked to the admin. We figured it out. So there's going to be GAs. So we have some people changing their classes.
Oh, gotcha.
As soon as that's all ready, we're going to jump into game 2.
Awesome.
So we're
back
a couple
to
minutes
ARs
away.
and submachine guns.
Exactly.
Only. So
And
no
NCW,
snipers.
Holger, Rival 9.
Yeah,
That's all you're going to see.
we're gonna love it.
It's going to be a fun time.
I mean that. I forget his name. What was it? Ep something. He was.
Epthian or something like that.
He was running around with a pistol. Like it didn't even matter what they had.
Didn't care.
I love to see it.
Yeah.
And what is her gamer tag? The FSS employee.
Dynamite, I think. Something
Oh,
like
is that her?
Yeah.
Okay,
Dynamite.
I didn't know what gamer tag
Popping
she
off,
went under.
having a good time.
But it's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah,
Right? 'Cause
absolutely.
I think this is where she's going to shine.
No, Celine's
Because in
gonna do great.
Warzone, she can 1v1 anybody.
Oh, she's cracked.
It is a whole game
Yeah.
designed around 1v1s. And Search and Destroy is that.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited to see what she has to do.
No, I think it's fun to see just like the big mix of different Call of Duty players we have. It's like you say, we got the Warzone players. That's what they play. You know, Gulag Kings. They win those ones.
Yeah.
Then you've got the CDL type players that play Money Ace or whatever all the time.
Yeah.
I'm just excited to see the difference in strategy here. I mean, the way they push, the way they take gunfights, especially in Search where it's that slower pace mode.
Yeah.
I mean, if you got a Rainbow Six player on one of these teams, they're just going to be like this
Come run into my barrel, please.
for like 40 minutes.
They're locked
That's
in.
all you'll see.
Not me.
No, not me either.
I can't
I'm way
do
too
it.
impatient
I
for
have
that.
no patience. I get all angsty and, COD timing gets the best of me.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm really looking forward to, I keep bringing it up, but Warzone is a really movement-based game type.
Yeah.
Right? And if she can kind of utilize that movement, sneak around those corners, I don't think she's going to be waiting long.
No, especially in MW3. I mean, it's a 150 health game.
Yeah.
Very similar to Warzone in that sense, just no plates. And I think it gives you that flexibility of, hey, I can take 1 or 2 more bullets before I'm gonna drop. You can use your movement to kind of outmaneuver your enemy and win those gunfights.
Yeah, I think it's going to be clutch for their team. Now, what is the background on the other team, Prestige Worldwide? They're a variable. I have no idea.
Yeah, so GAs are unfamiliar to them, so that makes me think, hey, these guys aren't CDL type players.
Okay. They don't play ranked as often.
Not as much, but looking at the way they were playing, I definitely think they're all pubs players or
Yeah,
ranked
I was
players.
about to say
just
that.
not cohesively as a team. I don't think they scrim or anything like
Yeah, and a lot of people in the Call of Duty scene, as in general, also play hardcore. So
Yeah.
I don't know if they play core, if they play ranked.
Yeah.
There's a lot of variables here. They might be an outstanding hardcore TDM
that.
player.
So I mean, they might just be playing cranked 24/7, where they're just running around the map, trying to get as many
Just
kills
as
as they can.
cracked as possible. Yeah, you never know with these players, which is the fun part of having these events.
Yeah,
right. Because
exactly.
what was popular at their last base might not be popular here.
Yeah, cool. No, it's going to be a good time. I'm excited to see this map too, to kind of get into it and get a sense of, is this going to be a one-sided series 3-0 landslide, or are we going to go kind of back and forth with the respawns and the searches and get to a game 5?
Yeah, and just looking around the venue right now, we have other maps being played. We have other games going on.
Yeah.
I see some ambassadors going back. It looks like Team Scrap Time could be getting an interview on the social medias.
Oh, there we go. That'll be
so
nice.
what social medias have we got broadcasting today?
So we've got the Air Force Gaming Twitch, the Air Force Gaming YouTube. We've got the Kadena Esports Twitch, and then we've also got the Facebook, Instagram channels of Kadena Esports, posting all day pictures of the events. Make sure to go follow them, check it out.
Yeah, and the Schilling Center, too.
Yeah, Schilling Center as well, absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. They're going to be doing some interviews. We have a fair. We had a little festival going on outside.
Yeah.
They said it in the chat earlier, but it might be raining outside. But why don't you come on in?
Exactly.
Come join us. Come hang out with the community. Make some friends.
Yeah.
And best part of all this, come get free stuff.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they got raffles going on all day. They just announced another door prize while I was
Did
in
I
there.
win?
I don't think you won. Maybe on the next one.
All right.
I did put your name in there an extra time, though, just for you.
My man. Yeah, I think this community is going to be large, right? We also have Super Smash Brothers in the same room as us.
Yeah.
So if you hear anyone yelling, it's because they're
It's the Smash
excited.
players.
They're smashed. We have Tyga over there winning a lot of tournaments. So not only is it broadcasted across Air Force, it's a huge community here. The Smash Brothers. Do you guys have a big Smash community in Air Force gaming?
I would say overall we do. I mean, we actually had a show match against Concord University back in March where we took 4 Smash players and we took them to the school.
I didn't know
and
that.
played a show match there. It was
How
really
did
fun.
that go?
Actually, you know what? We played 3 games. We played League, we played Rocket League, and Smash. League, we stomped them, and Rocket League, they stomped us. But Smash was like the final decider.
Yeah, yeah.
And it was a crew battle. So
1
it
to
was
1.
12 stock to 12 stock. It went
No
1 to 1,
way.
1 to 1 at the end. And I think it was like they both had 100+%, and
Yeah.
someone spiked someone,
Then you
and
blew
they
up.
won it. Yeah, it was so hype.
People are jumping, getting
Yeah.
rowdy. Yeah, I think that's so fun.
It was so cool.
It's the spirit of competition, whether it's like a sport or an e-sport. Who cares?
Yeah, absolutely.
I just want to compete.
Same
I just
here.
want to be a part of something competitive.
Just being at the event and enjoying it and embracing it and trying to figure out, hey, where are more of these happening?
Exactly.
And I think Kadena does a great job of this.
I think that's so fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna quickly go check on the map.
Okay.
See when we're gonna start.
Cool.
You're holding it down.
Yeah, and I'll be right here.
Absolutely.
So that's Evans. He runs this place. He runs all of our tech. He's our guru. So anytime we're having all these tech delays, these tech issues, Evan is up and running. He's literally running through the door with good news, we hope.
So I don't know if you guys know, the main venue area is in fact 200 feet away, and I just ran there and back in about 5 seconds.
Dude, you are lightning fast.
I know.
Not a sweat on him.
They call me the Red Flash. We should be starting game any second. Not going to take all the credit. Our awesome admin Jermaine here to help out with the
Jazzy
scores.
Jermaine, he is
And,
the man.
We're into round 1. DC already down, so we can see. Hey, maybe this is prestige. Maybe this is their map site. The S&D is what they're looking for.
They're gonna-
Oh,
no.
Oh no! Can we rename him to Clayster?
Is that Clay?
That's him.
Is that Mr.
He's
Eubanks?
loaded in, and maybe that's why he was 35-9 on map 1.
Can we weird flex here?
Yeah.
Me and Clay spent a lot of time together in Paris. I
No
was
way.
in a wheelchair, and his lady at the time was
Yeah.
in front of me. So Clay was talking to her, waiting to get into the venue. You know, I got there 2 hours early.
Yeah.
I'm excited. And she was in front of me. So Clay comes over, and he's like, hey, babe, how are you? And she can't get in the venue. So he's like, here's her pass. They're speaking French to him, and he's pissed. And so we got her in. Everything was fine. It was with Zuma's parents, too.
Yeah,
So it was a
wow.
really cool community back when he was on FaZe.
Yeah.
And as we go through the venue, now they won't let Clay in. They're like, where's your ticket? And he pulls out his player's pass, and he goes, I'm a player. He's frustrated as all
Yeah.
get out. I'm a player. And she goes, I need your ticket. So they made him walk around the venue to go in the player entrance. And he turns around and he goes, everybody is here to see me. So
This
shout out to Clay.
Gotta love it. Hey, this is esports for you. It's,
That's what happens when
there's
you're in a
always
foreign
something.
country.
No, exactly.
Right? They're both not speaking the same language. Anyways, Clayster, he
time.
falls off the map a lot.
He does.
So
And hey, we say, hey, Celine 3-0
let's go.
wins them the round.
We called that.
That's what we love to see.
Ah, I love to see it. I mean, I'm not supposed to be biased. I'm not biased at all.
I'm not biased at all.
But we appreciate people that run tournaments for us.
Absolutely. I mean, huge shout out to everyone that's put on this event, and excited to see more gameplay coming out. We're in the second round. Once again, first blood, first sensational. Bringing it back to 3 as you got to them, and here we are.
Whoa.
Those are some shots.
Now, what happens with stairs and all those like railings is you lose all auto aim.
Yeah, aim assist is gone.
Exactly.
You got nothing.
So you'll see a lot of windy shots when it comes through. Like that person running behind a fence immediately loses their aim assist. So you'll see some wild shots coming around that staircase
Oh
area.
no! All right, this is something I need to talk about really quick.
Like run it.
So the problem
Blowing up.
currently in the game, we have no CDL playlist that works. Unfortunately, not functional. We have to customize the rules ourselves
Yes.
to get there.
We have to get in settings and go to every single one.
Exactly. One of the things we can't control, which is forcibly removed by the game
Yes.
is exploding barrels.
Yes.
And
But it's
unfortunately,
removed in CDL.
It's removed in
But
CDL,
it's
not
not
removed the way we're doing it
for the rest of the world.
for the rest of the world. And unfortunately, on high rise, there are a lot of exploding barrels. And what we just witnessed there was the end of round 2 due to an exploding barrel.
Yeah.
And you hate to see that.
Hey, Prestige, get your W the way you can.
Yeah.
All right. Don't count your blessings. Play around that barrel now.
And this is their map pick. I mean, listen, you see the barrel there? Listen, I'm not one to break rules. I'm not a rule breaker. If I see a barrel and I see an enemy right next to
shooting
it, the barrel's gone.
We call that cheese, and we're cool with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be a really fun game type. I've always loved High Rise, and I think all the old heads in Call of Duty, 30-plus members,
Yeah.
also love High Rise.
They're a big fan. I mean, one of the greatest games of all time. Revolutionary clips, memes come from this map. Love to see, oh baby, a triple.
Oh, baby, a triple. It's
And
going to come out at some point.
It's going to happen.
Hopefully it comes out like, fluid.
Yeah.
We don't have to push it.
3 streak.
3 streak. Oh, my. Watch out for that big, giant tank. That tank's got barrels all around it.
Absolutely. And,
And
here
it
we
also
see
has canisters around it. Everything's going to blow up.
Emerson's in a 1v2. And not a lot of time here left to really make something happen, and that is going to be that round there.
Yeah, that's what happens when you get to defend the bomb site. You just kind of chill and make sure that nobody pushes that bomb site, and you win the round.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So being on offense is kind of a disadvantage. I always prefer being on defense.
Yeah, same.
Right? I'll just defend a site, hang out. You have to run to me. Good luck.
Yeah, especially searching in that slower game mode. You want to be the one holding those angles. You want to
Right.
be the one controlling the pace of the map.
Can we stay on this POV just for a little bit? I want to see what she has to offer. This is our Warzone player.
I want that first blood.
She plays Warzone. Oh, she's the homie. She's playing lines.
Yeah.
She let him go out there. We call it the bait and switch.
Absolutely.
Yeah, bait, bait, bait. Now big guns come through. We'll see what she does here. Hopefully everything goes well. She's still 3-0, right? The other guy,
So again, lovely. We love Activision. Thank you for creating this awesome game. Placed her back in the map, of course, for a second time.
Yeah.
There are some slight bugs with the KD. So you are going to see, again, we've got 2 players that are 0-1 on each team. They're not actually 0-1. As you can see at the bottom right, they're in fact 3-2. So
that makes more sense.
there is some. Hey, listen,
It's spectator.
We roll with it. It's a
Spectator
Codcaster bug. They happen all the time. It doesn't impact the gameplay. We're having a good time. And this is a massive flank coming out from
Number
Emerson,
6.
who gets picked off with the bomb all the way in spawn. Not what you want to see. And that's just a cleanup.
Those are mistakes you
Sensational.
can't make.
No, you can't do that. And Sensational capitalizing on those. They have a 3-1 lead. And early signs of this map, I don't think this is going to go to round 11.
I really hope not. I kind of want to see a dominant fashion. We are a little bit behind on time. So if we can just
a
push
little
some
bit,
maps,
yeah.
Can y'all GA that we can't go to round 11?
I was gonna say, can we just GA the best of 5 to best of 3?
Yeah.
And this just for this one series?
Just for a couple series.
Yeah.
I'm totally down with it. We'll talk to him later.
We'll figure it out.
We'll see what
I'll
they
make
have to say
something
about it. The player's like, no, we
Yeah.
got here. We planned for this. I'm currently supposed to be at work.
Yep.
But if you're going to come to the venue, at least let them play the whole match.
No, exactly.
You know?
I mean, we want to get the game time in. Again, for those that weren't here earlier in the stream, it's a 4-team double elimination bracket. We have best of 5s until grand finals, which are a best of 7. And, we want to get this gameplay in. Players are having an awesome time. So we see some friendly fire coming out here, but Sensational comes out.
He was getting so
on
frustrated,
top.
he killed his own teammate.
Yeah, and here we are quickly into the round. We see the bomb going down, but Gunspot's in a 1v3, and those shots are not good enough. We are 4-1 lead, and I'm gonna be that guy. I'm gonna call this one over.
Yeah, I think that the steamroll is happening.
Yeah.
Because of the replay, they already won 2 maps essentially, and now it's going to be the 3rd map. They're all warm. They're ready. I think their comms are going to be impeccable.
No, they're having a good time. I mean, when I was over there trying to get the game started earlier, I mean, you could see the difference in the tension in the players. All the entirety of the Sensational roster is just sitting back in their chair. They're just having a
How
good
far
time.
can this chair go back?
I wish I could show it. I wish
Don't.
I could demonstrate
Don't do it.
The 180 degrees is not the limit. That thing, you got yourself yoga posing in this chair.
That is wild, and I bet you one of them's going to do it in the last map.
Yeah. Just they win the round, and it's just we're going back.
Leaning back, we're chilling. So over here, this is a power position. This player is in an ideal situation. If I were on this team, that's exactly where I'd put him. He has oversight of everybody.
Yeah.
He can pick off anybody on the whole map.
I'm going to be honest, when he's up there, the only thing that's more dangerous than the enemy is falling off the map. It's happened twice. It's quite literally the only way that
He's
they're
like baby
gonna
Clay
die.
at this point.
Yeah, absolutely.
8, 9, and 3.
Yeah.
So he's triple positive on a map.
And listen, they pick up their 5th round here, and I think Prestige really just needs to understand, hey, our only chance here is a reverse sweep. We got to lock in. They really got to figure out, the control is their map pick, the hardpoint map 4 is their map pick.
Yeah.
Leverage the maps that they've picked, understand their strategy going in, say,
try to
hey,
capitalize on it.
exactly, this is what we need to do. If they can get themselves to a map 5, they've got a great chance to win it.
Yeah, I think
but
so,
they've
too.
got to win some control rounds
They
dominantly.
have to, I think they have to come back here. This has got to be a full sale moment.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
if not, they have way too much control in those respawn modes. So here we're looking for him pushing down the lane. Get your first blood. This is that first blood I was talking about. Once he gets that first blood, oh my goodness, they didn't even chow him. He was shooting at 2 people, and not one bullet got shot back.
You can't see that when you're down 5-1.
This is a good flank, though.
Hey, this is a great position. Runs out of ammo. Almost had that 2-piece. And we're back, straight back. Oh, no.
Yes.
Oh, not to win
Yes.
the map.
We're going to clap that one up.
That is a replay.
That's a humiliating.
We got to see that again.
We're clipping that one. Run that one back.
Absolutely phenomenal end to a map.
At 6-1 dominant fashion.
And that's a 2-0 lead.
As predicted, right? I think that
absolutely.
I didn't see it going any other way. And to get the final kill.
Yeah.
Oh, we love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, just look, dominant map all around. Of course, again, these KDs not truly reflective of where we are, but here we are. We're moving into a map 3.
Yeah.
And we're going to see Karachi. Karachi Control is coming out here as our map 3. I think Prestige really just needs to understand, hey, again, this is our map pick. We're going into a Karachi. Map
Yeah.
hasn't been played yet in this series. Very, very, very mixy map, especially for the sub players.
Yeah, it can get dicey.
And knowing, hey, the strong points on the sensational roster are their sub players. They've got to shut them down.
Yeah, and I think that she's going to be playing the AR.
Yeah.
Right? Just like every Warzone player pretty much primarily does AR.
Absolutely.
She's going to be able to lock down some lanes. She can get top 3 and just give them oversight. Because all you need is have somebody up there and calm.
Yeah.
What's going on? And then let your team push.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? Put your pawns out there.
Yeah, I think it's the communication needs to be pitch perfect for Prestige Worldwide if they want to take this map 3. And again, if they don't take that map 3, series is over. They're down in losers bracket.
Yeah, I mean, you can see in the replays we just saw, they're not missing bullets.
No,
They're
exactly.
also not missing the flanks.
No.
Right? You got flanked, and yeah, they was able to take down one player, but quickly all the arrows pointed right at them.
Yeah.
Got eliminated the target.
The
so.
timing's unlocked, the comms are unlocked, and I really think Sensational is doing a great job here to show their opponent, hey, we are the better team, respect us. And I think they're finally figuring out, okay, hey, we got to take this a little bit more seriously.
Yeah, and I think it was a phenomenal recap. I think map 2 was awesome. We're going to be looking into map 3 here very soon. Karachi Control. In Control, it's going to be a little bit of S&D and a little bit of controlling each side. So these teams are going to be getting their loadouts ready. We're going to be getting the venue ready, and we'll be seeing you very soon. We'll be back in a few minutes. the championship series. We are still playing some Modern Warfare 3 Call of Duty today. What we saw so far is Team Sensational going up 2-0. They won the hard point. They had a problem. They had a little replay. So they won hard point again. And then after they went up 1-0, we went straight to our search and destroy. Search and destroy, they destroyed. They went up 6-1. They were a dominant fashion. They were moving around the map efficiently. Nobody was on an island alone, so they had each other's back. So search and destroy was a kind of a disaster for the other team, unfortunately. But it looks like they are having fun, right? Prestige Worldwide was in there having a good time. They did agree that the gentleman agreements are in play. So they're in full effect here. So they're not using their snipers. They're not using smokes that they previously were thinking they could use. So with those GAs, we're going to get into our map vetoes. Map vetoes are going to be for our third control map is going to be our Karachi. Karachi is going to be played out, both teams. And the way control works is you have two different types of objectives here. The first objective is to maintain control of the points for a certain amount of time. The second objective is to get your kills. So you can end the round in two different ways. The offensive team can either capture both points or get the slays. So they have 40 lives each. I do believe that's the number. And you can outslay the other team. It's just like a normal respawn. Or you have to get yourselves around the hard point, the control point, and dominate that area. The more people in the point, the faster it ticks. You're going to see these tickers up on top. They'll tick down 3 segments, segment A and segment B in control. It's 30 lives. So as they gain control of those segments, you can't lose them. So once they capture the first part of A or B, then you're good to go. So we're seeing here they just jumped in map 3, Karachi control. We got Evan back with us.
Someone stole my chair.
Oh no, we'll get it back.
It's all good.
I'm sorry.
No, it happens. I got some intel for you.
Oh,
From
please.
Prestige Worldwide.
Let me hear it.
They are happy to be here.
That's what I thought too.
That's
I think
it.
they're vibing.
They're having a good time.
They're just having a lot of fun. I mean,
Yep.
that's what the community is about.
Absolutely.
First of all. Second of all, competition's cool. But really, we're just here to have a good time. They brought in their own setups, though.
Everyone brought their own.
What do their setups look like?
So, I think everyone's on similar monitors. I
Okay.
noticed that. Some monitors look the same across the board. Someone's on PS5
Oh, wow. All right.
from each team.
Oh, really?
There's a PS5 player on
Okay.
both teams.
And I know somebody's on a laptop.
Yeah, there's a couple people on laptops.
So this isn't quite CDL rule set.
No.
Right? But they're doing their best. And that's what these communities are about. Bring in what you got, formulate a team, and let's go have fun.
Yeah,
If we
exactly.
happen to win, that's cool.
Yep.
If we scrimmage, cool. Or what I've seen in the past is now you can develop friends and make teams. Because we PCS so often,
Yeah.
hopefully they can get picked up or pick up somebody.
Absolutely, and that's the one of the positive things about Call of Duty is crossplay. You know, like you can be a controller player on PC, be a console player, be a PC player, keyboard and mouse.
100%.
And it's great to connect. Sensational taking a pretty early offensive round win, I believe.
Yes, and those segments were taken over immediately. You see that trophy coming up because there's only 2 or 3 pinch points when you're in this building. They can jump over the wall or they can run down the hall.
And this is what
if
we
you
were
run down
talking
the
about.
hall, you can see them coming.
No, exactly.
So they're trying to hide and jump over that wall and get in there quick.
It's like we were talking about earlier, though. Like, you're still taking ones. You have one person jumping over the wall, they die. Then the next person jumps over
Somebody
the wall.
needs to jump
they
up
die.
and look
Yeah.
while the other one jumps over.
Exactly.
Right? Well, you can at least get them weak,
Yep.
and hopefully whoever jumped over can finish
And
them.
same thing with the hallway. Like, at some point, you're going to have to talent. Take 2 people. You know, push at the same time, and at least you trade them out. If one dies, you trade them out.
Look
and
at the
you make
blue
progress.
mini map right now. 1 and 2 are playing literally hip to hip, while 3 and 4 are developing that pinch that I was talking about
Yeah,
earlier.
and listen, I do like this play out of Prestige. They are really trying to get cap
Top
A.
3.
They got their 3 stacking on it. They got their 4th player at the top of that building. They understand, hey, this is what we need to do to get A, and they've already got it. It's point A is done.
Absolutely. And that top 3 is what we were talking about earlier. That's your oversight. That is your God view over the whole map.
Yeah.
So if you can control that top third story, A is a guarantee. And A has always been a guarantee on this map.
Yeah.
Very, very seldom do you see an A point go blank. Because you're able to dominate because of that top 3. Now B is where you're going to have a really hard time if you don't control those buildings off to the side have all these windows, and those windows have vantage points where you can see them coming and you're not sure if they're in the window or not. So right here, you got to check your corners, just like Search and Destroy.
This is another one of those maps too where there's so much elevation in it. It's like you say, you got the buildings. Not only do you have the buildings with the windows, you've got 1, 2, 3 floors on these buildings. You don't know where to look. And I think, we saw Sensational round 1 take an awesome job of cutting out these pathways. Prestige needs to do the same thing. They need to try and mirror and replicate what Sensational did round 1. And so far, not having as much success with it. Sensational doing a fantastic job of just staying in the hill, not letting them get any progress or any free takes over, even if they are losing those gunfights, and just able to hold those corners. But here we go. I think that's 4 dead.
That's a 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4th one was already on respawn, and now you got to take the control back.
This is exactly it. It's like you said, you have someone hops up, they watch the cross, the rest of their team jumps over, break back into that defensive strength point, and we're back to where we were 30
done.
seconds ago.
And once you get that segment fully locked in, you can't get it taken away from you. But unfortunately, they never got that full segment.
Did not get the
what we call the tick. They didn't get the tick, so they got decapped, and now it's back to all gray.
Yeah, and we're down with less than a minute worth of time here. And
look at the lives.
No, they got to go. And I think, Emerson's trying to get something here, gets on top of that shelf. But this is a very expected spot. It looks like a very sneaky, cheeky spot people don't think is always there. Very, very common on this map.
It's the only safe spot in the entire building.
Exactly.
So it's where everyone goes, and you're really hoping that you can. I wanted to see them after that first kill actually push out.
No, exactly.
Right, because they wouldn't expect you to push them, and I think it would have caught them off guard with that SMG that they got wielded, but unfortunately he stayed stagnant, so they knew exactly where he was.
And DC absolutely frying this map. Of course, it says 7 and 2 at the top. I'm pretty sure he's something closer to the range of 15 and 4.
Right
he
there.
is absolutely dominating.
16
and 7.
So it's
Insane
almost
stats out of
triple
him.
positive by any member is going to win a map,
Yeah.
especially a respawn.
And here we got this push here. Oh, just runs out of ammo. And I
Once
think,
again, I think they might have beef. We got to check on them. He shot her again. He might have more kills on her than the rest of the team.
listen, it's possible.
Poor lady, but that's our Warzone expert, and it looks like it's paying off here. It's paying dividends to the communication, because she plays with her family back home and friends back home.
Yeah.
So she's always communicating who's up. I got to sit in here yesterday while she's calling out who's on drop, who's where, what's going on. Is our flank clear? She's asking this in Warzone.
No,
so I
love
can
that as a
imagine
leader.
she's going to bring that energy
Absolutely.
into
And this is what I like to call the super reverse sweep. If you're Prestige Worldwide, you got to reverse sweep the control.
No.
Then you got to win a hard point, and then you got to win a search.
I don't know if a super sweep is in play.
I don't think it's
But what I
happening.
do know is that the super vibes are high.
Absolutely.
I'm sure they could care less what these maps look
They
like.
are
They're
happy
here
to
for
be
the swag.
Yep.
We're here for a great event at the Schilling Center.
Hey, they're here for the food.
Yeah.
Just in case
they'll get
anyone
free
didn't
meal
know,
tickets.
if you participate in any competition in KCS and you come to the venue today, you get a free sliced pizza and a free drink.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean that you had to participate today.
No.
If you participated in a tournament that happened at any point this
Yep.
month, you come in, let them know your Discord name or your gamer tag, boom, free pizza at the Banyan Tree.
Yeah. No, we had, I think in total, I was looking at it earlier today, 170 total participants across all the qualifiers and all the competitions.
That's 170 slices of pizza.
Yeah.
You just find a friend, go in
That's a
on
lot
it
of
together.
pizza.
Hey, let me get some pizza. Right? So anybody that's listening that maybe competed previously, coming out to the Schilling Center, and not only we see some phenomenal Call of Duty, but you'll be able to get involved in the community and have a good time. But here we see Sensational. They are on offense. What did they do? We call this the curveball. They are taking B first.
And
everybody surrounds themselves around A, right? Well, they got a free ran at B. Nobody was there to defend it.
I don't think they capped it. I think they're
They're defending it.
holding it.
Yeah. There we go. Captured. So that you don't want to. As soon as you capture a point, you get a minute.
Yeah.
So sometimes they're actually trying to run down the clock, just trying to get this game over with. Let's just cap it last second.
Yeah, I think part of it too, what they're trying to do there is force the spawns, right? They understand that, hey, if they cap this B point, we get our 1 minute added immediately.
Wow.
But also, the enemy then is forced to spawn.
MG, that's a triple.
And we found it. And, they've got full control of this 8 point. They've got over a minute left on the clock. They're choosing not to stack, which I do think is the right call here. They don't really understand where
They need
Prestige
more
is coming
map
from.
control.
As soon as they get 2 or 3 of these kills on this set here, they're
Right
going to
here,
stack
they
it.
should all the arrows should start running towards the point.
Yeah.
Right. You got that call that there was 2 hallway, and now they're able to capitalize on it.
And there's 2, and this is where they just need to flood. Make it 3. They
Yep.
need to flood the hill right now. If they do that, they win the series.
This is that top 3 advantage point that we were talking about earlier. This is where your SMG is going to thrive, though, in that point while your ARs look over the top.
Yeah, and they are reading Prestige like a book. They understand exactly where they're going to be coming from.
Yeah,
Prestige
you see, their
does not have
barrels
the
aren't
space to
even
work
looking
with.
left and right. The
No.
barrels are looking straight down where they're spawning.
Yeah.
They know the fastest route to their hard point is on that corner, so they don't have to look anywhere else.
And
Here's a 1, here's a 2.
this is it. There's not enough time, not enough space, and Sensational is going to take this series in a 3-0. And absolutely congratulations to them.
Wow.
And excited to see them
3-0
in winners
dominant
finals.
fashion. Yeah, so do we have the winner of the other game mode yet in our bracket?
I will double check.
Yeah, so
I'll go find
we're going
that
to be
out.
doing some stuff, and potentially we might have one of the players come and give a little interview.
Yeah.
I would love to hear Prestige Worldwide.
For sure.
Right? So what's going on over there? What are the vibes like? Because, we're going to bring some heavy vibes to this commentary, and they seem like they're a really cool group of guys. What's going on is that's a 3-0. 3-0, we went to hardpoint. We had search and destroy, and then we had control. They swept everything. There
Yep.
wasn't too much of a competition. Looks like they're a well-oiled team.
Yeah, I think they have that experience playing together. At least, a core of them, maybe not the whole 4, but
Yeah.
they definitely understand their roles as well within that team. I think the ARs understood, this is my angle, this is my anchor point, this is where I need to be. The subs are just going. They're
Yeah.
just flying, they're
Yeah.
frying.
In
And
flow state, we call it.
Yeah, they're just trying to make magic happen on the map, and I think they really did that.
Yeah, I think it was a phenomenal performance. Unfortunately, we don't know what the other teams are like yet. Right, they were off stream, but coming up soon, we're going to be able to see who won.
Yeah.
What's going on next? What the bracket's looking like? Because today we're all about Call of Duty.
Absolutely.
Call of Duty all day on stream. We're loving it. The post game recap is Sentinels are dominant, or Sensationals are dominant.
They're crushing it. Yeah, excited to see them in their next matchup. Gonna go find out where our bracket updates are, see who won both the other match, I should say.
Work your magic flash.
Yeah.
Right. Take your 200-yard sprint.
Yeah, and we're gonna have our winners finals match will be the next one on stream.
Oh,
So we're
awesome.
gonna see Sensational again against their next
And then
opponent.
we'll see who's going to be dropped down into that losers finals.
Absolutely.
I love
Yeah.
to see it, man.
So-
I appreciate your hard
Perfect.
work. We'll see you in a minute.
See you in a minute.
Absolutely. So here's our quick recap of how it went. There's our control of they got all those segments. It was pretty dominant. In these game modes, you have your respawns and you have your search and destroy. Those respawn modes are all about teamwork. How are they able to work as a team, control those spawns, and get it together? We don't know. But that was Sensational Gaming. They did phenomenal. They're going to be in our winners finals. We don't know who it's going to be. But right now we had another game going on. We're going to get a little bit of an update. We're going to see what's going on throughout the venue. But if you are here on Kadena, make sure you come by the Schilling Center. It's going to be a great time. We have our ambassadors. We have Air Force Gaming, Space Force Gaming just behind me. It's going to be a good time. But please come on out and enjoy yourselves. But in the meantime, let's take a little break. Let me get some information. I'll come back to the stream and update you on everything that's going on.
Welcome everybody to the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. I'm super duper excited to be here for the second year in a row.
On behalf of Brigadier General Williams and Team Ramstein, veel geluk bij dein Wettbewerb, bonne chance dans tout concours, best of luck in your competition.
We're going to be best of sevens all throughout. As we all know, if anybody can do it for the whole day, it's of course the armed forces.
Well, you guys actually ended up facing the Royal Air Force last year. Any key takeaways from that matchup?
Probably just get as many flip resets as possible.
It's my job to deny as many flip resets as I possibly can.
To steal away the 100 boost, Ethan. Sets it up for Keyword. That's a shot, and Cedric at the near post. I was going to say take the shot, but Fruit Loops got it! She's been spectacular all series long.
If they leave that open net for me, I'm definitely going to take it from them.
I think we have a chance against Coast Guard. We'll try to do everything we can do. They're great people, but unfortunately, we're going to have to take it down.
Oh, that is a beautiful pitch goal. Misses out, but it's a shot. It's a lead. A lead for the French Air Force.
That the demos from French Air Force will not be enough.
I think CGG's on top.
Got a little fun mixer thrown in, a little staff show match, don't we? Last minute tears are ruthless. They 3-0 sweep the Grand Plats. Last minute tears are your staff champions.
Who's going to walk away with the victory?
Gotta stick with Air Force because I'm feeling blue today. We'll give them 2.
4-2 on the cards or not at all?
No, it's going to be 4-0. I don't know what they're talking about.
He manages to wait out Fruit Loop, break through, and are they going to win this series 4-0 again?
The US Air Force, they are a beast.
Well, the Royal Air Force is the real Air Force, let's be honest. We'll see whether their 3-0 becomes 3-1 after this.
No pressure at all. It's only Tut. It's only low tech. It's only Chowder.
Beaten to the ball again. Low Tech will have a shot, and he sinks it. He only needs one. They are genuinely having to break out the toolbox, and now with a breakaway, that toolbox is going to have to come out again. Corralling this beautifully. Flip reset. King Tut.
Anybody has a chance, but yeah, it'll be 20-0 at the end of the day.
Well, I've hit Stell's peak on keyboard and mouse, so we'll see if we can beat him.
Absolutely not. No way.
Cedric on the wings brings the goal into the net. Lovely little effort.
Woo! Talk about fluid.
G would now talk to me. Was that easy clap for you boys?
Yeah, it was fairly easy, I'm not going to lie.
We're going to see the all-star match.
Never mind.
Beautiful their creativity.
Smart and guile. It's Stelios 2-1. 7 games thriller. Orange team winner.
What was communication like with this new team that you formed on stage?
I think for every game there is a language.
Just a single goal right now for the French Air Force could be all they need. Cedric going for the double touch once again, connects with it, and that might just be the nail in the coffin.
We're not going to just lay down. We are going to come at you as hard as we humanly can.
My commentators were supporting the Space Force. What do you think of that?
Well, we went to Game 7 yesterday. That's definitely not going to happen again.
Sentinels really put up a big fight. They took one, but that's about it. Pretty sure that's how the Coast Guard's going to come out too.
Good a reason as any. I'm sorry, but CCG is better than Space Force.
No, Space Force, come on. Big bump, big play, echo chamber, 1-0 Coast Guard.
Allowed to go pick up the 100. It started the counter-attack. Space Force are back, baby.
Infield, Ethan. Oh, it's off the crossbar.
No. Continuing on, hopefully we can all have our pop-off moments.
RAF Storm Shadows taking on the RAF Sentinels.
Let's see what they got today. Hopefully they can put up a bit more of a fight.
Today it's going to be a really different story.
There's a lovely recycle to Sames, who goes up for the double tap. Sames!
A miss. Samhez beats 2 players. Asher
There you
right
go.
there.
Cedric to G-Wood. It's a save, but it's not enough.
The pressure was definitely felt. Told everyone to take a deep breath, focus, maintain the basics, and we'll be all right.
Ethan is hyping up his teammates.
I'm just getting my teammate nice and loose so it can be nice and stress-free during our series.
What's the score going to be in this one?
On this match, I don't know, but we will win.
Fish is on the opposite side. Ball going to linger around mid, and it's met by Zalu.
Lovely pass to the midfield. Mirica cannot make a connection, and 1-2 between Ethan and Fruit Loop.
Was it all down to the shoulder massage that you had at the start of the game from Ethan?
Absolutely. I was feeling really loose going in.
You boys right now are 24-0 in the tournament. How do we think this one's going to go?
It's going to be 28-0 after this.
We scrimmed them beforehand and actually beat them. They got us the second time around, but
We got him the third time around.
Lights is actually the one who picks up possession. What a lovely chip, and again it's the crossbar that denies. It's a brilliant bump, but yet again there's someone on hand. Kadena with a buzzer beater. AFG 28-0.
Yeah, I think we're going to go 32-0.
I've had a full reset now. I've had some nice pizza rolls from Pizza Hut.
Oh, we want pizza. Where's our pizza? We got our cup.
Got 100 boost to 2 boost, but he's used so much of it. Going for the second, third touch. Follow up from Noosh. Lovely flick over the top of everybody. Oh, it's a spectacular from Cedric.
Cedric sees that there's just no opportunity for Ethan to raise it down from his head, and Cedric wins it in overtime.
As we know him, Ed, who takes a second just to scream out comms. In that moment, we snap back in from whatever dream we were in previously. We're going all the way, Asher. We're going all the way, Shay. Strap in. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
I had Space Force winning, but they proved me wrong.
Score line prediction, please.
Let's go 4-1.
Oh, you need to keep it close to keep the control. Loose in front of net, and Echo will punish.
Xylem plays it high, just needs to keep on playing the ball and putting it away from the opposition.
Very thankful to be back in the finals.
If there has ever been a team that is going to win flawlessly in Rocket League, Bacon, the American Air Force is them.
This is our chance for our interviews that we did to come to fruition. Lights out, bud. Echo and Xylem are not ready to play on this stage.
Clearly, they love an underdog story too. We beat them twice in scrims, so we're going to beat them now.
It's like Echo remembers a lot of things, but I remember last series he didn't score a goal.
Oh, any comeback for that one?
We'll let the game show here.
Starting to get into the lobby here, James. Let's get underway. Grand finals time, baby.
Maybe Low Tech can put together something extraordinary. It's a shot on target, save from Light. Chowder back into the central area. Miss from Xylem. Oh, and it's a costly miss.
Coast Guards are not ready for a counter-attack. Powerful shot, but it's wide. Full up here. And Chowder is able to find net.
All he has to do is find a way to get this to the green stuff. And he does so. 32-0. Flawless A5 for AFG. An achievement this is. 2 times champions of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational.
I mean, this is the strongest team that the Air Force has ever had. Just sheer dominance. We knew it was going to be a victory.
Thank you to the 86th Force Support Squadron and Michael Bellato and his team. We hope to see you guys in future years, and hopefully next year we can add a couple more countries onto that list. So thank you guys.
What's up, everyone? We are live from the Boeing Center at TechPort, and I couldn't be more thrilled to welcome you all to ForceCon.
This is the next generation. The competition, that camaraderie that everybody's building.
We can all come together and not only have fun, but to show people that no matter where you go in the military, we all achieve this together.
Ambassadors, bases, and support from around the Air Force, thank you for being here. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready and have some fun.
It's ready. We got ForceCon Game 1. Marine Corps up against Coast Guard. Let's get into it, college.
This is a chance to show our skills that we can actually compete at the highest level.
That teamwork that you're already practicing with your guys back there, you kind of reinforce it.
Last chance going to be spotted. Schnox with a shot, and that's going to do it. Marine Corps with the first win on stage.
I didn't know how involved I would get with some of these games, but I'm in the stands screaming, cheering for our teams.
It just gives the opportunity to immerse ourselves in something different. It's a really good outreach for military members.
If we weren't playing games, especially with the military, then we probably wouldn't have met.
Space Force yesterday with a fantastic start to the tournament.
Got Chewy and Wazd and Venue taking the stage there for our Air Force.
We're all hungry to win, so we want to improve, and I think we've been doing that.
French finally going to strike on this flank. Venue's going to trade out, but it's all down to one. Everything is snowballing in favor of Space Force. They 2-0 Air Force. They send them to the lower bracket.
We just clicked with the team today. We're not over-challenged. We're playing how the game's supposed to be played.
They're going to be coming out here looking for some big revenge. We're going to give it up here for the Coast Guard as we welcome them to the stage. Was looking for 9. Make it number 10. My goodness, go to the pistol. Makes it look easy. Not really going to be able to get anywhere in time. Air Force lock it down. Big round of applause for Coast Guard. Absolutely give it their all here today.
We just had to hit a regain, and I think that was our regain series.
We are getting deeper into the bracket. It's getting better and better. And now we we have our winners finals.
I mean, what can we say? Defending champions from our previous ForceCon taking the stage finally here goes to show the actual adaptations and changes that the Space 4 team is going through.
Answer is going to be a hard no. It's Ama soaks up the final seconds and locks in map 1 for Space Force. Trying to contest, challenges out, he wins 1. Is it enough? Almost gets a second. One final attempt. Kabase is shut down. The Army, they stay alive.
Cruise missile reacts, goes down. This could be it.
This could be revenge. Able to get in there. Space Force. They take it cleanly, and they're going to the grand final.
Honestly, I'm just looking for grand finals. I know we're going to see them again. They're coming for revenge at this point, and I'm not worried.
Heading in with our lower round 2 matchup for Air Force versus the Marines. These are two teams that very easily could make a run here. Shop's going to take down Venue in the back. Cryo finds Wazd all the way back towards P3. Does Wazd use a cruise missile of his own off the respawn? It's going to be tough with Jay. It's just killing you off spawn. So you're going to have to hit this one last time, Shops. Could this be it? Yes, it is. At first, he sees the cross for Chewy. He slides in with a Renani to go down, and we're into a 1v4 for Wazd. Playing through mid, now Wazd is known. Jay's going to track him down. Shops going to put it away, and the Marines, they move forward. 2-0 versus the Air Force. They knock them out, and they'll move on.
Marine Corps also coming off of a very swift win, so these guys are probably feeling pretty hot, feeling pretty loose. This is going to come down to the score, and this game is getting crazy. Stupish up top. He's the one that has to fly, and he never makes his move. Too little, too late. Army, bring it back. A chance now on the zone. A 1v1 needed, and Dexy will find the final kill. That will do it. Army take a swift 3-0, and they advance to the rematch in the grand final.
You know, we're just pulling through. We're doing exactly what we're supposed to do, what we've been training to do, and it's showing.
We're joined here alongside of our GSG children, and I'm so happy for them to get to experience ForceCon and cheer on our U.S. Armed Forces branches. I have 2 teams up here on the stage ready for a grand final, best of 7 rematch. Let's get into it.
This is a pretty forward position for Flamethrower. Number 6 is locked in. Cruise missile now in the back pocket. In the open, in the back, or there's a chance to find a big spawn clip.
It's Hale looking to lock down this time. They go down. Army, they run it back on sub base, and they take it back.
Look at this spot right here. Elmo trying to line them up, and it's a little bit sloppy, but he's still able to come away with one. Second gunfight on the way. The train luckily will follow, but oh, Jack just hits the flank. One final touch. 1 second on the clock, and Dexy says, no, you do not. That's map number 3 for Army.
They're setting up to win it all, to be your champions. Nobody's in. Reacts finds a kill. Kabase goes down, and Chet's gonna call game. That's the grand finals. Your champions, the U.S. Army.
Ryan from Gold Star Gamers presenting your 2024 ForceCon champions.
For the 2nd year in a row, they hoisted above their heads.
Give it up for Army. Back-to-back champions.
Having this event on our base is kind of special for all the guys on Hill. It's been a really cool experience having all the other bases here.
Straight off the rip of this, and already Pabs, that kill feed goes a little bit red. Cannon AFB just grabbing a couple of picks. 10 and 6 now. This is what you can see. He can hate with a gunfight. Oh, he slaps him straight across the face. Rishi Bobby's trying to do his best to drag the boys out from this one. He's got some shots into 2, and that's a big couple of kills coming through from him. But again, Trooper are still on the time. They're still soaking it up, and they're only 10 seconds away. Prom's got to try and work his magic, and he's going to potentially be the man to do it. Currently standing at 8 and 3. There's the first pick. First man down. Does he know the second man's on the bomb? And he gets the second as well.
As the host base, we do feel a little pressure to succeed. We had our base commander and our chief in here yesterday watching us.
10-second mark as we approach the latter stages of this P2 and scrap time just available. But Zeph, that kill feed has been very, very red so far.
Just like that, you could see
Oh my god.
Hail! Hail! Oh my god, please.
Koki grabs the first pick. It will manage to be Another pick for Rishi Bobby and a big kill again. Getting the shots in those players, crossing. Koki grabs one. Are the players weak? Tones is in. The duel stacks in. Prom goes huge. Prom goes huge.
One Buckley are really looking like the dominant team that could decimate any opposition they go up against.
Players the reach out though, flies around the corner. Masterful, absolutely exemplary again as he gets the second.
AFG means to me that we have a lot of friends, people that have your back here. You always have someone to play with. You're never playing solo anymore.
There's going to be a straight fire back from the Goblin and Hale. But Hale's going to get taken down, and that's going to be a huge kill win there. Bossman straight in there, but he is going to fall. And again, those bullets of Buckley, Cabasay and Hale teaming up to get control of P1 set.
The rotations are in, and Hill, you have tried your best, but it looks like it's all done here. Congratulations to Buckley and commiserations to Hill, who, all things considered, gave us one hell of a series.
We're back. As you guys can see, I'm here with Chad. We switched places.
Yeah, buddy. I like it this way.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with this too.
I'm kind of
This is
spacious
a little bit
now.
more of my background.
Yeah, I like it.
And we're getting straight into the series, straight into the map 1. Just a bit more context, guys. So, of course, we saw Sensational won their match 3-0. Scrap Time, I think the heavy favorites for this tournament, won their map 3-0.
Yeah.
And we're going to start this first hardpoint map as my microphone has fallen over for the 17th time in the last 5 minutes.
Dude, it's fun. I'm glad you're over there now.
Having a good time. We're starting on 6-star.
Yeah, 6-star, I didn't see that coming, to be honest. I really thought they were going to play Karachi, but Scrap Time banned it immediately. It was in the first second.
Yeah.
We're banning Karachi. Here we go.
So we'll see this fresh team, fresh map coming out, and we do
Roxy's
have those
the new
names. Yeah, we got those names switched at the top. We'll get that fixed. Sensational is in fact Team 2, and we're gonna see Scrap Time off to a great start with this points. I think as I said, they're the heavy favorites for this tournament. It's my understanding.
They're a heavy favorite for the entire pack half.
Yeah.
So
I think
it's a little bit tough.
for those who have kind of followed our Eastern Western CONUS Cup regional structure the past year or so. Obviously, West South Buckley, very dominant across CONUS. I think this Scrap Time team that will probably end up representing Kadena
is going to be Buckley-esque.
Looking pretty good. They're looking pretty strong. I do imagine them taking those teams to run for their money.
Yeah, not only do they take this seriously, but they're so competitive in this nature that Raw himself is actually looking to play at the Cup next year, or the Bowl.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he's like, I'm being dead serious. He's going to the U.S. next year, so he's kind of pushing for that.
Another indicator, DLC skins.
Yeah, we love it.
They put money into the game because
They
they're
grind.
good. They know what they're doing.
They play this game more than anything else. They said that they were playing 2K recently because of the rule change.
Yeah.
They were boycotting COD for a month, but they're fully back.
Yeah, I mean, Black Ops 6 comes out less than a month. You can tell
That's
all
my
these
shark.
players are going to be grinding. That's a 4-piece.
That's the shark I was talking about earlier. On 6-star, if you put somebody in the water, they can flank anybody.
Yeah.
Because you're not really running over there.
See, baby shark?
Baby shark. Yeah. Baby sharksy.
But yeah, 81 to 3-point lead. Not really much else to say there, I think. Obviously, we just saw Sensational play, if I do say so myself, quite sensational in their first series.
They were
of the day.
sensational.
Yeah.
They're all 4 maps that they played, they dominated.
Yeah.
The team
4-0 win.
Yeah.
And Scrap Time's just another level. I mean, Ryotzi 10-1, Moxie 7-0, 8-0, and it doesn't really get much better than this. Sensational picking up some time here. Do have some good defense, and Efficient's going off once again. I mean, we saw this in the last series, trying to do what they can for their team. That's a 3-piece now, 5-streak. And if they can get some streaks, there we go. That's the 6. I do think, hey, it's still early in the map. They're only down by about 50. I do think they have a real solid chance to make this a great map, and I want to see them continue to do that as they shut down some of these better players on Scrap Time.
Yeah, I think that a map like this is always going to go to 250, right? There is potential that you work that time and the time runs out, but in 6-star, it's all about those sticky hard points, right? Once you get your maps, once you get your spawns at each hard point, there's no coming back from it. These are really hard to break, so this is a rotation-heavy map.
Yeah, I'm excited to see more too. As we get later into this map where we see the P4, P5, and just get a better understanding of, hey, do they really understand this map fundamentally with the rotations?
100%.
We got to make sure these are our top 2 contenders. We'll probably see them again in grand finals.
Yes.
And I want to understand, hey, this is going to be a close series. They got to go the distance on these maps. They also got to go the distance within the maps and have a good understanding of, hey, as a team, we have a strategy, we need to stick to it, and the rotations, especially on the hard point, big part of that.
Yeah, and I think that they're all immortal.
Iridescent.
Yeah. Immortals, Valorant.
Yeah.
I'm tripping. They're all 4 iridescent players.
Yes! Let's go! We do have some enthusiastic Smash players in the background. It's all good, guys. Hey, listen, that passion you hear there, Scrap Time's probably doing the same thing in the main venue. Absolutely.
I know for a fact Raw is.
Yeah.
Raw's a yapper.
He
never
yapping
shuts
in
up.
the venue. Absolutely flooring it. And hey, when your team's going 15-5, 14-3, I'd be yapping too. No doubt.
Last time he didn't lose a gunfight in Search and Destroy last year. So
that's crazy.
Yeah, kudos to you, bud. Happy for
these
you.
guys, again, you have a little more of a better understanding than I do
Yeah.
of the Kadena scene. Talk to me about these guys' past performances in events.
So in their first ever performance 2 years ago, I was coaching a Call of Duty team, and whenever I got involved, they were scrimming, right, obviously, and the team that I was coaching, I was only watching their POVs, doing my notes, and they're like, hey, I really think this guy's cheating. And I was like, what do you mean? Why do you think that? And they gave me some, we'll say an excuse. I think it was valid. I said, all right, cool. As an ambassador, let me go watch their POV, and I'll make it mandatory. I watched Gunstain for the next 2 hours exclusively because he got reported 3 times in one tournament. They're like, he's actually hacking. And I was like, I swear to you guys, he's that good.
He's just better.
He is that guy.
And that's how it is sometimes.
So that's how I got to know Scrap Time so much, is because I had to watch them. And I had to be in their games because they really thought they were cheating.
Yeah. Listen, it happens too. In our regional tournaments. So for more context of the Buckley team, I mean, these guys, they're all Space Force. They've represented Code Bowl 4 years in a row.
Oh my goodness.
They're great. They're good.
They're cracked.
And you've got some of these newer players that come into the Air Force. They're playing on some of these teams. They've never played them
They're
before.
playing like casual play a lot.
They just, they think, hey, I'm the best in the Air Force. I don't have a lot of experience here. You get some of those reactions, and it's understandable. I think the problem with COD in general, unfortunately, the anti-cheat is not the best. It is hard sometimes to really have a good understanding, especially in an online environment. Hey, is my opponent legit? Are they really that good, or are they using some sort of third-party app?
Do they have the Cronus? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's great. We really do have some awesome Call of Duty players and just gamers overall in the Air Force and the Space Force.
Yeah, and you could just see their intelligence of this map, the intelligence that they play on. It could seem like they're hacking at times, but honestly, they have their cues, they have their comms on point, so their barrel is looking at you through a wall because they know you're coming around that wall.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? And, of course, you can't see this POV that we see now, so we're always seeing them around corners, but they're expecting it. They're communicating where they're at.
Yeah, and again, Scrap Time really getting close to that 250 mark. They are going to take this first map. I do want to shout out Sensational. Hey, I think they did great. 60 points. Scrap Time looks phenomenal.
And they're the best at respawns.
Yeah.
The Scrap Time, the one map they lost I was talking about was a search and destroy. Kind of like Buckley, right?
Exactly like Buckley, and I think that's what you see a lot about these kind of like CDL players that are, they play a lot, they're really hyper. The respawns is their bread and butter. They love those, the hard point, the controls.
Because they're shooters and they're communicators.
Search is where you start to get into the more strategic, slower paced.
Yeah. What kind
really
of plays
keep your
can you
game
produce?
Sharp. And I think what I really want to see out of Sensational on this second map is, again, it is their map pick.
Yeah.
We gotta, we want to understand and see from them. Hey, they had a great map 2 against in their last series. We want them to repeat that.
Yeah, they went 6-1 on High Rise.
Exactly.
Are they on High Rise again?
I don't believe so. Let's just take a little quick peek
Looks
here
like
at the
they're playing
maps.
Invasion.
We are going to be on Invasion. Neither team really a big fan of Karachi, I think, in general.
Yeah.
I really want to see from Sensational, they have High Rise in their bag. They love that. They had a good time there as we see some replays here from the first map. They've really just got to keep that chemistry going that they had from that first series, kind of shake
100%.
this map one off and bounce back.
Their first loss, we'll kind of see, we talked about earlier, what's their grit like?
Yeah.
What are you going to do when you get an L? But they went 6-1. They did phenomenal last time. Maybe they got to work on their team communication, their team dynamics for these respawn modes. But as you can see here, they can just shoot. Gunstain, Raw, Moxie, and their new pickup, this is all they do. They don't play games outside. They don't go touch grass.
They just practice.
They go to work, and they play Call of Duty ranked play.
Hey, and I wish I could do that.
Yeah, I don't have that in me.
No, not anymore.
I'm too sensitive.
My
you
wrists
kill
are
me
done.
10 times in a row, and I'm like, I'm not playing this game.
Yeah.
G quit.
But yeah, excited to see what happens in this map 2, Search and Destroy. I think one big thing looking into the rest of this series is I do think that Sensational, just like on the Search and Destroy, with it being a slower paced game mode, I think their control looked really good in that first series. Like, obviously it was a 3-0. It was fairly dominant.
But they played
and they were
together.
Already at 2-0. Exactly.
They're always triple stacking.
They know the rotations, and we are going to see Invasion as well on the control when we get there.
So
and
back to back.
Yeah, it's the learnings from the map 2 will help them a lot in the map 3. So excited there.
Yeah, excited to see what they see coming out in Search and Destroy. They are playing their GAs, so it's the same as always. There's going to be no snipers, but we'll see what they're game planning now. They're getting their loadouts ready, and we'll get back to it.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to go quickly check on the players and get this this next map started. We'll be a couple minutes, and then we'll jump back into the action. we're here for the map 2. Really excited to see how Sensational adapts. You know, Chad's on the way back. He's doing his best imitation of the red flash, sprint to the venue and back. But yeah, I really want to see how Sensational adapts here to this series. I think there's a good understanding from them of, hey, you know, we're not the favorites here. We are the underdogs. We got to make those plays. And we see, you know, holding this cross, great smoke there from Sensational, from Scrap Time, sorry, as they work up here and try and take control of this B-bomb site in this first round. First gunfight there, first blood, gonna go to Raw, and this is exactly what Chad was talking about. They've all got the gun skill. They've got a great understanding of, hey, you know, this is the series, this is the matchup, and a lot of trades going back and forth. We do find ourselves in a 1v2 as Ifithians, I think, core player, Chad, as you would say, as you're back here for Sensational, has to make that play to win this first round. I think that would give them a huge momentum boost in this series.
Yeah, I think they are playing off their back foot right now, right? Bomb is down, so which is awesome. But how are you going to get this pick, right? You have to essentially get a two-piece, and it has to be perfect because they're both holding off angles right now. So the way that they're on the B-bomb site is the most typical way to hold the point. One on the far right, one on the far left. That way you can't collateral each other.
Yeah, and that's just some great shots there to Scrap Time. Again, they have the understanding. They know how to play this map. And I'm just really excited to see the adaptations that come through during this series.
Yeah, because Search and Destroy is like no other game mode. You have to adapt to the meta, right? Every single game is going to be different than the previous game. You might come in with a game plan, but just like in traditional sports, you have to be able to develop to what's going on in front of you. So they're going to come up with their plays before the round starts, and then as soon as it begins and the teams take control of the map, how are they going to adapt? What are they going to move to? What is the strategy going to shift to? So we'll see a lot of times people like the B-bomb site because there's so much protection around those alleys. So we see all those smokes coming out. Smokes are going to be crucial to a search and destroy.
Yeah, and First Blood traded almost immediately by Raw, and we're down to a 3v3. I think, unfortunately, Sensational loses another, and they just fall from here. I think one key thing for Sensational they need to look out for here is Ifithians is their key player, but he's a sub-player.
He is, and this map's not okay for that.
No, he's going to go for that First Blood, but I don't think that is the play here. You really need to have him available in those clutch situations, and you need to have him kind of be more of that objective sub-player on this map rather than that Slayer, that First Blood. Almost kind of like if you think like how the Atlanta FaZe run. They've got Simp and they have Abizi. Simp is their Slayer. He's their best player, but he's not the one going for those First Bloods. That's
the one
Abizi,
in your face.
Always trying to make the route.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Abizi's running down there, running down mid-street, and they're sub-control players, so they have to be able to run all the way into their spawn before they get that kill.
Yeah.
So if you're Scrap Time right now, if I played on that team, I'm doing exactly what Vibe here is doing. I'm holding a long angle, and I'm chilling because I know their best player has to come to me.
Yeah. Well, here we are, round 3. It is 2-0. First Blood for Sensational this time. Great
With
job
AR.
there. And with it, so he has pulled out the AR, and I think that is a good adaptation. And again, doesn't get traded this time. I think that was the big thing in the last round.
Gets another one.
And this is exactly what he needs. He understands from his team, hey, I'm going to be that oversight. He is sitting all the way at the back, and he's on pace for an ace.
This is what we're talking about. Thank you. Put it on him. Let's see it. Pick up the last one. Pick up the last one. Good try.
And it's exactly this. It's those mid-map adaptations, understanding, hey, we know our opponent. We understand what we need to do to fix this, and they get that first round right away, immediately off that change.
Yeah, we'll see kind of what your IQ is like, right? Because Search and Destroy, you always call them like Search Kids.
Yeah.
Search Kids are phenomenal because they're the best at adapting to the other team. They're not the best player.
No.
They just are Bill Belichick, and they know how to adjust their gameplay to the other team.
Yeah, and I think Scrap Time is going to kind of have a chance to respond in a sense here.
Oh,
you know,
absolutely.
They've now understood what's going on, and I think for them, the big thing that they're going to look at now is, you know, how can we exploit this when they're on the offense and we're on the defense? And you see they are taking more of that aggressive stance here because they understand, hey, Sensational is going to want to do that even on offense, kind of hang back more and not push as aggressively, and they match that perfectly with this tempo. And now I think it is once again on Sensational to find that drive, find that edge, and find a way to take advantage again in this round.
Absolutely. And some of these strategies are really coming into play here, right? We haven't seen anybody push down that long street side yet, so this is the first time. So Sensational obviously didn't find great success going the other way. Hey, let's try something new, right? They tried something new by pulling out ARs last round. This time they're going the complete opposite way of the last round. So we'll see what they can do here. Get that A bomb site down. There isn't a lot of protection once he runs out there. Once you start planting that bomb, you're kind of out in the open. So map control around this point is vital.
Yeah, 2 untraded kills to start, and I think Ryotzi's found himself in this place that is kind of unexpected with the COD timing. I don't know if he's going to make much of it. Raw chasing a kill here in Dynamite is going to find it, and we're now at a 1v3. And I think, again, they've got no idea where he is. I think they have an idea of where he might be.
Yeah, they got him now. They saw double crossed.
Ooh,
he
that's
picked
the
this
first,
one.
though.
Now he regained. You can get shot through that wall, so be careful, bud.
He spots Raw, so I think he understands he's got no time.
Now
He's
work
not going
the
to win the
pinch.
round. But good attempt there. He does keep his streak alive, and I think that's big here. He is on at least a 4.
Because around those offenses, you can guarantee you can't plant B if I have a streak.
Yeah.
Right? So then we stack A, and that's a good meta to roll around.
Yeah, exactly. I think he's either on a 4 or a 5. He's going to be on a 5. He's on a 5. So he needs the 1 for the missile. They're back on that defense. I think if they can win this defense, if he can get his streak, they are in a really good position to win this match.
Absolutely. And now these long lines like that, for me, are impossible. But these gamers, they can hit those shots.
They're
right?
absolutely insane. I can't even see the enemy that far away,
No,
let alone hit shots.
my
on them.
dot is too big.
Yeah.
I'm a boomer. I play on a big TV. Now, don't kill him, right? That's your teammate.
Yeah.
I had a talk with him. He said he was sorry.
And I think Scrap Time has understood. I think Efficiency, in a sense, is almost playing for his life too much, gets no value out of it, doesn't get the streak, and effectively have burned around here. And
almost 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Because he could have pushed the last one a little bit more heavy.
Exactly.
But now you waste 2 rounds and you don't get the streak. Almost detrimental.
No, and I think that really is a costly mistake that is going to kind of lose them this game, in a sense of, it's a swing time from 3-2 to 4-1 is hugely impactful in Search. You go from being within 1 to within 3, and frankly speaking, you have to play perfect the rest of the map. You can't really afford to give up more than 1 round at all, and you need to win every gunfight. And I think just with the shooting ability that Scrap Time has, it's really hard to get yourself in that position.
I would like to see Ephesians kind of run and gun right now. He found a really good success on the 1 round that they won. He was AR, he was back lane, but now Scrap Time has changed their meta.
Yeah.
They understand that. So they're like, cool, we have to play for 1 AR player. You need to change it back up. Go back to those first thoughts, get in there, start clearing those buildings out with your SMG. That's where you shine. So we'll see what he has to do here.
I like how Rehazi is just taking these chows at the Rival 9 across the entire map.
That's confidence.
And then following it up with the pistol to try and lock the kill down. But we're in a very similar situation where we were 2 rounds ago. Scrap Time is pushing super aggressively. Sensational has no map control. And the difference this time is it's a 3-3 scenario. We're not in that 1v3 yet. Might be working towards that with Scrap Time as, there's the pinch, and now we're down to that 1v3. And I think DC, unfortunately, not going to find this kill. And 5-1, I don't really see a way back for them in this map. It is going to be a 2-0, I think.
It's going to be a 2-0. It's going to be pretty swift. But it's no surprise here. Right, the one surprise was whenever they switched that meta up.
Yeah.
We immediately got called out.
It was a fantastic round from them, and they've just not followed up on it since then. Really.
Yeah, and you can't get stagnant because they didn't change their plans since then.
Yeah.
And that's not going to work in SMG.
Yep.
They might work when you're doing respawns because you have the better gun skills, but in SMG, you have to have these plays. You got to be able to change immediately. So we'll see one last push from them.
Yeah, and I mean, pick up the bomb. That's definitely important. No, I think if Sensational wants to get back into this map, they just need to start winning their gunfights, and that again is not going to help. It's hard, Again, they play so well. We're already in a 2v3, and I think DC and Ephesians have an understanding of their game plan, and I think they're playing to split. Like, I understand in Search you got to watch the angle, especially when you're on defense. But when you get into 2v3, 2v4, you need to group up, you need to play together. That's going to be your only chance.
Yeah. It's really hard because whenever you put somebody on an island like that, you almost want them to be your very best player.
Yeah.
Because they have to make all the plays themselves.
Exactly.
They could run into 2 or 3 guns looking at them. So it's kind of difficult to put yourself on an island like that. But they were grabbing at strings. What can we do? Because they had nothing left.
Yeah.
Right? They're down 5-1. It's probably over.
Yeah, so that's map 2, 6-1 win for Scrap Time. Fantastic shots out of their whole team, and I don't want to count Sensational out yet. I know obviously 2-0 very hard to come back from, but I think there's some life there still. I think they're understanding those mid-map adaptations. They understand the plays they need to make and the changes they need to make to win the maps. It's just not all the way there yet, and I think they really got to step it up a whole nother level into this map 3.
Yeah, going into map 3, it is all about team base. Here we saw in the Search and Destroy that they were trying. They tried to adapt. It didn't really work out. But what they can take away from it is, hey, let's scrap it. Who cares?
Yeah.
Just go into your next game mode because it's not always going to be a success. Now, Sensational, I don't know how their teamwork is looking. It's showing that they're a pickup team now.
Yeah.
Versus Scrap Time, they have Moxie. Moxie is our GM for all of Call of Duty. He's also their IGL.
Yeah.
So when you got Moxie on a team, he's dominating, and they're in full flow state. They have momentum now, so it's not looking too good.
And it's just the overall reaction to the communication, I think, as well, where Scrap Time is a leg above everyone else. I mean, you'll see as soon as someone, finds and spots somebody, the rest of the team, you see their arrows point straight at them.
100%.
They're already
That's
on
just
it. They know where they need
comms.
to be.
There's no skill involved. That's just communicating.
Yeah, and again, we're moving on to Invasion Control instead of Karachi there. I am excited to see if Scrap Time continues that dominance that they've shown all series long, or if we see Sensational kind of take a map off them, make some progress in the control, and push us to that Vista hardpoint.
Now, they have experience in Karachi Control. We just saw how great they did. They were able to capitalize those points pretty efficiently. They were able to turtle up when they needed. They expanded out in Slade, got top 3 when they needed. So can they have that same game plan going into this? I don't know. But I will tell you, there's a 100% chance of Scrap Time doing those exact same things.
Absolutely. So we're going to have to see, coming into the second half of the series, can Sensational turn it around, or is Scrap Time going to book themselves a ticket to that grand final? And I think just looking at what we've seen so far from these teams, it's really difficult for me to give Sensational that kind of key of this is what you need to do. It's not, there isn't really one thing that's holding them back. There's a lot of little tiny things.
It's in the detail right now.
Yeah, and I think they're going to find some of them, but do they find enough of them to get them that series win? Hard to say.
I don't know, but I'm sure we'll find out here pretty soon.
Absolutely. Again, thank you everyone for tuning in. We are going to take a quick break here before that third map. Just gonna check with the players, make sure we get all the settings loaded in and everything. So thank you all for tuning in. If you're here at the venue, thank you for showing up and showing out. It's been a great time so far with Mario Kart, Smash, Street Fighter, COD, of course. Some of these tournaments finishing up earlier in the afternoon. We're going to be going straight into the early evening here, 5-6 o'clock probably. Our kind of
we're here for it. We're
project
locked
time.
in.
So we're buckling down. We're getting through these games, and we'll see you in a couple minutes on the other side of this break. we're back. We are, players are ready to play. They just want to get in.
They're not playing around anymore.
No, they are not. They are serious. They are in the series. They're in the map. And here we are on the start of
Control.
Scrap Time was already on B.
Yes.
We loaded the map. They're already on B.
Yes, and they're going to triple stack it. You know
And-
why? Because they're the most team dominant team. They don't play individually.
No, they know. And we are on Invasion here, just to
Yes.
clarify that. We're on Invasion. So a little bit different than what we saw with Sensational in the last map. But B already secured. They've got 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. They got to the point in 9 seconds.
Yeah, and I do think that this is such a phenomenal control map itself because A and B are so far spread out that you can take map control and then capitalize on the point itself. Versus others are a little bit cheesy.
No,
you could just jump in off spawn. I don't think that's fun.
I think there's some tactics and there's understanding of the map to say, almost kind of like we saw in Karachi with the other one, where like, hey, you want to give yourself time for the rest of your team to get into position to transition from A to B.
Yes.
And as the offensive team, if you are finishing a cap on a point, you are the ones with the power and the potential to do that. And I do think Scrap Time had an attempt at that. Didn't go the way they wanted it to. But here we see they have that break on A. And this, in my opinion, this is the most mixy control point
100%.
in the game. You've got
this
a clear,
point.
definitive, basically challenge tunnel where you've got people sliding in, jumping in, diving in from one side. You got to win your ones. It's super important to win your ones. And I think we just see here the dominance at a Scrap Time. 2 ticks, making it 3. They're going to take this first round as easy as you can. Sensational with no ability to push that. And dominance. That's it. That's all it is.
It's tough because once a team gets on that A, like Scrap Time, you only have 2 lanes that you can push once they're on spawn.
Yeah.
So once you capture that A point itself, you're running into barrels only, and there's 2 stories that you could chow from, but the whole middle segment of A is untouchable.
No,
you
exactly.
can't wall bang it, you can't push it, you can't flash it,
Yeah.
because they have a trophy. So the hard part is getting into A. Once you're in A, you kind of can clutch up.
And I'm 7-0.
Yeah, Moxie, he's the captain. He's the captain for a reason.
Yeah.
Right? He's not only is a phenomenal shooter, but he's a great communicator. He's good at game planning. Hey, look, they're pushing A first. Let's go ahead. You see the arrows switch? Now they're coming back to A. They're rotating back.
Yeah, and in fact, he's so good that he actually managed to get an 8 streak while only being 7-0. I think he's just simply better at the game. We love our Codcaster bugs. I think they're always fun and give us some entertainment. But no, I think Sensational. They understand the matchup here. You know, they understand. Hey, these guys are the best. They're as good as they are, and we gotta play our game. I don't want them to give up hope. I want them to still try and make this competitive, put their heart, their soul into this matchup, and try and make some of these mid-map adaptations not as easy to do in Control as it would be in Search. But I think, you've got your small breaks between rounds. Just get a couple kills going, get a chain, and at least hopefully get out of their spawn. I think would be a great start, unfortunately.
And you can see, kind of understand what the other players were complaining about. Gunstain had it 80s looking at one door, and he knew they were coming around that door before they did.
Yeah.
Right? Because they have such a high level IQ of playing this game type where they can pre-fire corners. They can look through walls, essentially, because they know where they're going to be. Because you spawn in the same spot in this game type. Versus Hardpoint, you have a moving spawn point, but this one is set. It's set in stone, so you only have to look in one direction. You capture points, you call it a day.
Yeah, I think that's the nature of Control, and I think this map especially, very kind of predictable spawns, even with only 1 point up, and that is going to be the round there. Very, very dominant round from Scrap Time. They're the favorites for a reason. They're looking super solid on all 3 of these modes, both of these maps, and really, really looking forward to see this rematch in hopefully in the grand final and a bit of a closer one at that. I think, we didn't get to see the Potato Team. I forget their full name.
Potato Aimers.
Potato Aimers. Thank you.
Maybe they were Potato Aimers.
Maybe, but it's also potential that they're gonna potentially match up with Sensational in the losers finals.
I think there's a good chance of that.
And I don't know who's gonna come into that losers finals, but I really like to see a more competitive match than what we saw here. I think if it is Sensational back, they've got to make some adaptations. But I think just good gameplay all the way around. They've got they understand what they need to change, and hopefully they get that match in between to earn that confidence back and get themselves another match.
Get their
here.
swagger back.
Yeah.
Get your feet back on you because they dominated the first round. Now it's round 2. They actually have stiff competition.
Yeah.
And they're a little nervous. I'd be nervous too if I was sitting across the barrel from that guy.
You would catch me going 0-0-7.
Yeah, I promise you that
Call
one.
me James Bond. I would not be doing a whole lot.
Straight burgers, especially S&D. Y'all could have that.
Hey, listen, I love unlimited breadsticks at Olive Garden. You would watch me get unlimited breadsticks and search and destroy and control on those mouths.
You know what? I don't even know if I could get a breadstick at that point. I'm going full donut.
Straight for the donuts.
Yeah. It's a tough scene. I mean, because look, they're capping both points at the same time.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? There's nothing you can do against these guys.
And listen, I know it's no longer a mode in competitive COD. It was for 1 year back in 2019, but this is just domination that we're seeing here.
Yes.
It looks a lot like Control, but
yeah, this is Modern Warfare 3 we're playing.
Yeah.
But at MW1, it was Dom. It was really boring, but you know what? Well done, Scrap Time. I would love to see how much trash they're talking. Raw will talk trash to anyone. I hope he's not right, but it could be happening right now. That's a 3-0.
Yeah.
3-0 in Control, a 3-0 in the game mode. Just as predicted.
Listen, they're a fantastic team. 15-2 out of Moxie.
That's
I imagine there's probably more kills there that aren't being recorded, but
yeah.
Absolutely phenomenal gameplay there, and that's our winners finals. I think probably pretty telling of how the rest of this bracket might go. But still excited to see more of these games and figure out where that second, third place matches end up. And yeah, really excited to see the rest of the performances here today.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're just going to go reload.
Yeah.
They're going to reload their guns. You know, they never stopped shooting bots. We had technical difficulties, and I walked in there to fist bump, and I'm like, who are you playing? He's like, bots. So they stay locked in, and I'm not even joking.
Oh,
I don't even think they've got up for pizza yet. So
I doubt it. They don't want. They're gonna. If they eat pizza, they're probably saying to themselves, "I'm gonna be shocked.
Yeah.
I can't do that. I gotta wait till after."
Yeah, they don't want to check themselves out right
Yeah.
now. That's Team Scrap Time. That's Gunstain on the end. He is a phenomenal player. But that recap, what are we going to recap there? They got on the point. They captured the point.
Yeah.
All right. They were actually talking about the next game mode.
No, yeah, probably as soon as they go into that third round of Control, they were probably, all right, guys, what are our vetoes for the next
What's the
series?
pick and bans for next?
Can we ban Karachi triple?
Yeah, Moxie put his headset down.
Yeah. No, these looking phenomenal. Great performances out of all four of them. And I think, honestly, one thing I'm really looking forward to see out of the rest of these games today is some more map variety. I mean, we've seen quite a bit of Invasion. We saw the 1 6-star. We saw the 1 Rio. Have we seen Vista yet today?
No.
I'd
It
love
was
to
map
see a Vista.
4, and it didn't get there.
I
on the
want to
last
see a
series.
Vista so bad in this next series.
Yeah.
I love watching that.
Based off their bans,
Let's see.
Did it even
did
get banned?
Sensational get banned?
No, it was in play.
It was map 4.
Oh, Hardpoint.
That was gonna be our map 4 if we got there. So I hope we see it. I
We
want to see
will
it as
see
the
a map
1.
4 in the grand finals.
True.
There's a 100%
It
chance
is
of a
best
map
7.
4.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see 2 hard points, thankfully.
That'll be fun.
But yeah, I mean, that's our 3-0. We're going to try and get a score update from our losers round 1. Actually, really quick while I'm here. Do you know who won or lost our losers round 1 match? Is it still going?
Yes, Potato Aimers 3-0.
Is it 3-0 for Potato Aimers?
Yes.
All
so
right.
we get to see him in the losers finals?
Yes.
Yeah, so we're going to see Sensational versus Potato Aimers. I
First
think,
time.
we're going to get that match ready, hopefully in the next 5-10 minutes for our losers finals. And then we'll be right back with more gameplay.
Let's do it.
we just saw our winners finals matchup.
Yeah.
Just took place between Scrap
Best
Time
of
and
five.
Sensational. And we saw or we heard about, I should say, our losers round 1 matchup, which was Potato Aimers and
They did
team
great.
names.
Potato Aimers and Prestige Worldwide.
Prestige Worldwide. Potato Aimers took that series.
3-0.
3-0s all day today, which thank God. If I'm being
we need
honest,
that
we
right
need
now.
that. We need that time back.
I need them to shoot straight.
We need that scrap time.
We need scrap time.
And
working on
we're
scrap time
making
right now.
time. Yeah, we're making time here. We are going to see Sensational taking on Potato Aimers, matchup we haven't seen yet today,
We haven't
which is
seen
great.
Potato Aimers at all on stream.
No, so I'm excited to
let's
see
give
what
them some
happens there.
love.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think first things first, let's talk a little bit about our path through the tournament, just very at a high level.
Yeah.
We had our winners round 1 matchup with those 4 teams.
Yep.
Again, both 3-0s. And Sensational, we've kind of followed them, their path. So
I think they're the people's champs right now.
I mean, we're gonna have them on stream for the 3rd time in a row. They might be in all 4 of our matches on stream today. I mean,
I kind of think they will.
yeah. So happy to see that. Let's kind of narrow down into this series that we're on now, though.
Yeah.
Let's look at these map picks and bans.
Sensational Gamers and Potato.
Yeah, I'd love to get a good understanding of this is the maps they've played so far, and this is where we're at here. So we can see it here. We're back to Rio map 1.
So just like their first series.
Yeah, they want to be there. I think they're more comfortable with that. We're on Karachi for search. Kind of new. I don't think we saw that earlier, did we?
No.
So
I haven't seen it yet because they don't even know where the bomb sites are.
yeah, so adaptations there, and then we're back on High Rise again. This time for the control.
Haven't seen that.
We'll see more exploding
That's
barrels,
where
I'm sure.
Yeah, the point is on the barrels.
Yeah.
Good luck with that one. I don't know how that's gonna work out.
And I want to see that Vista map 4, bro. I want to see
if
it.
any series is going to 4,
Yeah.
I think this is our highest probability.
I think so too, because
I really think the teams are equally good.
Scrap Time is just dominant, and we're getting right into the hard point. I mean, we see Sensational, starting on that, early gunfights and not winning them. We are going to see Potato Aimers with control the points, and I'm excited to see if they kind of continue that trend that they started off with in the first series, or if they kind of fall into some of those habits they had against Scrap Time.
Yeah, one of my primary things I watch when I'm watching any team play a hardpoint is that minimap right now. At that 20 seconds left, I want to start seeing off spawn splitting. You need to go start getting your next spawn point right now. Don't even waste time on those 20 seconds. Send 2 to clear out the hardpoint and send 2 on the flank to set up for next. So I'm kind of watching Sensational right now. They're doing great at rotating in. You see 1 and 3 are developing a pinch right now. He is weak and 1 gets to clean him up. That's why you push in 2s.
Yeah, and I think despite the kills that they're getting, Potato Aimers is the one with the objective time. And I think this is something that maybe I'm already sensing is a bit of a pattern from them, is they play in such a way where even if they lose their gunfights, they're trading the way they need to, and they are going to get that hill time. And I think that could pose some problems for Sensational.
Yeah, Sensational obviously picked this map, and therefore Potato Aimers got to pick side. So they picked the favorable side for whole hard point 1.
Yeah.
P1 we call it.
Yep.
So because that they get easy money on that P1, they only got half the time though.
Yeah.
So if I were Sensational Gaming, I would count that as a W.
Yeah.
They only took 30 seconds, 26 seconds off of me. I have no problem with that. I'm rotated new, and look at the points they're putting up.
Bounce back.
They're gonna almost get a full minute because they're the better team on P2 right now.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want to see, and a great shout out there. And I think one thing I want to see is more of this. I think it was something that they had in their first series really well, not something that we saw really at all against Scrap Time in that series we just watched. So I wanted them to continue those patterns and keep finding ways to extend these leads even further.
Yeah, I think another point to bring up that way everyone sees is what's their dynamics like? Are they 2 AR 2 sub? Are they 3 AR 1 sub?
Yeah.
And is their flex player rotating the gun as the hard points change?
Yeah, exactly.
So that last point, you need another AR. On this one, you want a sub. I'm up in your face. I want you to round that corner shooting, pre-aiming, hip firing.
And I think that's something I expect to see out of who I assume is the flex player on Sensational, is Efficients, where I know that DC and I know that Dynamite have those. Sorry, actually, Dynamite is running the sub on this map. I did actually see it earlier in the
No,
game.
I didn't see it.
They are using a Rival 9, so maybe it's something they just picked up off the ground.
Yeah,
I'd be surprised if they're running it the whole map, but I would not be surprised to see 3, even 4 ARs out of Sensational, depending on the hardpoint work.
Absolutely, and I think that's impeccable for their in-game leader, whoever that might be, to shout it out.
That,
DC.
ladies and gentlemen, is not how you use a cruise missile.
DC, we gotta talk.
Would not recommend hitting your own team.
We're going to do a little interview later with that one.
But yeah, I just saw Dynamite again with the Rival 9.
Okay.
Efficient's also running it, so I wonder if they're maybe leaning into a 3-sub piece here.
Yeah, on this hard point, I highly don't recommend that.
Yeah.
This is a really open area. This little hallway they're pushing through now is the only sub you're allowed, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Outside of that, you need 3 ARs overlooking the site, holding those lanes, and this is the one time your sub can do something.
Yeah, so DC does have that AR, and they're, again, doing great finding those angles. I'd love to see more on the Potato Aimers side. Look, it's very clear to me, polarizing-wise, that they've got their KD players and they got their objective players.
Yeah,
Jax with the sub. I imagine David's also has a sub out. Their ARs really need to find a better job of finding those point positions and holding them in a way that allows their team to make those movements. Again, they had it right off the break for P1. I think they knew where they needed to be for the jump, and to make that happen, I think they're struggling to do the same through the rest of these hard points in this map so far.
Yeah, and I would say if I were to be coaching this team for Potato Aimers, I would kind of talk to them about their dynamics, because inevitably you're going to have one player that is struggling a little bit, right? Because you're getting used to the other team's play style. Maybe you're just getting bad timing back to back, or you have the wrong gun out. Who knows? But if I were Stinky right now, I'd be telling them, hey, jump on the point. With 29 seconds and you're dropping a Stinky right now, you can't have that. You got to do a little bit better on collecting that hard point or spawns for your team.
Yeah.
Because Thumbless is got a lot of kills and the most time in the point. That's my MVP right now. Yeah, Jax is slain, but I'm looking at Thumbless because I enjoy OBJ players.
Well, I have to say, I mean, a minute ago, we were in a situation where, hey, Sensational had double their points. I think Potato Aimers got a full 60 off that hill, and they are back in this map. Takes the lead, and this is exactly what I want to see out of them, is find those ways to adapt mid-map and have an understanding of these are the steps we need to take to get back into the series, into this map specifically. We are in map 1. And Sensational then, is going to see that and say, hey, we just gave up the 60-point lead. We got to figure this out. Where are we making these mini adjustments, and where are we going to find more success as we get into the second set of hardpoint rotations?
Yeah, absolutely. I love to see the turtle up, the family dynamic inside the hardpoint right now with Potato Aimers. There were 3 and 4 stacked in there momentarily, but I think that you're going to find a lot of success in this point itself. You're stacking the point. On others, you're leaving one behind and everyone's spreading out. For this one, I really love a turtle dynamic because of that giant bush in the middle. It's kind of your protection. It's okay to turtle up because you can't get collateral.
Exactly. And we're going to make our way over to this P2, and I think Sensational, again, does a great job finding the start of, hey, we have this point locked down. It's really, really important here that Potato Aimers finds a way to break this cohesively as a team. They
From
do
the front,
pick off DC, but
crazy.
They are getting pinched. Absolutely mind-blowing to me. They know Sensational is going to have trophies. They know they're going to have the setup, and they're still trying to format pushes from the front. Doing it a second time here.
They're not going to bully Bulldog into this hard point.
I don't really see how this is working out for you. I mean, I wish them all the best of luck, but I'm looking at the kill feed, and I'm not liking what I'm seeing if I'm a fan of Potato Aimers here.
Yeah, I'd put my money on guaranteeing that they're going to get the rest of the scrap time with no issue because they're already locked in.
Yeah.
And Potato Aimers, y'all got to flank. Y'all got to push 2 front, 2 side. There is no other dynamic there. There is no other formula for breaking that hard point. But they are rotated. So they have the next rotation. Now can you hold it, right? And when you're looking at Sensational Gamers, throw your best guy out there. Ephesians, go kill one, and everyone else flood the point.
Yeah, I think the defensive hole that Potato Aimers has taken here, they're definitely scared of one threat more than another, and that's that side bridge point. I think one thing that Sensational is going to realize here is they'll probably flood this once, have a general idea of where they're playing from, and adapt on the second one. I think if they can manage to break it on the first, that's a great job. As we see, they're coming in here, again, not going to get those kills, so I think this is where they say, okay, we're 4 down, we understand where they're playing from. Potato Aimers needs to understand, hey, they're going to expect us to be in the same spots. They do have the trophy down, which is great. I do think when Sensational goes for this break here, they're going to read this a little better, and they are going to come out more on top.
Yeah, I would say when it comes to these high caliber teams, even though it's a very small detail, having that trophy next to those openings is vital, right? You need them next to those doors. That way, that's where the smoke's going to come in. That's where the flash is going to come in. So some of these people just put it at their feet, you know, protect me.
Exactly.
That's a selfish player. So I love seeing trophy placements like that on those critical choke points.
Yeah, Ephesians with the popcorn finds 2 with the Semtex and a 3rd with the Gunny. I think this hard point here that they have is hard to get like a lot of points on, but I think
there's so many avenues.
Exactly. The last rotation, they did a great job of finding points on this. I really, really hope that they can continue to do that in this rotation and try and get closer to that 250 point threshold.
Yeah, I think they have a good game plan going into it, but this is one of the most 50-50 point on this entire map.
Exactly.
So you're gonna do your best, especially if you got the rotation. Whoever can row first will probably get the 25 seconds, but it looks like they're kind of giving up. I don't know why they're rotating so early, but you know, whatever, they're jocking it. But you're gonna have to play flawless because they're gonna end up with only 20 points left to win the entire map.
So Thumbless goes on a pinch and gets it, and I understand he's trying to get that scrap time, but I'm a little confused with why Kadena Amers didn't commit to that earlier. Like, they gave up a lot of the rotation potential, and again, somehow, hey, credit to them, they're finding the kills here they need to lock down this point, but you're down 50 points with 30 to go, and you really need a full 60 from this hill in order to really set yourself up in a good spot for the rest of the map, because, you know, if you're playing for a lot of time on this hill, you're not going to get that next rotation. You got to understand, hey, Sensational really only needs 10, maybe 5 points on this hill to set themselves up for a really, really good next rotation.
Yeah.
And Potato Aimers needs to hold time on this hill, and they're not doing that enough.
And we saw in just the last rotation of this, Sensational Gamers, they held this for an entire minute. So this hill itself is very easy to hold for a long time, but the problem is the road to the next one is on the other side of the map. So good luck getting there, right? If I were Sensational, stop going near that map. I firmly disagree with this push because I would just set myself up for the victory. I don't care about 10 seconds.
Yeah, and
if I'm being honest.
They're doing exactly that. They're pushing back to P1 into our 3rd set, and Potato Aimers needs to understand this hill, really difficult to get time on, but if you only need 18 seconds, you're going to be flooding that hill every chance you get.
And you can stack it, and depending on what they have equipped, you can also nade this from spawn.
Yeah.
Right? So if you can throw a frag instead of a Simtex, I think you're pretty clutching up here.
We'll see. Potato Aimers has control of the point right now. They are holding these angles, and Sensational not really putting a cohesive push together. I think they have an understanding of, hey, we understand we can win, but they need to understand Potato Aimers also is going to have a chance to win on this point, and they are taking the lead here.
But the other team's right there, right? You need to be pushing these in twos. DC, that was your chance. All right, you got your 2-piece, but they were able to trade it. So let's see what happens here.
We're going to breach 240. Both teams close to winning on this hill. It is going to come down to the final seconds. And we have an understanding of, hey, you need to win your gunfights. That's going to be 3 from Sensational. Amphitheans, once again, carrying their team. They're not going to be able to win on this hill. They are going to have to go the next time. And Potato Aimers is already set up. They've got the hold. DC is making this flank, and it has to come out on top.
One's coming on a pinch.
The huge
4
pinch
distract.
here. They need at least 2 kills. There's the first. There's the second.
Let's go.
And this is going to be it for Sensational.
Wow.
Fantastic rotation from DC. There's one more on the point. Finds the 4th.
That was a great play.
Potato Aimer spawns in the back, though. They are going to have a couple seconds to get here, but DC is going to find the kills and shut it down.
That was a great call out at the end of where they were spawning. I guarantee they said, hey, spawn it back, because I spawned up otherwise.
Absolutely.
Because they got that trade in. So that was awesome. This is the kind of gameplay we wanted to see. Very competitive.
Yeah.
Both these teams are kind of equally yoked, so we're looking forward to the rest of the series being just like this.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this pans out, especially on those other respawn maps. I think it's very likely we see a map 4, and I really want to see, the kinds of kills that we get on that Vista hardpoint. DC with 35 kills. 25 non-traded. I think to me, he's making those pinches and he's getting out.
And he's getting a lot of 2-pieces.
Yeah.
So that pinch he put up on, he was 4 in that play. 1 was pinching on the other side. I think they're really well played as a team.
Yeah.
I would like to see kind of what those comms look like. Are they calling the gameplay, or do they both just go on their own individual quests and happen to end up at the same point?
And they're just linking up. I think they have a good understanding of, hey, we're achieving the same objective here. We understand where we need to be, when we need to be there. And I think they really did a good job of shutting down Potato Aimers' attempts and chances to get back into the game. I think really too close for comfort at the end. I think it absolutely could have gone the wrong way. And I really hope that they can kind of clean that up a little more going into this search and destroy.
Yeah, my major feedback to them is that they bullied that hard point so many times that they made themselves irrelevant.
Yeah.
If they would have just taken 10 seconds off that, they could have potentially won the map.
Yeah.
Right? But they kept bullying that front, bullying the front. They have trophies up. They're looking their lanes. You see DC is hitting headshots.
Yeah, exactly.
You have no chance when he's getting double headshotted like that.
Yeah, so we're moving into our second map here, Search and Destroy, and it is going to be Karachi. So again, we haven't seen that yet on the Search.
Good.
We've only seen it on the Control, and I'm really excited to see here. I think Potato Aimers, I think this can be their map. I think they picked it. Karachi not very popular, I think, with a lot of the more competitive teams, and I think for some of those players that have a better understanding of the map layout. I think even more so than some of the other maps, there's just so much elevation going on.
100%.
We talked about it in the earlier series. I think they're going to have a better understanding and a way to leverage, hey, this is where those points are, this is where the push spots are, the hold spots. And I really want to see them come out of this map strong. Hopefully, like the first 2 rounds, I think if they can get those in, kind of feeling themselves a little bit more, and come out of the gate swinging.
Yeah, 100%. I think Karachi is a big variable here of who's going to be the dominant AR presence. Right, your sub players aren't going to shine as much here. Maybe on one of the points, yes, but outside of that, we're looking at big AR fights.
Yeah,
we're looking at long gun fights. Who's going to hold that top 3? Who's going to turtle up in red and kind of hold those pinch positions, those off angles? So pretty much whoever has the best game plan doesn't always win Karachi.
Yeah,
that's why the professionals don't love it.
No, exactly.
Right? You're adapting. You're even adapting mid round. So we'll see kind of how these teams match up against each other in that dynamic.
Cool. Well, we're waiting for this this next map to get loaded in. I'd love to quickly take a look at our updated bracket, which we just had those scores plugged in from our last set of matches.
Yeah.
So I'd love to just kind of take a look through of what we have here on the bracket, and we're gonna see. We had that first set. We had Scrap Time. They 3-0 Potato Aimers, Sensational 3-0 Prestige Worldwide. Again, 3-0s across the board here.
And this is in the lower bracket.
Yeah, we got the start of the lower bracket, and then Scrap Time playing the winner of this match we have here between Sensational Potato Aimers. So excited to see, we have that 1-0 lead right now for Sensational. And as we jump into the Search and Destroy, I'd love to keep, optimism for both sides. I know Sensational's up in the series, but I think Potato Aimers, it took it to the brink, looked really good in some of those choice moments and those heavy point hills, and I think if they can do that again, as we get into the control, the respawns once again, I think they could win a 3-4-5 if they really had to.
I wouldn't take that as a dominant L, right? You
No,
almost
not
won
at
that
all.
map. You
Yeah.
essentially won that map. You just missed a couple out on a couple seconds.
Yeah.
Right? Especially it came down to that clutch point. So going to Search and Destroy, you're not even going down as like oh no, we better come back. I don't care.
Yeah.
We played great. We're going to keep going. Now it's time to see what Potato Aimers are up to. We haven't seen any of the strategies before, so I'm going to really be focusing on those orange arrows right now, see where they're going next and how they set up.
So here we are, first round of the Search. It is going to be Potato Aimers on the defense, and I think this is where if you're Sensational, you can set the pace strong. You can have a good understanding of, we want to take some aggression here on the defensive side, and they're doing just that. That's the first 2 kills right away, both from Stinky, and he finds a third as well. So we're now in a 1v3, sorry. And yeah, Dynamite not going to find it. The bomb was down, but Potato Aimer is going to take this first round, and I think that's what they needed as a bounce back from the hard point.
And we were talking about Stinky earlier. Maybe it was having an off map.
Yeah.
Right, which is totally fine. But potentially, right, I don't want to say it too soon, but he might be the S&D star.
I was going to say, he might be their search player.
Yeah, he might be like, hey, I'm great at search.
IGLing, understanding the strats, the teamwork, the communication, and pushing this team into a map 4 scenario.
And all great teams across amateur and professional levels have at least one S&D star.
Yeah.
That hopefully you can coach them enough to get by in those respawns, maybe hold the point for us. But really, I need you for S&D. So I'm kind of looking at Stinky here. What are you going to do? What's his loadout? Is he an AR player?
Yeah, Stinky and Thumbless, the AR players for Potato Aimers, and I would love to see, especially on this map, I think with the way it's laid out and the elevation, I think it's, as much as it's on the AR players to kind of control those long sight lines and the elevation points, I think it's on the sub players to challenge players respectfully.
Especially in that house.
Yeah.
That big warehouse in the middle of the map. Get in there, and you can hold some nasty angles there.
Yeah.
Especially on those stairs. So we'll see if they even push in there. Last time, they all went to the outskirts of the map.
Yeah.
So we'll see what's going on. I think we're going to the same strategy. They're going to be. What are they going to do here? Wins a clutch one with his AR. Well done.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see a lot more ARs. I think it's probably 3 on each team this time. I mean, Ephesians running that AR instead of the sub. And I'd love for, as we kind of get into the later rounds of this map, and as we see here at 3v3, make that 3v2, Ephesians another kill. The adaptations of the positioning, like they're understanding where these players are likely going to be based on what spots are popular. But even like this read here from DC, like he knows there's someone up there, and the other player doesn't necessarily know when he's getting pushed. It's about taking that initiative and finding timing that works well. And as we see, clutch up from
Vibe.
From Vibe.
It's Korean for Vibe.
Perfect.
I had to go ask him in between rounds because I was like, brother, I only speak English. I need your help here.
I recognize the writing. I could not, unfortunately, translate
100%.
So,
been to Seoul. That was awesome.
I still need to go.
We're gonna call him
It's
Vibe.
on my list. Perfect. So we're tied a piece at 1, and back on the offense for Sensational. I want to see a cohesive, hard 4-person push. I think very doable. I think it's something that they can accomplish together as a team. We might have a quick pause here. Oh, here we are. We're starting.
Yeah. Lag.
All good. It happens.
All's good. Last time they did, they pushed. All 4 of them went down to B.
I want to see
the
them
last
do that
offensive
for A
round.
now.
Okay, we'll see here. Where's the break? They're looking left. Oh, let's see here. Yeah, they're going B again, just like last time. I mean, Whitefix was not broken.
And that's what
and now they're
Karachi
2v4 on the
do.
point.
Yeah, Karachi is. It's hard to get a read
Look
on
at
the
7 though.
offensive team.
7 didn't get picked up, so
Yeah.
he's looking for them. He doesn't see them in their spawn. Turns around immediately and shoots him in the back.
And that's perfect timing. I think you don't want to wait too long, but you also want to make the play. But great job on DC to read the flank and have an understanding of where they are. And this is now bombed down in a 3v2. It's very difficult for you to retake this with how little time you have.
Yeah, Ephesians in a clutch spot there, especially with that trophy. He's got line of sight and he's got top cover. So even if you go top 3 here, you can't really see that guy.
And I'm really not a fan of how long it's taking them to get into a position where they can do something here. They're down to 20 seconds, and it's now a 1v3. You get picked off, and now, you're red up here.
This is a huge right here. If he wins this one, then he's got oversight of the bomb.
But he's only got 10 seconds. This is what I mean. Like,
they
know where you are. You got no time. You're far from the bomb, and it's getting together with your, when you're in that 2v3 scenario, you need to come up with a plan and then go.
Yes.
And if you're on opposite sides of the map, it's hard to kind of formulate that plan right away and have an understanding of what you have support from if you're not pushing the same way.
100%. And in Search and Destroy, you don't have a long time to adapt ever.
Yeah.
In Hardpoint, you can go 2 or 3 waves at a point.
Exactly.
And kind of come up with a hard game plan. Search is kind of a feeling based, right? I feel like they're going to come from this direction, and you don't have time to see if they are or not.
Yeah.
You got to just run at them and hope that you guess correctly.
Exactly. Respawn has that kind of the flow to it of an understanding of you're in again, rotate, in. Search and Destroy, it's round starts, and then as every single kill, it's a tide shifter, and you need to have that understanding of, okay, switch now.
Yeah, and you got to have 2 or 3 game plans for each scenario.
Yeah.
Right? Because you start off 4v4, but as soon as it goes to a 2v4, you have a whole new game plan.
No, yeah.
What was the game plan is no longer relevant.
Exactly. So, yeah, I think as we see here, fresh round, and bombs getting planted on A already. I think one thing we really want to watch out for as Potato Aimers really get that down quick. How does Sensational respond to this? I think this is the first round we've seen a 4v4 when the bomb's planted.
100%. What's the retake going to look like for them?
Yeah, and
they're in great positions.
Great setup for Potato Aimers, like you're saying.
Yeah, I would love to see what's going to go on here at Sensational. What are you going to do? DC has been their clutch player. He knows where the flanks are. He picks up on a lot.
Oh, no.
That was a team kill. That's huge for Sensational. So now it's a 2v1, but they know exactly where he is. And there's a lot of spots in that building to have little head glitches.
And just not a lot of time. I mean, you're in the second floor.
You gotta
gotta
push.
Go and
push.
Yeah, you're not going to find it here, but a great effort regardless. And I think if there's one thing that, at least, on the side of Potato Aimers here, is that was a great offensive push. you need to try and replicate that again, where you get the bomb down early and just set up. I think that's where they excel.
And they kind of cut them off guard. Nobody has pushed that bomb site yet.
Yeah.
So for them to go in there, quick plant on a bomb site that wasn't utilized, I don't think defense is ready.
No.
They were kind of expecting what they've always done. We're going to go to B. I'll see you there.
Yeah.
So they kind of got caught off guard, and I think that was a great way to do it. Now, the question is, if you're Sensational, do you replicate? Do you copy-paste? Or do you go back to what you did?
I think Potato Aimers has done the same thing every round where they send 2 each way. I think no matter what you do, A or B with all 4, it's helpful.
Yeah.
I think you're going to have that inherent quick 4v2 advantage. And I think it's easier for you to switch things up. And then if it works, awesome, you got that round. If it doesn't work, you can always go back to what you were working with or find some middle ground. But I do think a 4 to A here would be beneficial for them because they understand Potato Aimers is kind of doing that split, and they're just going back to their tried and true. Totally respect that. But I want to see some adaptations here from the way it's executed.
Yeah, and it looked like initially Potato Aimers thought that they were going to go B as well because they initially had 3 and 1, which I think is a good split. If I were Potato Gamers, I would go to B. I know that they are comfortable at B, and when you're at a tied environment there, 2-2, I would go to my comfortable.
Yeah,
I'm not trying anything crazy.
Especially, it's only 2-2. It's not like you're down 4-1. You got to shake things up and make a huge play. But you want to get that, that early lead in this map, and this is the first way to do so.
Yeah. Now we're working some first bloods here. What are they gonna do with it? It's a 3v4. Now, if I'm Potato Aimer, I'm big chilling. They're moving a little bit too much for me, in my personal opinion. Right? They have to come to you, big dog. Just hang out, and that they did. They found him on the flank, 6-1 on a pinch, picked him off, but. Now it's a 1v1 that totally split. They have no teammates by him. So this 2 needs to get to 1, work hip to hip, and try to get that A bomb site down.
I'm a little confused at the read here from Potato Aimers. Thankfully, it works out. Davids gets the kill, but if DC won that kill...
It's a free plant.
And it's a free plant, 2v3, you have the setup, and that's... When you're in a 4v2 scenario, you can't let that happen.
Why are you not playing in teams here?
It's mind-blowing.
Guys, I need you to tighten up just a little bit, please. And
scooch in.
That's the difference between these top-tier teams and teams that are just making it by.
Yep.
Right? I really hope the best for both these teams, but you can kind of tell they're not the highest IQ compared to the other team that we've seen today.
I was going to say, you better put that because in there.
Because of what we've seen before.
Yeah, when we were watching Scrap Time, they're so cohesive. Like, they have that understanding of how when we're playing Search, we stick together. We're a squad. It's one life. You got to make that impact. When we're going into the rounds with these two teams, I feel like there's a lot of mid-round, not so much adaptations in the sense where they're unintentional, where they're just like things happen, and then like you could switch the dynamic of the round, not in the way I think the player is intending.
Yeah, I don't think that they really have a firm game plans right now.
Yeah, they're both making some
but they're making
easy
it by.
Mistakes.
They're also trying to climb up ladders.
Right.
we'll get there.
Need that extra support. But yeah, I think, here, coming to this A push, I think the last time Sensational did this 4-push A, they went really quick and they got the bomb down. I think they are doing a fantastic job of pushing this point, and I think we're going to see them go back to it time and time again.
Yeah, I think why not? You caught them off guard last time. You kind of exposed their defense.
Yeah.
You put a little kink in their armor, and you said, I'm going to go back to A again.
Yeah.
Why? Because it worked for us. So for them to get in there as a 4-man team, have everybody alive momentarily, just to get that bomb down, I think was clutch for them. We'll see what they can do here. They are in good power positions, just like last time. So if I were Potato Gamer or Aimers, I'm not going to be the rest of this map. I promise you.
Yeah, I think if Sensational wants to win this round, A, they got to go, and B, they got to win their ones, and they're not doing really much of either, and that's it. I think both these teams are taking just a little bit too long to push in for the retakes.
Yeah.
And it's costing them the round. I think inherently in Search, we kind of talked about it in an earlier series, you want to be the defensive team because you want them to have to come to you. I think in this map, the offensive team is just, they know their strategy and the defense isn't reacting well enough, and then I think they get the bomb down and then they become the defensive team, and then that kind of falls true where they have the advantage.
Yeah, and like Sensational, if we're going to pick them apart a little bit, their team dynamics, we know a lot about them now. Yeah. And unfortunately, I don't know if one of their players plays a lot of Search.
Right.
She is a Warzone player.
Yeah.
She is a respawn type player. But the cool thing with her is that she's good at ones.
Yep.
Right? You can guarantee she'll almost win her ones.
Absolutely.
But the problem is, where's that other player going to be?
Yep.
Right? We got some S&D stars here. Jax is playing phenomenal. Thumbless is playing phenomenal as well. And that's kind of what we thought was going to happen. Both on a 4 streak, potentially. You never know if it's Codcaster or if it's not.
We gotta get Zig back here, tracking stats. You should have seen him at Conus.
Really?
I'm pulling this up for you so you can kind of read through what he did at Conus. But shout out to that guy with all the stats he was counting and tracking for our players. We had 32 players there, and he was tracking kills, deaths, hill time, assists, all of that, every map, the whole tournament.
Really?
And then we made these cool player cards from it. It's so awesome to see it, and it's really awesome. But like, again, coming into this map, back to the action here. I think Sensational in a 1v2. Unfortunately, there again, it happens, but they really need to just kind of figure out what their plan is. Unfortunately, I think it's a little too late in this map, but Potato Aimers forcing it to a map 4.
We love it.
We'll get to see some Vista.
We're guaranteed map 4
Yeah.
if Potato Aimers can clutch up one more round. Now, we don't have stats like this, but oh my gosh. I love to see the way y'all operate. The things you guys do is going to be phenomenal. 99 overall. So we got some real gamers across the board here. That is a lot of fun. 99 overall Call of Duty
Good
player.
time.
I think Scrap Time can get one of those.
I think so.
But here we go. It's a 5-2. What do you think is going to happen? Just genuinely.
Potato Aimers back on the attack. I mean, if I'm them, I'm for running A. I don't see a reason not to just sprint A. But I understand they might want to, change it up, which here they are going to B. But
yeah, Sensational split 2-2, which is the strategy.
And, this is the thing. They've pulled that third person over to A now, and now Potato Aimers has free reign of the point. If they take out DC, the round's over.
Yeah, they did get a little bit of insight on where he's going to be.
Not again.
The disrespect. And for first blood, that's awesome.
That's crazy.
If I'm stinky, I'm clipping that and it's going on my social media tonight.
And he's on pace for the ace.
Come on, big dog.
I think his team might be giving it to him. Oh, his team's definitely giving it to him now.
Oh,
that's with the pistol. But that'll do it. That'll be that 6th round for Potato Aimers. I think great bounce back from them. They really needed that in what was a really close hard point and a not so close search. Excited to see what happens in the control, which at least in the way I see it is kind of a blend of those two modes. Will Sensational kind of go back to what they had in the respawn and keep applying the pressure? Or is Potato Aimers going to kind of understand the strategy and the timings a bit more and win those clutch up scenarios?
Yeah, we have no idea, but we can guarantee it's going to be a really good competition.
Absolutely.
Our hard point went to, 5-10 seconds max. At one point, they were tied up 2-2 in our search and destroy.
Yep.
I think it's going to follow suit. I think our control is going to be really tight. They did really well in search. I kind of expected them to perform a little bit more Sensational because of their S&D ability with their Warzone player.
Exactly.
But it looked like Potato and Stinky is actually their S&D star.
Yeah.
So he's somebody to kind of put an asterisk next to when it comes to S&D. What are you doing?
No, I think they really did a good job there of understanding, we have our plan and we're going to stick to it. I think they did that exactly in the best way they could. They understood that, hey, they had a strat on the A point, they had a strat on the B point, and they made it happen. I mean, you're going to see in the replays here, not only are they winning their ones, but they're winning their ones in locations that they should be taking them. I think there were a lot of times where Sensational took a 1 versus 1 in a place that just doesn't get you anything. And Potato Aimers didn't do that as much.
Yeah, and I swear to you, it's a broken record. I'm going to say it 1,000 more times today. But when you're pushing avenues by yourself, you can't expect success.
Yeah.
Right? So I think Potato Aimers, except for one time that we called out, they pushed as team.
Yeah.
The one time that they left somebody on island, they got lucky. They won their one.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
But outside of that, they're pushing as a team. They're operating as a team. How many times did we see them all go to a bomb site?
Yeah.
They didn't push 3-1s and 2-2s. They really was a really well cohesive team. Therefore, you don't have to win your ones.
No, exactly.
You just have to not get traded.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, they've got that coordination and they have their teammates able to help them. So as we move into this third map, the high-rise control, I wanna do some money lines here.
I'm down. Let's put it on the line
over under 1.5 kills to the barrel.
Way over.
You think so?
Oh,
we only had one in the last one.
It's in control though. One of the points is
you're right.
in the barrel. So I'm kind of
Let me
yeah,
set another line.
Okay, new line.
3.5.
7. I'm going 7. So I have 7
So
kills.
you're going the over.
So I'm going over.
I'm going to go the under.
I don't think that these players play as much ranked as other teams, so I don't know if they understand what's going to happen.
On the contrary, I think that they're going to nade spam a lot more, and they're going to get those barrels out of the way earlier in the round before they have a chance to get kills.
Oh, but that's the second one you go to. We'll see. But
I
think that they're going to be
taking the over.
I'm taking the over
I'll
by
take
almost
the under.
double.
Cool. Well, as we kind of wait for this third map to get started, we are going to hit a quick break, check in with our players, and make sure that they are all ready to go for this map and loading into that high rise. So we'll be a few minutes, and then we'll check back on the stream. And we're back. We are ready to hop into map 3. High-rise control. We got the money line on the barrels.
Yeah, is it official? Do we put it online?
The line is at 4.5.
Okay, we're going to 4.5
Yeah,
now.
4.5.
I'm still taking the over.
And
like
I will
almost double.
I'll be taking the under.
Okay, so
I
we're
think
gonna
it's gonna be closer to like 2.
we're gonna need the chat to count it up.
Yeah.
How many barrel kills happen for the whole map?
Every time we see a barrel kill, I want to see the number of total barrel kills go up.
Spammed.
Yeah, I want to see it happen. We'll keep an
Good
eye on
line.
the kill
They're
feed, of
pushing A
course.
first. A is our barrel site. It's the one that's gonna blow up the most. But do you like the A push first?
I think it's a choice. I don't know if it's the right choice. And there's one. We have one. It is friendly fire though.
No, that's a barrel kill.
That is a barrel kill.
That's
though.
a barrel
so we are
kill.
going to be at 1.
Barrel doesn't care who they kill.
It does not. So we're going to see that first one already, and I'm already sweating the line. I'm not going to lie.
You're
And
25% down. There's 2.
And there's 2.
Man, am I good.
See,
I think 7
listen,
might have been too conservative.
I understand their team name is
They're
Potato
pub players.
Aimers, but
They're not ranked
don't
players. They're
potato
just
aim
pub
at your
game.
own team. That's all I ask.
Yeah, I think they're doing their best. We'll see here. This is a really common flank where DC is. It kind of looks like he's outside the map.
Yeah.
But it's one of the most common flanks. That's why they were already looking in that direction.
I think a big thing about this map in comparison to Invasion, I think the offensive team in Invasion has a lot better chances to make plays happen. I think on High Rise, there's so much openness. It's really easy to get trapped in your own spawn, and I think Potato Aimers is doing a fantastic job of doing just that.
And overall, like a map size, this is a small map.
Yeah,
so
much smaller.
you're gonna run a lot. I don't even know why you have the AR out, but I would run 4 subs, especially if you're good gamers. And maybe if you have a stinky, you put one of them on AR. But outside of that, you can run and gun in this map.
I would just
This
like
is
to
highly
say
contested.
Stinky has to be feeling himself because he was just 5-0, one off a streak, and he aggressively ego child that with an AR.
Yeah,
he is feeling himself.
I would too. I think he's playing phenomenal because he's coming off the S&D show.
Yeah.
He showed us exactly how to play S&D the map before this. So, good job to Potato Aimers. They're going up 1-0. I think it was a good defend.
It's a great first round. I think exactly what you want to see, minus the 2 team kills with the barrels.
So that's a 2 in the jet. Put him up.
We're at 2. And I think if they can continue this, I want to see their offensive strategy. But I also want to see, Sensational. You obviously just had it happen to you. Pick up on those pieces and replicate that and have an understanding of, hey, these are the steps we need to do. Lock down that A point, but also have an expectation that, hey, B is still there and be able to try and control the areas around both, especially that lower middle pipeline.
Yeah, if I'm on the round of Potato Aimers, I think I'm all pushing B right now, personally, but I think they're looking neck and neck at A. It's a true standoff of who's going to push out first. I think Sensational's got the advantage here of oversight. I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem. But they're stacked up in that house where 6 and 5 are.
Yeah.
So 1 or 2 nades, if you don't have a trophy, that whole push is over.
And that's 3 kills for Potato Aimers. I was surprised how long it took them to get on B. I thought as soon as we saw those 3 kills, they were all going to be on point. And I think a little bit of hesitation there, maybe deciding which point they wanted to go to. And unfortunately, Sensational was able to get back to those positions quick enough, make those impacts, and get those defenses, and no ticks claimed at all by Potato Aimers.
Yeah, they tried. So once they get in that B point, they're able to D-tick that point, get it down to a neutral gray. But with Potato Aimers getting on the point, I think they have a comeback here. But they're all down. That's a big wave. So it's a reset, a full reset. What are you going to do? No ticks on the board. They're really even in lives. So as far as kills are concerned, they're playing really even. But there's not a lot of pressure on these points. What are you going to do? As I said, they 4-stack.
I think, so something I'm starting to kind of gauge here is I think Potato Aimers understands the strategy a little better than Sensational. And, obviously that first map we witnessed, very, very close, like within 10 points.
Tight. But they were down a lot.
Right.
Initially.
This could have been a 3-0.
Yeah.
On the way that this is going here, they've almost have to be, I think I would have been surprised to see that at the end of the series, but I wouldn't be too surprised. I think they're doing a great job here of isolating these players, finding the rotations.
DC.
And that he just got turned on. I'm not gonna
DC, good shot through the stairs, untraded 3 in a row. He's taking dominance over that control point right now. That's insane.
I hate to say it, I'm unfortunately starting to see where the teammates is coming from for both teams. We have a sensational set of players on one side, and we have some people that are unfortunately aiming a little bit like potatoes.
States. Well, it was through the stairs. I'll give it to him. All right, I would have probably done the same thing, but there is no excuse.
Yeah.
You can't have DC turn on you like that, and probably with an AR as well.
Yeah, and I think we're starting to get into round 5 territory here. I think it's really important when you're on those defensive sides. You need to really prevent ticks, not even as much as points.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about that because all of our controls have been a 3-0.
Exactly, but for anyone who's not familiar with control, it is, of course, first to 3 rounds. If it does go to a 5th round, and it's 2-2, the team that gets defense is the team that has capped the most ticks on offense. And then if that is a tie, if it's both teams have capped the most ticks, it's whoever has gotten the most kills on opponents. So friendly fire doesn't count there. And I think so far, Potato Aimers has gotten more ticks. So, they're on the defense again here. If they can manage to get into a scenario where Sensational gets 0 ticks, they will have confirmed that map 5 or that round 5 defense.
Yeah, I think that's going to be what our situation, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah.
Because Sensational picked it up last round.
Yeah.
The first round, they didn't look too well.
Nope.
They didn't look real well oiled. Well, I wonder what their comms kind of boosted up, or maybe they have a different strategy. But Potato Aimers have been pushing as a team very frequently, versus I think Sensational is those onesies, twosies that we don't want to see. Now, number 3 right now is on island, trying to stay alive while his team's coming up, and Potato Aimers are just all over that A point.
That is an unfortunate moment where you stop shooting. You think the guy's already been killed, but unfortunately he's still got one health point left. And this is a great push onto Sensational. They have 2 on the point, trophy down, make that 3, and they should be stacking here. I mean, you've obviously got Efficients in a great position here to lock down these spawns in a sense where you can kind of cut off some of these players. That is some pod timing though, and he's gonna stay alive. Jax with a missile, not gonna find anyone. That is a huge mistake.
With all those players in the middle of the map, why did you choose the one angle? We got to talk about that, man.
I think that is just a gap in map knowledge.
Clay.
Another gap in map knowledge, for lack of a better term. And
with his AR out.
Yeah, I
you didn't even slide into it, big dog.
Unfortunately, for both teams, I guess, you would think with the mistakes that Potato Aimers just made, they would have capped the B point, but Sensational with only 2 ticks. Luckily, I think that puts them back into a scenario where they can still get that map 5 defense, but they really want to find this B point to extend this round, give them a chance for even more of these ticks, or maybe even potentially winning an offensive round.
Yeah, they need that minute. So if they get that 3rd tick, the time does extend by 1 full minute. So they need to just get 1 segment left on B to extend that minute, but it looks like they're going to heavy push A. Now, when they do get in the point, the time doesn't really do much. It just sits there. It freezes the clock. So if you can get a body on a point, it'll freeze your clock for you. But in the meantime, you need to try to send 1 more to B.
And there's your 3rd barrel kill.
All right, we're 3.
I'm so glad we put the line at 4.5. But here we are, Sensational just trying to push onto A, keep that time going. DC going to find 2 amazing kills, and he's going to find the 3. That's 4 down. That's 4 down for Potato Aimers. This is their chance to get some
sack,
potentially get some time. And I like the adaptation. They keep DC on the A point, but the rest of the team goes to stack B to get that extra minute.
They only needed 1
chance here. Exactly.
I think that was a phenomenal play by them. I don't know who made that call, but it was the right one.
And I think now, if you're Sensational, you've got this chance. You've gotten 3 kills, but Thumbless trying to go for this push, and again, he needs to go. He's taking a really long time on this flank.
Spawn, but there's a whole building between them.
That's another tick for Sensational on A. He has got to make that play. Stinky finding some awesome wallbang kills, and I think, thankfully, Sensational has more time, but here we see Efficients also on a flank himself. And again, this is the problem. Thumbless took so much time, but absolutely phenomenal 2 kills there. And that's a huge swing. Efficients last live here. And
it does come down to lives on this one. We're no longer talking about ticks. It's 1 to 4. This is S&D, a 1v4 comeback. But you have 30 seconds to work with, so try to get 1 pick. You saw his barrel. Oh, he was looking the wrong direction.
Yeah, they knew where he was. We had Thumbless cleared out their spawn. They knew he was on their side of the map. And fantastic offensive round for Sensational, but not going to get the job done.
Yeah, I think that was a really good push. So overall, I have no qualms about either team on that one. It was a really tight game.
It was amazing to watch.
So it means that they adjusted correctly. They're pushing as a team, both sides, and they got that tick.
Yep.
That 1 tick was it for them. That 1 call was the correct call to get them over there, get your last segment, and get a minute left.
Yeah.
Now that you have a minute, let's work together on getting 2 or 3 more ticks onto A site. I prefer the B site if I were a player. I think B is the way to go first, in my opinion. Then I'd make my way over to A, because B is safe. You're in little cozy cubbies. Nobody can really see you. but we'll see what these teams have to do.
So Efficients with the first blood, kicking things off here, and this is almost 4 down for Potato Aimers right off the bat. Not what you want to start your offensive round with. But David's going to find a little bit of early progress on the B. And I think Sensational, I'm worried that they are going to get too in their own heads about the rotations, and Potato Aimers is just going to get those kills, and they might win an offensive round here, which would win on the map, but a great 3 kills by Sensational shuts down that early push, and now Potato Aimers kind of back to the start here.
Yeah, I don't think that this is going to be an issue. I think they have a lot of good map control right now. All 3 and 4 got to stay alive, and I think they're going to have this round pretty much in the bag. There is a minute left, but coming off these waves, they've done really well at defending both these sites. Like I said before, B is your comfy cozy. You can find yourself a cubby and stay alive for a little bit longer. So if I were them, I would focus heavy on B. Let's get that 1 minute extension, and then we'll formulate a whole new game plan for A.
Yeah. I think Sensational doesn't need to kind of invent anything new here. They just need to really prevent Potato Aimers from getting that extra time. And with 2 ticks already on B, making a little bit of progress on A, I think Sensational needs to get better map control. I think you kind of see them. They're all in the same spot
They're
right now.
staying in their spawn. Nobody's up top. See
Yeah.
where Jax just was? I'm planting somebody there, putting cement boots on them. You're not moving away from helicopter.
And they've got 2 on A in those power positions. Unfortunate COD timing there. For some reason, watching out for a flank, but Sensational doing a great job of shutting this down. But
I wonder if they heard
progress
something.
here. Yeah.
You know, these footsteps, I don't know. We're not really looking at their audio settings as much, but you can boost the footsteps in this game.
Yep.
It's capable, so you might be able to hear somebody, but realistically, they're 2 buildings away.
Well, they're getting progress on both A and B now, and I think this could be enough to get some extra time on the B point. I want to see how Sensational responds to this. This is crucial for them. They have to win this round. If
Good
they don't,
trades.
they're out of it. And some great kills there to clear them off the B point. And again, DC with the double. I think this is huge here for Sensational. Only 26 seconds left, but Stinky winning some critical gunfights, and I want to see them flood the point here. And this is we see it now. They've got 2 on.
Watch your stairs. Good trade there. I love to see that because really that's your only spot that they can fly in. Because out there they're going to take a long-range gunfight. You only have 10 more seconds to cap the point. Stay on it. Now you get your minute.
But now here's the problem. They get their minute, but they only have 4 lives left.
Whoa.
And that was a crazy save. I did not even realize you could do that.
No, I thought you extended. Well done. But he is their #1 player. So if anyone knew it, it would be him.
So 4 lives for Potato Aimers. They have the time, but they don't have the lives. They got to play this slow. They need to get a 4 down and flood A. And there's their first kill. I understand what they're trying to do here, but they cannot afford to lose any lives. DC with a flank is traded, but it's only going to benefit
It
Sensational.
doesn't matter. If I'm Sensational, I'm having 2 players fly.
Yeah,
2
absolutely.
people hang back, 2 people fly. All you got to do is go get 1 kill.
You don't care about the lives at this point.
Play together and just get 1 kill at a time.
exactly.
You only need 3 more, and you're going to win that entire map.
And we're down to a 9 versus 2, and Sensational getting those kills, and that's going to be it. So we are going to round 5.
Oh my gosh.
I believe Potato Aimers will have the defense.
Yes.
And I think it's going to be on Sensational to get a point early. They've got to make a strong offensive start.
Yeah, and on the flip side of it, if I were Potato, I've seen no lower flanks. Nobody has worked the bottom of the map.
No.
What are you guys doing? Do you watch professional Call of Duty? The bottom of the map is so crucial to catch your whole defense, put them in shambles.
Yeah.
So I would go 3 up top Potato Aimers, right? Because they're on D. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're on D. So I'd go 3 up top, right around that B site, and I'm sending 1 down the middle. Hey, go work some magic. Shoot 1 person in the back. Then it'll be in their head for the next 2 minutes, right? Go be annoying. Go stay in their spawn as much as possible.
Absolutely. So, Sensational, 4 towards B, which I think is an interesting call, but I also think the right call. And again, they're trying to make progress in the bottom, but it's getting red. Davids finds 1, almost finds the 2nd, and I want to see Efficients do what he's done all map and go into the spawn. I think he's routing
going
from
to the
B
point.
to A, and he's trying to control the lower part, which is great, but I want him to be ratty. I want him to get into that spawn and chip away at those lives. I think they did a great job of that on the defense last round. You saw how big the live advantage was, even though they lost the first point. They got to start doing that, and I think DC is finding some of those kills from that anchor position. They've got to keep doing more of that. They've got to burn this lives down, because I think at the end of the day for them, rotational and positional play is not as good as it should be to take down this Potato Aimers team.
Yeah, I think Ephesians honestly is not playing as confident in his team.
Yeah.
Therefore, he's trying to do it all, right? Instead of just focusing on you, if you could go there and excel and kill those players, let your team get in the point. But he's kind of trying to do it all right now, and I don't think that's the correct play. But I do see that our favorite player here does have a lot of encounters. She is running at them. She is maximum effort, and I love to see that. Now, here, I think we're almost at a disadvantage. They're at 19 to 24 kills. Potato Aimers, kind of backseat. Let's just relax. Make them make a play.
Yeah.
Right? You got 7 seconds left. Don't run out there. Just stay alive.
They got no time. Sensational in the high pressure moment here. Needs to find a way to extend this round, and you can hold the positions all you want, but you're not going to have time to get any progress here. And hey, that missile from DC is critical. That cuts it down to 2 alive. Ephesians has to win this gunfight. Manage to do it. They need to get this point. They have to cap all of B. They've got to extend the time. They've got 3 on the point. They've also got Dynamite on A, and that's 4 dead. This is a huge swing for Sensational here.
Oh, and they're killing them off spawn. DC with that angle into their spawn point is going to be clutch.
They got the B, they got the time, and the lives are even. Sensational has a phenomenal chance here to win that final offensive round. And Ephesians is just winning gunfights now. You have to win that with unbelievable trades.
With 13 to 12 kills left, you only have about 2 to 3 waves left. So you got to really play your time here. You have 50 seconds, 2 to 3 waves at A. All you need is 1 tick at a time. Get 1 tick, back up.
And I think it's what we were saying earlier, the kills matter. I think the streaks that we've seen so far on this map have been crucial for making these push plays. And this is now where Potato Aimers is back in this defensive positions. They have the progress. Dynamite have to see the player on the right. They don't see each other, and that's going to be the kill there for Potato Aimers. That's unbelievable. And we were at 12 to 12 lives. We're now down to 8 to 12. Sensational has to make a play here and find a way to get into their spawns. And we see Ephesians on the flank once again.
I was just about to point that out. Look at number 3 on your mini map. He was all the way behind the team. Now 7 has to turn around as well. So if they just work this together, they has backup coming off spawn. 8 and 6 are coming out of their spawn, throwing grenades over. I don't see any trophies on the point.
That's 4 dead for Sensational.
That's detrimental. They had no trophies on the point.
No,
all they did was come in weak, and all you do is clean them up.
Oh, and this is going to be it. It's last alive for Vibe. And unfortunately, I think that's going to be it. What a great attempt. A fantastic map in a round 5, but Potato Aimers is going to come out and win in the end.
I mean, the only thing that we saw was a effectively dominant search and destroy.
Yep.
Other than that, it has been like this all match.
Absolutely.
I love to see this competition. I do think that Sensational Gamer has higher potential than they're showing right now. I need a little bit more confidence in their leader to let their team cook when they need to.
I think they're too scared, I think, to make some of those high impact, high risk plays.
Yeah.
I think they need to just send it. I think you're at a point now, you're down 2 to 1, your last lifeline. We're on Vista hardpoint. You gotta go. You just gotta run it.
We finally made it to Vista.
I'm so excited we see it. I got some good news.
You won.
We're under on the barrels.
You won.
I think
it was first round jitters.
They
went
2-0. 2
and I was really excited.
Team kills, and they just said we gotta stop messing around with
I
the
mean,
barrels.
that proves that they're coachable.
Oh, absolutely.
They learned.
For sure.
That's unfortunate for me. GG's on that one. I was expecting to be a lot higher.
Our favorite Clayster moments, we love this, but no, I think awesome map 3 to watch, going the distance, coming down to the wire. I think great plays, and I'm excited to see as these teams adapt on Vista. We haven't seen it out of either team yet. haven't seen it on stream at least. And I think knowing that this is, I believe, Potato Aimers map pick.
Yes. Because Sensational picked map 1.
They picked Rio because they won it. I'm interested to see if this is something where Potato Aimers actually played against in either of their previous matches.
Yeah.
Hard to tell. We didn't get to see them. So I want to see if they come out with some strats out the gate here. But Vista is one of those maps. It's sort of like 6-star in a way. It's very open, a lot of routes. But I think there's a lot of risk where those money hills are not as solid as other maps. I think they're easier to break.
There's only the one down there on the side, the little hut. That was potentially the only money hill.
Yeah.
So for this one, your line of sights and your routing from spawn is going to be wide open. So those ARs are going to be able to pick them off of spawn. But once you get into the nooks of the hard point, you need subs.
Yeah, exactly.
You need ARs to get to the point. You need subs in your point.
Yeah.
So this map can go really heavy one way really quickly.
Yeah, I think I kind of compare them again to some of the hard points on other maps like Rio and 6-star, but like on Vista, you've got that kind of cliffside hard point that's under the bridge.
Yeah.
Comparing that to the under the bridge hard point on Rio.
Yeah, on the previous one, that was at 60 seconds guaranteed money.
Yeah, exactly. But on Vista, it's way more mixy. You've got so many different angles to jump into it.
Yeah.
Longer line of sights in that lane. So it's going to be really interesting to see. I think, in my opinion at least, I think this is better for Sensational in the sense of it's a little more chaotic. And Potato Aimers doesn't get to have those set plays as much as they'd like to on those money hills.
I think it's gonna be really hard because you need your captain to get double kills all the time. You know what I mean? Because unfortunately, our Warzone player is not a respawn player.
Right.
So she thrives in those S&Ds. But today, they're almost 3.5 against 4.
Yeah.
So Sensational's got to clutch up. They need better comms. I want to see them push as a team.
Me too.
Potato became a really good team at the end of that control.
Yeah. No, I want to see more of what I think these teams are comfortable with. I think we talked about a little bit in the last map. Potato Aimers has their comfort zone and they're staying in it and it's working for them. I think Sensational has their comfort zone, but they're too afraid to lean into it too much. I think they feel like it's not working as well as it should, but I feel like they just need to do it and try and filter in some of these smaller changes into it that work well for them as a team.
I fully agree, and who knows what they're going to do right off the rip. We kind of want to see what guns they all have, right? That's going to be a strategy. I think they're going to go 3 ARs, 1 sub off the rip just because of the way these maps rotate and how the spawns are so much further away from the hard point.
Yeah. We jump into our map 4 here on Vista, and we're starting this P1 very, very open. It almost gives me, what's that map from MW2? Oh, God, with the... I can't remember the name.
Oh, I'm awful.
There's one map that I'm thinking of that has almost exactly the same P1 layout as this, where it's in a dining room.
Oh, where the kitchen's attached to it? Yeah.
The hotel map from, what was that, MW2?
Yeah, they just played it last year, or 2 years ago.
I think it's called Hotel.
We'll go Hotel. I'm down with it.
That map.
Yes, because they got copyright infringement. Yeah. It was a hotel that actually existed.
All right. Similar vibe. That's what I'm going with here. So, yeah, I mean, a great start out of both teams, kind of getting some 20-ish points off that hill. And this is, again, one of these quote-unquote money hills that is just so easy to deny time. And there's so many sight lines on at this point, so many nade spots, and not a lot of defensive cover.
Yeah,
but I think Potato Aimer's doing a great job of holding it so far.
I agree. The only defense is in that upper right there, that railing section.
Yeah.
If you can work that rail, you can have a lot of time on the point.
And this is where Jax is doing a great job of covering the 2 of those ways to get into the point. Phenomenal job here. Finds himself on a fantastic 3 streak and unfortunately going to get killed, but great job to really secure Potato Aim as a solid 30 points on this hill so far.
Yeah, and if he just stays alive for this one, team's already off respawn, he's got help. So he doesn't need to get this kill. That was it. That was it. That was a very good wave. Now you're looking at rotation. You got 12 seconds left on this hill. So they'll pick up that little scrap time. Okay, there we go. Get back in there. Pick up the scrap time, like I said. And the rest of the 3 just going out there. But Potato Aimers is shelter in place while they're spawning out in the little mini map. They spawned out as far away from that hard point as possible. You can't spawn in the opposite corners. Call of Duty fixed that.
Thank God.
But now they're lateral, so they don't have their preferred spawns right now. So they need a full wave and a push to be able to get this done.
And I think, unfortunately, I hate to see it there, another Clayster, but if Easton's is back in his element, he's on a 4 straight. He's been making these routes. He's holding these back spawns right now, and I think he's in a position where he can just frag out. And I think that's exactly what we wanted out of him in the last map. Bringing it back here, and he's 1 off a streak already.
I need him to have less than 30 seconds in the hill.
Yeah.
I think that's the only way Sensation is going to win it.
Yeah, well, so he locked in that cruise missile. We've got that later in the map, but Sensational doing a great job of getting back into this. They were down about 40 points, and they've now tied it up on this hill. Again, sort of a money hill, but easier to get some of these sight lines, I think, than it looks like on the mini-map. And now we're rotating to this hill. I firmly believe this is the money hill of the map, but I could be wrong.
Okay, we're about to see. I know early on there was only one, but as metas change throughout the CDL, we can understand where they're going. Unfortunately, I don't think a lot of these teams follow the CDL.
Yeah, they definitely don't.
So the operational side of this tournament has been a little bit different. Outside of scrap time, they're pretty much copy-pastable. But it is fun to see kind of the different setups, right? You do see a frequent person here on the stairs, but 3 people on the stairs, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, this is a little new to me. But I think what this point has allowed for so far is just when you don't have control of the point, you spawn out. You are in Canada. Reference to the United States there. Like you are gone.
We would say Egypt.
I guess, yeah, in our case, you'd be in like South Korea. Like you are far, you are not close. And we see a streak coming out for Thumbless. Finds 2 on the point, so good to deny some scrap time, but I probably would have saved that.
I don't know about a rotation.
Yeah, like a push in. Like I don't know if denying 5 seconds of scrap time with that streak is worth it. The kills don't mean anything here, so.
Yeah, if I were the leader of Potato, we would have a talk about using, because ultimately you can't make somebody use a streak.
Yeah.
But I would heavily tell them not to.
Yeah.
All right, why did you do that? You kind of gave us nothing. So, yeah, he got his 2 kills, but what does that do for their team?
And
now they don't have hardpoint control. Now they don't have rotation. So it's an irrelevant streak.
And they've just used another streak here for no kills.
Using a streak at this time, I'm not against.
No, of course not.
Using it effectively
was not great.
Yeah, that kind of, you could do better, guys.
So yeah, I mean, again, this is that cliffside bridge point I was talking about, and I think Sensational did a great job at the start to get some points on it. Potato Aimers now reclaiming that, but I think it's so mixy, it's hard to hold a lot of time, and you're going to see a lot of flip-flopping back and forth here. And after this point, we do move back to that P1. So I think it's really important for, as you control this point, you can't just control it from below. You need to control up top on that bridge, because look how close the next point is. It's right there. So you got to have that quick rotation and be able to deny the other, back spawn points in to make up more time on the P1.
Yeah, I think these 2 Ps being so close connected together are a clutch time to maintain your spawns. That would be, in my comms, I would talk about spawns more than anything on these 2 hills.
Yeah.
Because you know that you can chain them. You can connect them together so easily. So for Sensation, they kind of have control right now. I really like it. We'll see where they're spawning up. I don't really quite know yet. But they utilize a really good skill streak there.
Yeah.
And now they're still on point.
That's the one thing I wanted to call out. I think that was the perfect use of the missile. I think Efficience has a great understanding of the CDL format, how to use those streaks. Is as soon as that P1 pops, he calls the streak in, gets 2 kills, they break in, and they get the time. And you're going to see they've held that point almost the entire time. Really hard to do on P1s a lot of the time on maps. And they're even getting the rotations to this P2. So I think phenomenal work there. I think from Efficience, understanding, hey, this is what we can do with our streak. This is how we can turn it into a huge 50-point tempo swing. And now they're on P2 here. Great positioning. They know exactly where Potato Aimers is going to come from. And this could set themselves up for a way to win the map.
Yeah, I agree. Without that streak, I don't think that point goes as successful. But you got to rework on those streaks, right? DC's on a 5 now. If you can get one more, oh, he tried. But I think this is a really good hard point for them. They're in a good position. Now you need to maintain where they are. Push together. Stop looking at them. Go kill them. Because they were on spawn, no longer on spawn. So I think a little bit of comms would help that team a bit, pushing together, because I do see a lot of onesie-twosies right now. Where the last point, they got the streak, they bullied in, and they maintained it.
Yeah. Awesome work here from both teams. I think Potato Aimers finding a way back into this map as they get some time here on this point. Great shots from DC. That is a transition you want to see more of for sure in the rest of this map. And yeah, we're back here. I think one thing that that kill by Efficience in the back there to block those spawns is massive.
Yeah, it wouldn't happen any other way. So as soon as he gets that kill in the back, 1 was pinching front, but 3 maintained back there. So as you stay there, you're spawning them out. So you're getting more kills by just maintaining a spawn, right? You kind of playing easy mode at that point. I see 3 trying to make it back to that spawn point because they are flipped. Spawns are flipped, so 4 and 2 have to stay alive here in order to maintain control at this point.
I think as much as Potato Aimers have control at this point right now, that is 3 down. I was going to say that a push from Sensational coming in, but they shut that down real quick. And I think now if you're Sensational, you got to rotate.
Yeah,
you understand you're not getting the time here.
Absolutely, and I understand that, yeah, there's 30 seconds left, but you're going to potentially lose 30 seconds if you don't rotate early, and if you don't use your skill streaks properly.
Yeah, this has got to stop. I mean, the only person I've seen use a missile effectively so far this map is Efficience. The other 3 we've seen, complete waste of resources, even team kill there. And
13 seconds left in a hill?
Yeah.
Why are you calling it a kill streak?
Unbelievable. So we're back to what I think is this big money hill on the map here, and I think this is where Potato Aimers has a chance to take the series. I mean, they need to get as much time as they can on this hill, but but already Sensational doing a great job of finding these kills, shutting this down. But Potato Aimers does hold on. They do have better spawns, and Sensational's, again, I'm not a fan of this push. It's very fragmented. They're not waiting for their teammates.
You only see one person shooting at a time.
Yeah.
That's what you can't have. So even though 4 got to the hill first, who cares? Get on some kind of heady, get on some kind of glitch, and then wait for your team to come push with you, which he did the second time around.
Yeah, and we don't have the comms, but Efficient did a great job of telling his team to, hey, wait up for me. We can make this push together. They lose 2 at the start, but they get 2 more back. And Potato Aimers barely holding on, but didn't get nearly as much time as I think they could have gotten if the push hadn't gone as well as it did.
Yeah, I think that they're really working well on that last bit of it to just push together as a team. It kind of sucked. They lost their 1. They didn't get the scrap. Oh, well, who cares? You bullied in there at the correct time. Now he's in trouble. I think Potato is going to take over control at that point. They have the preferred spawns. We're about to see where they're spawning up now. Yep, preferred spawn. I think they're good to go. They can pretty much clutch this up and connect them.
One player did spawn out, but all of Sensational also spawned out. And I think we're going to find ourselves in a very similar spot that we did in map 1. Potato Aimers cannot win on this hill. We are going straight from this P5 to P1. Sensational is winning the fight here, not able to get some time, but we are going to be in a position where I do think either team could win on P1. If not, early into P2,
yeah.
And it is going to get super mixy, and I think that is where Sensational thrives with Efficients like we saw in that one.
Yeah, we only need 18 seconds left. Here we go. You stand that hard point, and then you're only going to work for 5 seconds. The other team needs 40 seconds, so if Potato plays their cards right,
this is very rough.
I think it's going to be really easy. Sensational has to play perfect from here on out for it to happen.
So
I don't know why you're pushing that right now. Go to the hard point. I'm not sure if you know what game mode you're playing. 2 in the back. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think Potato is going to take this one. Sensational put up a good fight, but you never know until the clock's over.
And so Efficients gets 2. They're not on the time. Huge waste of a couple seconds there. Is it going to matter though? It's not. They don't get in time. Potato Aimers going to close out the map and the series, and they will meet Scrap Time for a rematch of their first round matchup in the grand finals.
Yeah, we saw it. I think they put up a really good fight today. We saw our first 3-1. So that's a win on our behalf.
Yeah, love to see Map
It didn't
Force.
go flawless.
I love the response. Give me more of them.
These are all best of 5s. They won 3-1. Congratulations to them. They're going to be in the grand finals. But what they did do is clutch and guarantee second place.
Yeah.
So have we talked about the prizing again?
I don't think we talked about it recently, but just to corporate in, I'll throw this over to you. I think you got a better grasp of it than I do.
Yeah, we have first place. They're all going to win $500 gift cards and a free jersey. Jerseys just like this. They'll get their name on the back, and they'll be able to flaunt it to all their friends forever. Maybe hang it up in their stream room.
Yeah.
Right? I won the Kadena Championship Series. That's first place guaranteed. Second place is winning $300 in Amazon gift cards. So they've already guaranteed second place.
Yeah.
Potato Aimers, I'm not saying they're going to get second, but they've guaranteed it.
They get a new controller with that. New controller, faceplate.
That's what I need. I need a new scuff. My scuff paddle's broken. I'm not okay. But it looks like most of these people don't even have scuffs. They were playing claw in there.
Yeah,
I don't have
did
dexterity
see that.
like that.
I'm a KBM player.
Oh, okay.
I know. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
But like my current keyboard that I play with is a 60%.
Yeah.
So no arrow keys, no number pad, nothing.
It's
like,
just for
no
gaming.
function keys. Yeah. So when I play, I have so much mouse space. It feels so good.
That's awesome.
So new keyboard, maybe for some of these people.
Yeah, some of them are playing on a keyboard. New laptop. So second place is getting their $300.
Yep.
And third place is guaranteed $150 gift cards
Love
to
that.
Amazon. So these players are going to get to do whatever they want for a free tournament. I can't ask for anything better.
No, this is amazing. I mean, again, huge congratulations and thank yous to all the staff here on the Kadena side that put this on at the Schilling Center, the FSS, the AFG ambassadors. Awesome work here. Really excited to see, the last match of this and how the other tournaments have progressed so far. So again, thank you to all the volunteers and the members that have helped put this event on, and for everyone that came out and participated or spectated the event and enjoyed a time here.
Well, I'm going to go a little bit back in your direction. Thank you to Air Force Gaming and Rallycry for putting on such a great production. Coming out and supporting us, mentoring us, showing our points that we don't capitalize on, and we appreciate your feedback and getting involved in our community and maintaining and thriving it. We appreciate y'all.
Yeah, I mean, we're happy to be here. I think the base support program, for those that might not know about it, so with Air Force Gaming, what we have is this program where ambassadors and members of the program can fill out an application with us, say, hey, this is my event that I'm running, it's on this day, this is what's happening, we have this many people we think are going to come out. We then turn that around and say, okay, awesome. Hey, we want to support this event, be a part of it. We'll send you guys some merch you can use. We'll send you some equipment if it's a larger scale event, some staffing out to help with the broadcast and logistics and stuff. And I think the Kadena event 2 years in a row now has been our biggest base support event that we've supported here. So
back to back.
It's been phenomenal to come out here for this event. My personal first time to Japan, which I've been enjoying so far. Everyone here has made us feel super welcome.
Welcome to the sushi, ramen, and chuhais. We love it here.
No, it's been a great time and a great event. So really excited for this to conclude and our grand final that we have coming up very shortly.
Yeah, Losers Finals is a great competition. The tightest competition we've had all day. And I don't know what it's going to look like in the next round. I'm not going to say anything.
For a team named Scrap Time, I don't think a lot of their points are going to come from Scrap Time.
They don't care about Scrap Time.
Maps, so
it's really a note to the other team to get your Scrap Time because that's all you're getting.
Yeah, exactly.
So we'll see what has to come. That was the end of our Losers Finals.
Yeah.
Coming up, we have our Winners Finals. Unlike other games, let's go on a brief what it's going to be. A best of 7, no bracket reset, no help.
No,
So
nothing.
usually it's a double elim, but right now it's a single elim.
Yeah, this is the final map. It doesn't matter if you came for the winners or the losers. You're in a best of 7. The only advantage I'll call out here is being the winners bracket team. Scrap Time we'll get the better veto side. They'll get to ban more maps and pick more maps. But beyond that, I mean, it's really just who's got the best gunny, who's got the best rotations, and who really knows more going into the series. I think we have obviously a favorite and an underdog, but I'd love to see this go to a 5th, maybe 6th map or all the way if it needs to. But I think it's going to be hard to do so. We are going to take a quick break as we get these vetoes and the series set up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly with the grand finals of the KCS Modern Warfare 3 Championship. Grand Finals time. We're finally here. I think it's been a great path so far for both teams. I think we saw, obviously, Scrap Time earlier, played sensational.
We saw them momentarily.
It was a very brief stint. I think that match lasted all of about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And then we saw a super tight match between Sensational and Potato Aimers, who have now found themselves in this grand final against Scrap Time.
100%. Got a little recap. They did good. The maps that they went 3-0 on in the previous series, they said they kind of got lucky.
Yeah.
So they were expecting to lose. So they got lucky previously. They said that losing the Potato Aimers, they were like, that checks.
Yeah.
They weren't upset at all. They were there for third place to start.
There you go.
So they were super happy that they were able to clinch up $150 gift card. They're happy.
Yeah, hey, they met their expectations. They had a good time doing it. That's what this is all about, right? So they've done that there. Really happy to see the way they've taken that, and really excited for this grand final we now find ourselves in between Scrap Time and Potato Aimers, which if we take a look at those rosters for these teams, I think there's been a couple of standout players on each team. I really want to lean into the Scrap Time roster, though.
Yeah, so a little bit of brief backstory on the Scrap Time. It does start off with Moxie. Moxie's their captain. He has been a member of Scrap Time for every single event for the last 3 years. Roxy is their new guy. I asked him, how'd you guys pick up Roxy? Who are you? Are you actually him? And he said, I met these guys because we were the only iridescent, am I saying it right?
Yeah.
Iridescent players in ranked play in Okinawa.
There you
so
go.
they met in a ranked play match.
That's
They're
funny.
like, you're an Okie? Me too, dog. All right, you're now joining our team.
Love that.
And then Gunstain, he has always been their fry. And Peyton Lifts is actually Raw. Raw is the one that's going to Conus.
Yeah.
He has the big ambitions to play for Code Bowl, Code Red, next year.
Cool.
So he's getting over there. He takes it seriously. This is what his life's all about.
Yeah, and then on the Potato Aimers side, I mean, we've obviously seen a lot of these players. I think Thumbless and Stinky being those AR players, and Jackson David running around with the subs. I think they've done a really good job of having those set pieces and plays they want to run, and then executing them in a way that works. It'll be really interesting to see what happens against Scrap Time, where I think they might have more difficulty doing that. How do they adapt from that and make some of those changes to continue to find success the way they have so far?
Yeah, and for KCS, we're primarily funded by the community, so these gamers just picked their setups up and walked across the venue and put it up front. So while they're moving the computers around, I had a moment to talk to them. I said, hey, Potato Aimers, like, what are you guys all about? What are y'all doing here? I started with Stinky, right? Who are you and what do you do? He said, I am terrible. I am just here to play COD with my friends. So I asked him, are you the S&D star? And he goes, no, I got really lucky.
Yeah.
I said, well, then what happened on the hard point? Like, why did you not get off to a hot start? And he said, I hate that map. I asked them to ban it, and they didn't. So it kind of worked out that way.
Well, speaking of bans, let's take a look at our map set here. I think it'll be very interesting to see it where we end up at best of 7 this time. And luckily for us, we're starting on Vista. We get to see Vista again right at the start. I love that map. I'm excited to see it.
Happy.
And I think we've got a fairly diverse start to the series, and then it kind of fades into a little bit more of stuff we've seen already. So we've got Vista, Hardpoint, Karachi Search, Invasion Control. We've seen a bit of this so far throughout the day, but no repeats there. Get into that map 4, again, guaranteed to see that with it being a best of 7. We got that 6-star Hardpoint again, as we saw in our second series. I think that is Scrap Time's pick because they had it in that first series and they were dominant on that map.
Yeah, so what happened with this is how much you love Vista, I love 6-star. I love to see 6-star. I think it's got variables that are untouched compared to other maps. Right, that main variable is the water site, but also they have those canals. They have those little connecting points between points, and seeing teams utilize those efficiently is my favorite part.
Yeah.
Right, what are they going to do? But in this lineup, let's even talk about 5, 6, 7.
Sure.
There's potential, right? High rise, high rise. How do you feel about high rise search followed by control?
I think Potato Aimers likes those maps. I know for sure they picked one of them, and I think it's definitely something where they've had success so far today, at least from what we've seen on that map. Even if they did struggle at times in the map, I think overall they had their strategy. They knew what they wanted to come through. And I think it's something where I'd love to have a good understanding of, they realize they need to push themselves to that 7. I think Scrap Time is in the mentality where they understand that they have control of this. They can end it in 4. And I think Potato Aimers knows if they're going to take them down, it is probably going to be in 6 or 7.
Yeah, I don't know about this high rise, to be honest. I wouldn't play that if I were Potato.
Yeah.
Because of Scrap Time's ability to utilize the segments they didn't, which is the underground pass, the underground stairs, the underground steps. it was never used. They were surface level with the other playing field, where what are they called? Centuries?
The trophy systems?
No, the other team they just played against.
Oh, Sensational.
Sensational.
Yeah.
Sensational. They all say it's surface level, where scrap time's going to be everywhere. They're going to be on the crane. So I'm not looking forward to it. I need.
Yeah. I think definitely something we need to see out of Sensational. They cannot let this get to a quick, dominant start from scrap time. They need to show up on that first map. They need to win, I think, that second map. They have to. It is going to be their only way they stay in this series early. And I think, to be as bold as to say, I think they probably need to win that map 3 also. I think...
Agreed.
The best case scenario for Potato Aimers here is 2-2 by map 4.
Yeah, I think that's where you put your weight. Because
Yeah.
I don't know if map 1 is going to go past 4 minutes.
No, honestly, I don't think they're going to get 100 points.
It's one of those maps that is so heavily team dominant. The rotations are the most important part of that map.
Yeah.
Right? Not necessarily your aim, because once you get in that rotation, all your gunfights are pretty close.
Yeah.
Right? But Scrap Time's going to put somebody in time, and they're going to have 3 pushed out.
Yeah.
They're going to get power positions, and it might be over quick. So map 2 and 3 is where they're going to make their money if I were Potato Aimers.
Cool. Well, we're going to head to a quick break, double check where the lobby's at, guys. We'll be back soon. Stay tuned, and we'll be here in a minute. We are jumping into map 1 between Scrap Time and Potato Aimers, and Chad got you back here. I think I really want to see Potato Aimers put up 100 points if they can.
Yeah, that would be a W for them. Even if they can get over 90, I would still count it as a success because it's such a team-based map. It's going to be a little bit of a problem for them. because especially this one here, you can just flood in front, and then you only have 2 potential choke points besides the jump up.
Yeah.
A lot of the maps a lot of the points are going to be like that on this map.
Yeah, I'd love to know. I wish we had more stats in terms of what Scrap Time's played in their series that we saw off stream. Same with Potato Aimers, but from the way this has started, I'm gonna go ahead and say I think Scrap Time is a fan of Vista.
They love it.
Yeah, because they had the bad side on the rep.
Actually, I'm going to take that phrase back. They just don't want to play Karachi. That's all they care about.
Yeah.
So all the other ones, they're like, we will win, and we'll just ban Karachi, and we're good to go.
Yeah, well, a great start on P1, have the rotation for P2, and I think they have a really good understanding of their game plan. Great shots there from Stinky, though.
Stinky with a hip fire.
And, hey, they're going to get some points on the board here as they flip this point to their side. And they're going to hopefully be able to hold it, although Ryotzi going crazy. He finds 3, almost finds the 4th, but runs out of ammo. And, yeah, I mean, this P2, I think, is going to be a lot more mixy. I think a lot of these points are going to be a lot more mixy in this series than they have in previous series. And I'm excited to see how, they can make these adaptations like we talked about. I know they played earlier today off stream, 3-0 for Scrap Time. Honestly, I don't think it was that dominant. Like, the hard point, I remember what I saw, was fairly dominant. It was 250 to 59.
Yeah.
The search was a 6-0.
Okay, so what part wasn't dominant again?
But the control went a 3-2.
Okay.
My understanding, the control went to 5.
Did they have like semi-automatic weapons? What were they using?
I did see quite a few people sitting back in their chair.
Yeah.
Which makes me think they were dying quite a bit.
They are Team Troll.
Yeah.
For how much I believe in Scrap Time, when they're up, they love to troll. They love to go rounds and search where they do pistols only.
Yeah.
All 4 members. If they could drop their guns, I think they would.
Yeah.
So COD, if you could put that in, that would be fun.
I know they had it in previous CODs. I don't know do they still have it in this COD where you can actually like pull out a knife?
No, you attach it as a secondary.
Okay.
So when you melee, the knife will come out. But you can't drop your weapon yet like you do in Warzone.
That would be funny.
Yeah, but just like we said, they're rotating early, they're getting the spawns, and then typically you'll only see 1 person in the point for Scrap Time. The other 3 are out mass slaying, or they'll have 2 out slaying, and 1 is going for new.
Yeah,
right?
and I think you're going to see that here, especially on this point. You're going to see Gunstain just sitting in the point, holding that long angle with an AR, and you're going to see the rest of their team just go out and frag. I mean, you've got number 4 top of the map. You've got Ryotzi looking at these pushers, and you've got Moxie just holding the spawns. I mean, it's so hard for you as Potato Aimers to do anything about this. Like, you have to play as a unit, and they're not doing that. They're running in one at a time, trying to take these ones, and they're not doing it quick enough for a trade to actually matter, and they're just finding no value for any of these gunfights.
Yeah, I pay attention to the mini-map a little bit more than most. And number 4, Raw, has not had a gunfight outside of that one in the last minute and a half.
Yeah.
All he was watching was rotations. So if anybody was countering him, anyone was flanking him, it would have been his job.
Yeah.
Nobody came, so they played 3v4 for the last minute and a half. And that just shows what kind of intelligence this team has and what they're looking for when it comes to how they're getting pinched out, how they're getting flooded out of a point.
And this is the rotation too. I mean, obviously Potato Aimers with a very favorable spawn to get that rotation first, but the way you're going to see Scrap Time come together and push this, they're only taking gunfights that actually get them a net positive from this. And even though, they are, like, Potato Aimers, credit to them, great job getting these trades, it doesn't matter because the way that Scrap Time has formulated this push, they're going to win gunfights that sends Potato Aimers spawn point way out of the map, and they're going to have that time, even though they're not on the point, they're holding these good spawns that they want for this point and then transitioning back into P1.
Yeah, I kind of look at those as an IQ kill. Yeah. They're not getting kills, but because of the IQ, because of their game style and where they're at on the map, they're essentially getting free waves because they're spawning them out.
Yeah.
So they don't have to always kill them to get the time off the hill.
Exactly.
They can just be in the right position. And that's kind of where I look at for these setups. So when it comes to Scrap Time, it's chalked. We don't really care when it gets to like the last 10, 15 seconds. I no longer care about that hard point is the way I view this map, or I view all maps. So I'm just looking at the next one. Why are you all fighting in that hill? I guess it is connected. It is a connector. I'll give that to them. I wouldn't have believed in it. But here we go. They do have early control. Can they hold it, or are we watching one up top gonna initiate the flank?
Yeah, back into our second set of rotations here into the P1. Again, very mixy hill, right next to P5. Scrap Time does a great job at the start, again, finding those kills, getting that time, and trying to force Potato Aimers to spawn to that left side of the mini-map.
Yeah.
That P2 is gonna be right at the bottom, in the center, in that kind of open area with the hut. We saw Scrap Time in the first set of rotations do a fantastic job of making that rotation, transitioning themselves over to be able to hold that point, and now they have Potato Aimers spawning exactly where they want them,
Yeah,
top right side of the map. But Stinky spawns out, and they have Thumbless already there. They do have a chance here to make a push, but they have to win these gunfights, and that's a great start for them.
Good trade by number 8 down at the bottom, going to rotation for new. But you'll see, as always, they have one person in the hill. They have 2 people patrolling like little raptors. Where we're gonna find them, and I'm gonna kill you. And then the third person, fourth person is just looking for flanks, watching these crazy sneak throughs that just don't happen. Very rarely do you see someone sneak through on their defense because they're set up in the right position. That's all you have to do when it comes to holding down a hard point. Is rotate new and hold these power positions. They're power positions for a reason.
Yeah, and we see Scrap Time here on this P2. They have a chance to win off this hill. This would be a total of 7 hard points on this map, or those that do math. 7 hard points times 60 seconds is only 420 points. They would have gotten 250 of those 420 points. They are not going to win off this hill. However, that is nearly unheard of. That's crazy.
Yeah, to be 50-point clubbed is a doozy. Most rosters actually look for changes in their entire roster if you get 50-point clubbed in any competitive setting. So for them to be able to consistently put up this kind of performance just speaks true to who they are and what they do. Now, Potato Aimers, what do you think they're taking away from here?
I think the big thing they need to understand is, hey, this is the mixiest, the respawn map. They are kind of disadvantaged here. They need to come into the search and destroy and play their game. They need to have those set plays that they want to do. We're going into, I believe it's Karachi on the search. I could be wrong. Yeah, it's Karachi on the search. They know they have that elevation. They know where they want to be, and they have to be able to execute on those quick pushes into the points and make some momentum here. We are going to see Scrap Time wrap up this map 250 to 30, and
see the player cam.
They just got to bounce. I'd love to see some player reactions from the winning team here, but. They just got to bounce back from that. They gotta find a way to get back into the search, and excited to see how they turn around in that too.
Yeah, I mean, this is a flawless. This is everything we've been talking about all day. It's led up to this point. They fought their way through all these teams. They haven't lost a map. They lost a couple rounds, but so far they haven't lost a map.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what we're expecting out of them. To go single, double, triple positive is not unheard of for this team because they operate correctly. I'm not saying they have the best gun skill.
Yeah.
I'm saying that they operate as a team the best way. And in this 4v4 competitive rule set, you have to operate as a team. You cannot go out there and win singles all day long and win the map. It's just not how it's operated.
And we saw it on that post-game scoreboard. Not a single person on Scrap Time had over 30 kills, but none of them had less than 20. They're all distributing the load. They understand what they need to do and how to work together with their team to make the most impact. And you'll see on a lot of teams where those sub-players, those sub-players have most of those kills, but you're pointing it out to me exactly. Gunstain, 2.5 minutes in the hill. That's 150 plus points in the hill.
So he has 97% of their points on the board is him.
It's unreal.
And look at his kills too. He doesn't have the highest impact as far as the kill race.
Yeah.
But he's always in the hill, which means he's always rotating. Right? You don't get that much hill time and rotate late.
No, exactly.
So he's the man getting it done, and the other ones, their objective is go slay it out.
Yep.
Go slay it out, have fun. Gunstain, you know your dog. Get in there.
Just get in there and get the job done. So we move on to our second map here. We are going to Karachi Search. Like I said earlier, I think this is a great chance for Potato Aimers to get back in this series, but they have to start strong. They're going to probably start on the defense, I would imagine.
Yeah.
And I hope that they can really rally behind the past success they've had on this map, especially against Sensational, and really find a way to take those strategies that they have and push them to a point where even with Scrap Time, where they are winning those gunfights and they're more communicative, they can continue to find success in the plays that they've already done before and keep bringing those time and again to these later rounds in this map. Because I do think if they have a chance to win this map, it's going to around 10 or 11.
Yeah, maybe, right? We don't know. But what we can take away is that Scrap Time picked Vista. That was their number one pick. That's how they wanted to start it out. as a team, that's what you're supposed to do. But now Potato Aimers got to pick this map.
Yeah.
Right? So we need to see something out of them. Why did they pick the map? They did really well previously. Remember I was telling about that top 3 of those power positions?
Yes.
Having top red. They're the only team that did it outside of scrap time. So that's why they're so effective. If they can replicate that here, if they can maintain those things and don't get shook, don't take that L and get shaken up and get nervous and start acting crazy.
Yep.
Just work as a team. Do what you did last time. Copy paste it, and I think they can find some success.
So Potato Aimers does in fact start on the defense here, and Scrap Time with a pretty aggressive push over towards the B side, but it is being read by Potato Aimers. Stinky, that is a very aggressive push, sir, with an AR. Not exactly what I was hoping to see. Is I really want them to just digest what Scrap Time's throwing at them and then make a plan. I think on offense you got to take the initiative, but on defense you can sort of kind of let it come to you, and we're already in a 1v4 and Bomb is down. This is over. This is round 1 done.
Yeah, that's what they do best. They are not a passive team, Scrap Time. They're a very aggro team. That's what you're going to see on every single offense round. And I believe, just a bold prediction, they're going to send 2 off players in full offense right now.
Yeah.
That's what I think they would do. If I were them, that's what I would do. 2 hang back and get your O's, get your safeties. And the other 2, go slay.
Yeah.
Hey, good luck. I hope you get a 2-piece. Right? That's exactly what I would tell my brother, because I'm not the one running.
Yeah, I think we're going to see, from Potato Aimers, I hope we see 4 commit to A. I think it worked really, really well for them when they were playing against Sensational, and we are going to see them kind of play this more default style, but they're heading towards B. Thumbless has to get impact out of this decision, and he's not doing it.
Yeah, I really thought he was going to go ahead and push up there. He didn't. That's okay. They're all on B. They're going to have to make some plays there. They do have 2 down, so this is looking really good for them. They got the trade. Now they have to take control of that point. I need that bomb to get picked up. Bomb got killed, but they're right there to pick it up, and they're about to push it towards B. Now play together. All you need to do is trade out that number 2.
Yeah, we are in a 1v3. Great job from Potato Aimers to kind of let the play come to them. And, hey, they're going to find that round. I think that's exactly what you need to do on the offense. And I want to see more of that from them, especially, putting Thumbless in a place where I thought he wasn't aggressive enough, but he did a fantastic job letting the play come to him, like we were saying on defense, using that to make that advantage and then find those power positions just like he did. So great job there.
Yeah, it's exactly what he did against
Sensational.
Dude, that's a tongue twister for me. The Sensationals, they're doing the exact same approach on their offensive rounds, and I love it. They need to stay true to who they are, and I believe that you just said it. They need to be a little more patient on defense.
Yeah.
The unfortunate part is how patient do you want to be? Because the more patient you are, the more set up the other team will be. You guys play for a full re-break, but we'll see here. They're kind of in just a normal split.
Yeah.
1A, pretty soon you'll see them rotate over, give a little more help on B, but we'll see what happens here.
Look how aggressive Scrap Time is through the mid. They have 3 people to go through mid, and they kind of play it
SMG
slow enough where they let Potato Aimers think they're pushing towards one site, and then they just go through mid, collapse those positions, and make the play. Fantastic work from Scrap Time. They don't have the bomb. It is down on B, but Davids is all the way over at A, not able to make any play here, and they are in a 1v3. They don't have a lot of time, don't have a streak to play for, so I think it's important they just try and do their best here, make a play, and try and get some progress in this round.
Yeah, Stinky was really trying to make a nice play from top, but he only got the 1. He couldn't get the 2, and they were playing separated. They were both on islands, and your island player is a good luck GG's.
Yeah.
I hope you can get 2 in a row. It's not very likely. But Scrap Time did really great in the beginning of the round of just pushing their SMGs into those buildings. That's what those buildings are designed for.
Yep.
Get 2 guns, 2 goons, play hip to hip, because you cannot outshoot 2 SMGs running at you.
Well, we're 3 rounds into the search board for, and it's all offense so far in this map, and I think that's just a testament to show, hey, you have your plan, you stick to it, and you know what you want to react, and you're making it work. And I think that's great for both teams, but I think it's still better for Scrap Time because they can kind of pivot more on those defensive rounds and play a little bit more to their style and just win those gunfights.
Yeah, and as a whole, you're typically winning a lot of those offensive rounds if you're pushing together. Versus a defense, as is molded to be, you send 2 one way and 2 the other way, which means if the other side is rolling as a 4-pack, you will almost always win those trades, right? So if you can kind of capitalize on your offensive rounds, that's awesome. But I need a little bit more clutch from D.
Yeah.
You're supposed to like defense, and I'm not seeing a lot of good defense here. until now.
Until just now. Scrap time with one of the quickest rounds we've seen so far all day. Really just finding good power positions and winning their gunfights, and I think that's something we're gonna see as a common theme here. I hope from both teams. I think Potato Aimers has the potential to do what they just experienced from Scrap Time. They just need to play a little bit more patient, and a little bit more structured. I think they're really giving up their default positions too early. We saw that 2 rounds ago on their last defense. I want to see a change here from them.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what they do on the offensive push here. Are they going to flood A? That's what I'm going to presume they would do, but who knows? They might make their way down to B themselves. They have a good defense right now, Potato Aimers. They got split up 2-2. They got to win their ones, though, and that's just not going to happen.
Oh,
and they get fried.
No.
Oh, the disrespect.
Oh.
They're shooting bodies already. Gunstain, I told you they troll, and there's proof. They're the trolliest team, but they have a lot of confidence to back it up.
I was going to make a comment about how Ryotzi and Raw went through mid, and the exact same thing happened with Potato Aimers, gave it their position too early. But it doesn't matter, because Gunstain just turned on them so bad.
He got a 2-piece, and that was disgusting.
This is the gun show.
It really is. I mean, there's a reason why that everyone was calling him a hacker 2 years ago, genuinely. He has the potential to fry like that.
Yeah.
Does he always? No.
No.
But that potential is there, and that's the scary part. That every single one of these people, all 4 of these men, can fry anybody on any given moment.
Yeah.
They're getting those 2-3 pieces. Now, if our Potato aiming, we got to show a little bit more confidence. I need you to not play as scared. I need you guys to play a little bit more tight, right? It's showing that when you split up, it's not working for you because they're not winning their ones. Off angles like this that Moxie has are one of the reasons why they're the most effective team in back half.
Well, Scrap Time has a couple of streaks going here between Rotzi and Gunstain, and they get any missiles. I think they're locking this map down. So I think there's one from Gunstain. I think Potato Aimers in a 1v3. We really need to see better work out of them going into these future rounds and future maps of just working more cohesively as a unit. 1v3 now down to a 1v2 though. Jax with a chance to turn this around. Bomb is dropped, and it's a 1v1 now. So we're in a great position here. I think Jax just needs to find this player, but unfortunately he's going to get caught out. And Scrap Time 1 round away from making this 2-0.
He really checked his corners, right? That's one-on-one of your S&D. Check your corners. And one guy was looking the other way. He checked this corner right here. This isn't a very common corner. I don't know how he checked it, but well done, well played. And Rotzi has been proven. He's 7-1 right now.
Yeah.
He's proven that he's got that in him. He is their S&D star, I think, in my opinion. I'd probably pick him up first, just because I love that play style. He's wild. He's a little bit cracked, right? He doesn't play that Moxie. He plays very conservative. You will not win the gunfight against me, is his approach. Versus, you can see his optic skin. He's playing like Shotzi. The other guy's running around, frying everybody.
I want to point this out here. Potato Aimers is trying something new. They're pushing 4 aggressively to B. Unfortunately, get bad timing. Scrap Time is going to get this bomb down early.
They got countered.
They have Rodzi has a missile. Gunstain has a missile. This is just over. I'm surprised the bomb is not down yet, but we are in a 1v3 with, once again, Jax.
They're playing team deathmatch right now.
So it's a 1v3, but they have 2 missiles. So it's really a 1v5, I'm going to be honest.
I have really high confidence they're going for... I really thought they were going to disrespect him.
Yeah, I thought so too. But they get the win. That's going to be our map 2. 6-1 count there. Improvement from the last one they had, though.
Yes.
That was a 6-0.
6-0. They got one.
So improving there. Great job there to Scrap Time again, and halfway on their way to being the champions here today.
Yeah, so they finished off with 3 cruise missiles. So if anything would astray, they had backup. But look at these KDs. This is not always reflective. It's a little bit glitched. But overall, they played phenomenal. They played lights out.
Yeah,
and
very one-sided.
That's all they needed to do was get in there, execute those routines on offense.
Yeah.
Defense only one time won?
Yeah.
The one defense won out of the whole match?
It was all offense.
How does that even possible? Kudos to them.
Yeah, great jobs there. And I think that it sets them up really in a good mentality for Control, where, again, we're going to be on Invasion for Control. And I think you have a really high potential for offensive wins on Invasion, especially that A point. And it's something that I think we are going to see an offensive win out of scrap time in that first 2 rounds, and it could set the pace for the rest of this series.
Yeah, I think your back's against the wall for Potato Hammers right now.
Yeah.
You're going in full aggro. I'm tired of like having any control.
No.
Sitting 2 here and 2 there. I think you nix it.
Yep.
You just go on full assault mode, hope for the best. I would go 4 deep into A was the first thing I would call here.
Yep.
And hope that they only have one player looking at it.
Yeah, I think you of course respectful of the longer sight lines you have on Invasion, but you just gotta fry. I mean, you gotta hope your shooters are shooting, and you gotta try and get some kills and make some progress.
Yeah, I don't know who's going to be on offense, right? I'm not tracking it that closely.
Yeah.
But just remember, in these first couple rounds, or at least round 1, nobody has trophies, right? Nothing's like earned. So
yeah.
What are we going to do here? It's kind of your raw gun skill in the beginning. So if they can get past that phase, they can set themselves up. But it really highly favors scrap time.
Yeah.
Because they've proven that they can shoot pretty straight.
Yep. Absolutely. Well, probably a minute or 2 until our next teams get in, but let's quickly talk about, I think, some more of the stuff we saw in the hard point. You know, we're going to another respawn here. I think Potato Aimers they didn't have a great map, but I think something that they did do well was understanding trading patterns a little bit better than we've seen them today. I think
riding those waves.
Yeah, they're gonna be better at playing together as a team, and I think that's something that really worked for them well in the control against Sensational. Was they were really pushing as a unit, as a group of 3 or a group of 4, and finding ways to close out some of these points, and at least find a way to, work together to secure those takes and extend that time where needed. So we'll see some clips here from map 1 of this series, where I think they did a great job working together as a team, and at least trading out some of those kills that scrap time was getting back at them.
Yeah, we can only take a couple of points away, but in that back point underneath the bridge is where they shine the most.
Yeah.
And that one's kind of a contest spot, so I didn't see it. You call it the money hill. I think it's a little bit more contested, but who knows? But they did really well at breaking the hill. The problem is, like I said, they always are breaking a hill.
Yeah.
I want to see a 30-second early rotation.
Yeah.
I swear to you,
I
think that's the
some
only way.
form of defense.
Yeah, they need to get in there and have a setup.
Yeah.
Because scrap time relies on, I don't need to rotate that early.
Yeah.
They're like a 15-second team because they believe they're better.
Yep.
Right? But if you were in Potato Aimer's shoes, just rotate early. Get in there early, get yourselves ready. That way you know where they're coming from, get your line of sights. And I think that's the only way they can take away this map.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm excited. I think I love watching Invasion personally. I think Karachi is a little too compact and too much elevation. I think I find, at least as a player when I play it. I think Invasion has a little bit more structure to it.
Yeah.
You've got the lanes.
Yeah.
It's
more traditional 3 lanes.
Super fun, super mixy to watch, especially in those last minute tense moments. B, as we kind of talked about, pretty free for the offense in terms of capping that early.
It's almost a guarantee.
There's so many ways to hide in there, prevent yourself from getting killed by nades and stuff like that. But no, I'm really excited to see how Potato Aimers can try to put a dent into this score line and bring themselves back to a 2-1 spot from map 4.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough. We're in a double elimination bracket, but right now it's single them.
Yeah.
So this is a one and done. Whoever gets the 4 maps first wins it all.
Yeah.
We are guaranteed second place though.
Yes.
So let's take the W on that one. They beat the rest of the competition.
Yep.
They are up against the Juggernauts.
Yes.
Right? So
heavy favorites.
If you could take a little bit off them, cool. But if I were them, I'm cranking music. I'm going vibes are high. Maybe open a new Red Bull.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm getting ready for the ceremony.
Pop out to the vending machine, get a couple, and just...
Yeah, because at this point, you're just there for fun.
Yeah.
It's a fully free tournament. You made it to the top 2 teams. You made it on stream. Let's now work for a couple clips that I can put on my own social media. And let's hang out with the boys. Let's have a good time.
Awesome. Well, let's hop straight into map 3 here. Obviously, super important for Potato Aimers to win this one. They find themselves down 2-0, and for scrap time, just kind of routine for them. They want to make some plays, get some clips, have some fun, and early 3 over towards B here, and this is exactly what we expect to see. Great job from Potato Aimers finding some of those early kills, but they have 3 over on A, and I think they've just kind of recognized that B is lost, which I'm not totally against. Yeah, that's totally fine.
The problem is, once they cap B, all they're looking for is 4 successful waves. Your first wave is going to push them out. right? You're expected to kind of die on your first wave towards A.
Yeah.
Your second, third, and fourth, you need 1 tick each.
Yeah.
And you win the entire map, and you'll have just over 2 minutes to do it, right? So I think Scrap Time's in a perfect setup here.
Yeah.
I'm really happy if someone gives me B this early on in the map, but potato aiming, I'm not against this play.
So
right?
I like what I saw to Jax. He played through their spawn. He's going for this kind of flank. I just don't think he got enough value out of it, and now A is wide open. I don't think Scrap Time realizes yet that there's no one over there, but they will.
They found
now
it.
they will.
Yep.
As soon as they find these two, they know that those are the last two they were looking for. They're going to head towards A, but some great line of sight and kills here from Potato Aimers. Now I really want them to push up after they find Raw, which he finds too. Hard to do that, and they are in A.
Yeah, I would like to see from Potato Aimers a little bit more time on that tank just in front of this where they're running to now.
Yeah.
They were kind of pushed back in their spawn, and then one player was in A. Inside of A, it's wall pingable.
Yeah.
So you're more vulnerable than you think. So I don't really know if that's the best play to defend the A site, but I understand where they're getting at. They're playing on their back foot right now. They were double stacked. They have Trophy and Hill. They can only run from one direction right now. So this is a GG.
Raw, last one alive, making some good progress. Finds 3, doesn't find the 4th, but they do have 2 ticks, and they're up by 4 lives. So this is what I said. I think A, much more capable than a lot of other control points. And with another 2 dead from Scrap Time, I think this is looking likely. But Jack's doing a great job holding this. Thumbless with the support. And it's all up to Raw now. Is he going to get this final tick? He's got 3 people to fight. Help on the way. And I think this might be round 1 over to Scrap Time.
Yeah, that was a really good play there, especially to look down the line of sight mid, because he knew that no of the respawners are coming from the far right.
Yeah.
So well played there to get your last time. It took a little bit longer than I thought. They had
Same
2
here.
pushes there that Jax came in, a miracle play.
Yeah.
Good 2-piece.
No,
that's clippable.
I think he's really been their anchor player the last map and a half here, where he's finding those plays. He's not being afraid to try some stuff and to get into the back line of the enemy team. And they really need more of that. So kudos to him, and I hope his team to continue to support him into this round. Now, where they're on offense, I think this is something where they try and get A early.
That's what I was saying earlier.
Yeah.
I would 4-push A, and I mean off the rip.
And they're doing it. This is exactly what they're looking at here.
Yeah, I think that's your only way to, like, your back's against the wall now. Uh-oh. Good off angle. Rotzi played it perfectly.
And that is 4 dead.
We call that a counter.
Listen, hey, they read it like a book. They knew it might have been coming. We knew it might have been coming.
And now this map in control is the worst spawn kill in the entire game. No other map, no other mode has a worse spawn kill than this.
They have not died yet. They have 30 lives.
It's not okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it. This is GG's.
Yeah.
They're not gonna get out of their spawn for the rest of the map because of the design of this. The way they always spawn out is inside this house, and you can only come out of the house in 3 spots, but they're all from the same angle.
Yeah.
So you usually watch that one angle, and you effectively lost the entire round.
Well, they've managed to break this trap a little bit, but they're already down by 8 lives and only have 30 seconds left on the clock, and Scrap Time's still finding those kills.
C7.
They are basically back in that spawn trap, but Thumbless is able to get out of it.
They're not recognizing
He
him.
needs to find kills. Getting the B point here doesn't matter as much. His teammates are still spawn trapped, and this is brutal. I mean, I don't even... Okay, Thumbless finds 1, finds 2, and now they need to be able to break out, but Rossi's still here. They're not tracking him.
Rossi's shooting him in the back right here. Wow, that is impeccable. So here we go. We have a couple more seconds left, and that's it. It started off in the very beginning.
Yeah.
But I'm going to be dead serious. I think Potato Aimers did the right thing. That was their only chance of hopefully coming back to win this control. It's to go full aggro right off the rip and hope that you can get 2 down.
Yeah.
But Rotzi played that initial off angle that ruined the entire round for them. So I'm going to go MVP because of the first play, and the wrap up at the end was Rotzi on that round for me.
Yeah.
He played it perfectly. He just stayed in the right position. He didn't need to shoot the best bullets. He shot him in the back.
Yeah,
He
exactly.
shot everybody in the back. He maybe had 2 gunfights that entire map, and then that set him up for that spawn trap. So if you're a Scrap Time here, don't let that happen to you.
And this is what we see too when we look at that post-game scoreboard, the non-traded kills, right? So many of those are getting a kill and getting out, but they're also just from shooting enemies in the back, and they don't know where you are. So Scrap Time going to do a great job here on the offense. I think they managed to already push into the spawn. I did not think we were going to see that, but at the end of the day, they team killed him and he died anyway. So
Yeah.
you do kind of get your 1 for 1, in lack of a better term. But
oh no.
Okay, guys, I understand you're winning. I understand we have streaks and we're having fun with it. But a 2 friendly fire missile is not
I think
it.
he killed him off spawn.
You think so? I thought they were getting into B and he hit
Oh,
them.
he was trying to say I can do better.
Yeah.
He wanted the claim, and he gets 2 kills for him. So
yeah.
good for you, bud.
He's gonna have to earn another streak, I guess. But scrap time in
he's already
B,
halfway there.
Yeah, they're stacking it, and Rotzi and Moxie probably looking over towards A soon. Potato Aimers giving up B, but I think scrap time again trying to manipulate this timer where they can get towards A, get a better position there before fully capping B.
Exactly. And I think it's a good way to stop the clock while also getting positional plays on the map.
Yeah.
So just hold off. I know they're having fun, but that's a really good play overall for all teams to take home. Is don't always cap B initially, unless you're all 4 there.
Yep.
If you're all 4 there, you get that minute and you can push as a squad, but it's kind of better to let it go. Let 3 people push up, let 1 stay back, cap it late. Then you already have your map position and you can get that first wave over with into A.
I like this positioning Potato Aimers has here. They're all taking very distinct separate angles and it's working well for them. Scrap Time is trying to do a 3% push into their spawn, but it doesn't work out the way they want. Yeah, they get Moxie on the point, but no one on Potato Aimers really died, but now Scrap Time is finding the kills.
4.
That's 4 dead. They should be stacking here and they can win the map.
Yeah, that'll be over. But only if they capitalize. I think Potato Aimers needs to get a 2-piece. That's the only way to do it. Stinky, don't do it. Yeah, there we go. It's going to be tough to come back from that because now they have map control. And all you have to do is play trades if you're scrap time.
Thumbless finds 2, does clear them off the point temporarily, but Raw is still sitting on this back line, has this long angle. And yeah, there's nothing that Potato Aimers can really do. Like, they need to get on now. That's 2 ticks done. And Thumbless is watching this, but you can watch it all you want. The point's still going to tick away.
Yeah, I don't like this passive of a play, to be honest. It might work out for him, but you're down 2 ticks. Just run in there, big dog.
Yeah.
A little bit too passive. I think scrap time's going to be okay here. They need to get 1 more kill, get in the hill, and it'll be all over.
Yeah, and Scrap Time realizes this, and they're just going for kills. They're not getting on the point. There's only 2 lives left. They just want to wipe them.
Gotcha.
And we are going to be going to a map 4 with a 3-0 lead for Scrap Time. So great job for them. And I think here they're going to... Are they going to go for the kill, or are they just going to go for some,
he doesn't
some
have a
fun
trophy.
stuff here?
He doesn't have a trophy. Stun him. Stun him.
Yeah, they're definitely going for it. And they get the beat down.
Good try.
Great job from Scrap Time, taking a 3-0 lead in this series, and they are 1 map away from being KCS MW3 champions.
Back to back to back.
Wow.
KCS champions.
Unbelievable.
They might be a 4-peat, actually. I was gone for one of the events. We don't know what they're up to now, but that was a phenomenal performance. They played it perfectly. Now we have our expert here with us. One of our other players is in the venue. She's here to kick it, but I think that was great. Scrap Time did exactly what they wanted to do.
Yeah.
Raw played really well, even though he was trolling.
Yeah,
with
maybe
his
not the best
things.
streak usage.
I don't know. For him, I think he would say it was.
He would probably beg to
He's
differ,
asserting dominance to his team.
Yeah, exactly.
And at this point, I think he can only talk smack to his own team.
No, absolutely. So, I mean, great work out of them. Up 3-0 in the series, 1 map left. Map 4, we're going to 6-star. Your personal favorite hard point.
That's what I'm talking about.
But looking at the replays here, I think one big takeaway is I think Potato Aimers
They had potential
They
there.
executed the plan the way they wanted to. I think Scrap Time was just so good at reading them and understand what they were trying to do, adapting from that, and then being able to formulate a better plan. And Potato Aimers didn't really have a response from that.
Yeah, and I liked their strategy initially in round 1 where they just let them take over that B point. I think that's the right call.
Yeah.
Because you know that they're pretty much going to win it no matter what.
Exactly.
Don't waste your lives. Yeah. Let's just start off. Let's go 1v1 at A. Hopefully my lives stand the test of time. It didn't. So they had some really good strategies throughout the entire map.
Yep.
Unfortunately, Scrap Time can adapt. They are the players, so they countered them really well.
Yeah.
When 4 pushed one way, Scrap was on the other side and capitalized on it. But I think they showed a lot of potential.
Yeah, so clean sweep in the control. Moving on to the hard point. I mean, map 1, obviously very one-sided. This is the potential last map of the tournament here. I think out of Potato Aimer is obviously going to be very difficult for them. I think they need to come out strong right off the gate, do something as a team of 4, get those kills, play aggressive, rotate early, like you're saying. They can't keep breaking. You can't always be breaking hills. You have to try and hold some hills. I think inherently they're going to be better at holding hills, and I want them, even if they're giving up like 20 seconds on a hill, if it means they hold the first 30 seconds of the net hill, that's the next game.
Yeah, I'm looking at their 2 sub players here.
Yeah.
If their sub players are not absolutely frying, not doing good, they need to fry
Popping off
on this map in order to make something of this team.
Yeah.
That's our only chance here. I don't even know if rotations are going to help them as much.
Yeah.
But if you set yourself up with a rotation and a trophy, then your SMGs are going to actually be able to participate.
Yeah.
Right? If not, your SMGs are useless on this map.
Yeah.
Because there's long angles in your rotational spots.
And if you're a sub, play in a ratty corner, you know, play in a place that
The
is
vents.
unexpected. Yeah,
All these
like
vents, the ocean or the pool.
The pool. Yeah, just somewhere where they won't expect you to be, where you can get that gunfight. But yeah, we're hopping into the map now, map 4, starting off, and we're gonna see that P1. I really want to see these flanks, these ratty corners used by potato aimers to get some progress there. And a little bit of a late start on a thumbless. I don't think he made her realize that the map was starting yet. But Scrap Time gonna get the start of this P1. And I like what Potato Aimers is already doing. They're trying to get together in a set play, break some time.
Yeah,
and
6-7 playing together there.
Great job here, clear them off the point, and that's some time going to be denied there from Potato Aimers.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's what it's all about. We've been saying it since the beginning. Man, I'm a broken record. You have to play hip to hip in these respawn modes because individually it will never work out for you. What it does when you play hip to hip is that you don't have to get any kills.
Yeah.
You just have to get them weak,
Exactly.
and then your friend has to get them dead.
Just gotta trade them.
It's pretty easy, simple process, but we'll see what they do here. I hope they keep playing as a team. I would like for them to put up 85.
Yeah.
I
think it's doable.
I really do.
I'm hoping for triple digits.
Okay.
That's my optimism speaking, but I think exactly what you said about trading. I think they gotta be like the best insurance company.
Yes.
They just gotta be there, help their friend, and be supportive. You know.
Yeah, and it's really hard because the ARs for Scrap Time, I think, is their shining star. I'm sure they would say otherwise, but I really think the way that they play AR is how they're able to control every single map. You don't get to be a rat against them.
No.
Because their ARs don't let you get to those rat positions. And I love the way they control maps. And for this one specifically, this is my big variable. So if they're going to play consistent, I think it's going to be a sweep. But if Potato Gamers can get in there, their subs can light on fire, please, then it'll be a close map.
Yeah. So first 2 hills down, Scrap Time, 60 points, Potato Aimers, close to 10. I think this rotation, I don't like how passive they're playing. We've talked about it before in the series, but Potato Aimers is not making any map progress. Now they're finally starting to get over there. And I really wish they would group up more and push together. I think they're just so worried about all these little corners. Maybe they're not familiar with the map as much. That might be part of it, but I just wish that they would move together more as a cohesive unit.
Well, I'm going to hype him up because I think he's a phenomenal person, a new dad, and a great AR. Moxie just sits in the hills, like I was saying, and in these rotational hills on most of these, they have 2 line of sights that are so long, AR can just relax. Bring your beach chair, watch 1 line of sight. This man's got a minute 15 in a hill at 90 seconds.
I'll do you one better. He was on an 8 spree. He's got a cruise missile locked in. He's ready to use it. I think there's not much more you could ask for out of the Scrap Time team. You know, they're 3-0 in the series. They're feeling confident. They're feeling themselves. They're ready to get this over with. They want that gift card. And I think more than anything, they're having fun. You know, we obviously saw at the end of the last map. They're having a great time. And really excited to see, you know, how this closes out. But great job to them. And I think the players all playing phenomenal.
Yeah, I'll always be really looking forward to these teams celebrating. At the end, we need to start commentating in that room, just so I can see them jump up and celebrate. Right, that's one of my favorite parts of seeing like people's joy. I just won the map. I won the whole series. I am the champion. But we'll see if they get it this map. We predict so, but we'll see. They're coming back. Potato Aimers, they were doing pretty well here. They are
this is what I want.
The
They're pushing together. They get 3 kills. They break in. Now, they got a little bit of a problem by the name of Moxie coming at them here. Finds 2. But they get the point. They get the kills. They're getting some progress. This is exactly what we need out of them. They got to keep doing this.
Have they triple ran at any other point?
I don't think so. That was the first time.
So like we're saying, they play hip to hip and they can win this map. Because Scrap Time they have a big ego. They think they're going to win every gunfight. They've won most gunfights, so it's respectable. But they play on islands sometimes. So if you can pick off that one person in the hill, you have a really good chance to get that scrap time. To get the last 20 seconds, and then chain them together.
Well, so we're back to P1, one of the hardest P1s to get any substantial time on, especially with that horseshoe bar in the middle where people can just deny time. But I really want to see on the second set of rotations, Potato Aimers get more than just 40 points. I think, obviously, if Scrap Time gets another 130, they win the map.
Yeah.
But I want to see this get to a third set of rotations. The first map we played didn't even get halfway through that second set. I think Potato Aimers can push this to at least another P5 and find a way to find some more of those routes, do another 3-person push like we saw earlier, and get some substantial hill time on the board.
Yeah, the problem with that 3-person push, they were just in a 3v3 over there, but they don't know where they're at.
Yeah.
Because the scrap time, and especially Moxie, I gotta say it, he's the king of off angles. So if you're not looking at these exact angles, it doesn't matter how many you bring to the table.
This is finally what we're looking for, though. Potato Aimers rotates to a hill, gets there first. Now is playing some defense. Again, they get broken by scrap time. That's 4 down, but they get the first 20 seconds of that hill. They're getting some more progress, and I think it's improvement. It's not enough, but it's getting better.
I would take that as a win. That might have been one of the best rotations since they've been playing scrap
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that was an awesome way to do it. Right now I'm rotating. 25 seconds left. This scrap time's not important to me, but I understand what kind of position they're in. The back's against the wall. They need every second they can to be able to take these guys down. I don't know if it's going to happen, but don't even look in that direction. Just go to New Hill.
Yep.
Get yourselves ready. Throw up a trophy. Don't even push out.
And again, they've done it here. They've rotated now. They're getting... Scrap Time is making that rotation, finding the kills along the way, so they are going to be the ones with control of the point as we start this. But I appreciate that Potato Aimers rotated early. I see we have a 9th person that joined the lobby. We'll figure out what that's all about. But yeah, unbelievable, great adaptation from Potato Aimers. Unfortunately, just not enough in this scenario.
Yeah, I really hope they don't go to a replay. That's usually what happens when another person comes in. We'll see if they did spawn in. They did spawn in and they're moving. So unfortunately, we'll see what the game managers have to do. They left.
Yeah, we're good.
All
they've been removed from the game.
Please
I think they must have figured out.
Please do not make us replay this.
But
even though they got 60 seconds.
Yeah. Hey, no factor on the game.
They
no
don't kill
kills, no deaths.
No, the only problem is that whenever they spawn in, they now gives them that spawn. So
true.
So that's why as soon as they spawn in, they cut map in the professional scene.
Right.
But I hope that it doesn't pay dividends.
No, I think we're good here. But hey, listen, Potato Aimers, they're at 71 points.
Hey, I said 85.
Better than the
if
first.
If you get 85, I'm calling it a win.
They're looking a lot better. And where are we right now? I think this is P5.
This is.
I think
they're
we're
about
on
to
P5.
go back to P1.
Yeah.
Back in the horseshoe after this, right?
So great improvement. Scrap Time can't win here. We are going to see a third set of rotations.
But this is chainable because they're right next to each other.
But this is also the last time that Potato Aimers got substantial points was on this P5 on the first rotation. So I want to see that again from here. They're lined up for a good push. They just need to go. Rotzi's on that flank already, but they find the kill. They're taking too long. Jax had a missile, didn't even know that. Finds a kill. But again, Rotzi's just sitting back here. He's going to find more of these kills. And Potato Aimers, they're spread way too thin now over the map, spawning in different locations. Are capitalizing on this, though. Great job out of them, and they are going to get a little bit of denial time
This
here.
is a really good submachine gun point. So, like I was saying in the beginning, that Potato Aimers need to have their SMGs go off. Well, Rotzi's Scrap Time's SMG.
Yeah.
And he goes off because he's a variable. You don't know where he's going to be. He's playing a little bit shiesty in a good way.
Yeah.
Kind of like Shotzi does in the pro scene.
Exactly.
Or Hydra.
Yeah.
And I think a map like this is where they thrive, right? You need Moxie to just be boring. Go look down one line, kill him, and Gunstain, how you been, big dog?
Yeah.
He's not the champ in the hill this time. So I wonder why that dynamic changed from Moxie to Gunstain.
It might just be having fun.
Yeah, just having a good time. Hey, Moxie, you're the captain.
Yeah.
Go earn the victory. I'm going to go have a blast.
Well, we're back to P1 halfway through, and Potato Aimers, triple digits. They made a great job out of them.
Here we go.
Scrap Time, unable to win on this hill, so they are going to be looking for that rotate, but again, they're having fun. Potato Aimers, they're doing a much better job now. I don't know if Scrap Time's letting off the gas or Potato Aimers has started to figure out, but overall, love to see this a bit of a closer map here. And great job from them. They are kind of looking number 5. You see up there, Jax, heading towards that new hill. and Scrap Time not caring about the rotations at all.
Well, they're 15-second rotators anyways.
Yes.
They never like to rotate too early because they like to get scrap time.
They want the frags. They get the scrap time.
Let me get that scrap time. So we respect that, and I think that for this tournament, they're allowed to do that. In other senses, in previous tournaments, they did not play like that.
No.
They're early rotators. They got it going on. But in all facets, we knew that they're going to do great. They don't have any bad players on their whole team, right? Where they're putting up almost 40 kills per person. It's really phenomenal. GG's to them. But this is going to be just about it. We'll see how heavy they troll.
Yeah.
You know they love to troll, so they might let them get to 230.
Yeah.
We don't know.
Well, it looks like they're on it, and that's going to do it. Great job. Congratulations to Scrap Time.
I bet they're in there yelling, celebrating, jumping around.
They are your KCS MW3 2024 champions. I just want to call something out really quick. Do you remember what I said earlier about when this match was going to end?
I vaguely do.
I think I said 5:22 p.m.
Okay. I don't know about that. But yes, you were correct. He said 5:22. The time is now 5:22 when the last bullet was fired. We knew it was going to be a clean sweep. It was going to be awesome.
Yeah.
KCS 2024, Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 3. This is it.
This is good.
Respectfully, I hope that's one of the last times I see Modern Warfare 3. I've seen it for a whole year.
Same
I watched
here.
Worlds. I watched
Oh,
Champs.
man.
Everyone did phenomenal. These guys obviously get the game. Scrap Time, understand what to do, how to execute it. They not only did it in the early rounds, but in the championship rounds, they did it with fun. They did it with ease. They were well-rounded team, and now our next tournaments are looking like it's going to be Black Ops 6.
Give me some Black Ops 6.
Omni
I can't
movement.
wait. I cannot wait. I'm so excited.
I'm going to have hand warmers because we're getting older.
I'm wearing mittens.
We're not okay. These young bucks are going to fry us.
Man.
But congratulations to Team Scrap Time. If you're in the area, we're about to start the giant mass award ceremony.
Yeah.
We're going to be able to give awards to all 10 video games played, not just the 6 here today.
Yep.
So everyone's in the venue, everyone's coming in, they're getting their free swag, their free merch. The Schilling Center has put it on for us.
Love it.
So I cannot give them enough praise, enough love. We love everything they do for us, for Kadena Esports, everything they have started and they will continue to do in the future.
Yeah, awesome event today. It's been a blast to watch all the action and cast all the action unfolding. Big thank you to everyone involved in organizing it. Like you said, the Schilling Center, AFG ambassadors, FSS here at Kadena, hosting us, especially those of us that came in from overseas, both you and I, to attend this event and participate in it. And huge congratulations to Scrap Time, as well as all the other winners and the other game titles today for those tournaments. If you're in the venue, like Chad said, please come down to the main area. We're going to do some trophy presentation shortly. But for everyone else watching at home, again, thank you so much for tuning in. Really excited to have more of these events moving forward with the Big Support Program. For those who are an ambassador who have applied for the program, year 3 of the program is going to be starting in next month.
Yeah.
We're going to have those applications open up in the next 2 weeks. So if you have an event you're planning for later in the fall or anytime in 2025, please get an application ready. We're excited to help support your events and make more events like this happen and elevate them to another level.
Yeah, I said it a little bit earlier. I'm going to say, really appreciate you. Really appreciate what you do, your organization. You, Chris, Justin, Pills. Y'all are great. You've been out here many times now as a corporation, and you continue to make Air Force Gaming what we want it to be. So this is like a dream come true from our end to have you guys come out, and especially Rally Cry for putting these things on and being able to produce these products.
Yeah, and again, huge shout out to the Air Force Services Center, like you mentioned, Chris and Justin. I mean, they're the ones that make this whole thing possible in terms of the impact it has across the globe with all of our airmen and guardians everywhere at all the bases. So big thanks to them for being a part of this. All the ambassadors across the globes as well, yourself included, making this a successful program and allowing it to have the outreach that we want it to. Cool things like this that we have here and this broadcast that we're able to showcase. So again, thank you for helping with the cast. It's been a minute since I've done something like this, but it's been a good time. Thank you to everyone that's here at the venue and everyone that's watching at home. We are going to go have this awards presentation. We'll pop up the camera hopefully on the stream. Probably not a lot of audio there, but just so you guys can watch, and everyone in the venue will head over there. Thank you so much for watching. This has been an awesome stream. I'm really excited to see more of these. Hopefully we'll be back here again next year, KCS 2025. But until then, keep an eye out on our socials for more events happening, and we'll see you all very soon. Thank you very much.
Market